Did you hear about Kat Abou-Ghazaleh? What happened? What happened? Yeah, we'll talk about Bill de Blasio and the Times London article that just came out. That was insane. We'll also talk about the New York Post article that came out as well that had this like craziness involved in it. DOJ indicted her. Oh, fuck. Trump is suing her. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Okay, we'll talk about that as well. God damn it, dude. This fucking administration is so stupid. This fucking administration is so stupid and so cruel at the same time. It's like, what a strange set of circumstances that we found ourselves in, where, like, on the one hand, they are unimaginably cruel, but on the other hand, they are unimaginably dumb. What do we do? What to do here? All right, here, we're blasting off. What do we do other than just keep pushing, keep pushing, keep pushing, no matter what? You know, you just got to keep advocating. You gotta keep protesting. You got to still take it out to the streets and hope that you can get more people on board. You can get more people on board. Don't say stay in China. I don't like that. Okay. I don't like that because I'm not a fucking quitter. I'm an incredibly stubborn guy. Why would I give in to what these people constantly fucking say I should do? That is unironically what they constantly say I should be doing, which is, if you don't like America, why don't you fucking leave? It's like, I hope the day never comes where I unironically have to leave the United States of America. Okay? Some vindication for your dumbest take. What is this? Because the day I have to leave the United States of America means that, like, our comrades here in the United States of America are in a dire situation. It means that all of the institutions that we could potentially rely on in a time of crisis, in a time of need, have completely fallen. It spells complete chaos and complete disorder. We're not there yet. I mean, we are getting closer and closer and closer every day, but are you worried about customs coming back from China? Yes. I mean, going to China, I know that there is a risk. I know that the ACP boys went to China and then came back. Haas, the Albanian, he came back from China and they fucking literally harassed him and detained him. And it's unsurprising. And I suspect that a similar thing will happen to me as well, especially considering that I have a fucking, like, I mean, I have the goddamn vice president talking about Kai and shit. So you didn't have any issues getting back from France, though? Why would it be any different? Because it's China. Yeah, friend of the show, Cam Kasky, has announced that he's running for Nadler's seat, which is cool. Where in China are you going? Everywhere. All the tier ones, baby. All of it. Representative Tom Suozzi has endorsed Andrew Cuomo for New York City. Unsurprising. You already know. We have a lot of scumbags in the Democratic Party. We'll talk about all of that and more. Are you meeting Xi Jinping? Yeah, totally, dude. Yeah, he is one of the most consequential historic figures, one of the most important historic figures that actually doesn't fuck around and hang out with podcasters is going to turn around and meet me. Yeah, I wish. Don't be crazy now. Yeah. We're talking about a serious government, okay? We're not talking about an unserious government like the United States of America. America, like Donald Trump literally linked up with that fucking Japanese cryptocurrency guy, I think. Some random Twitter meme. G don't have 40K tuned in. Yeah, except the spirit of the revolution lives within him. So when he fucking speaks, the masses, the dispossessed masses all around the world rise up and hear his voice in their hearts. So there is a difference there, okay? There is a difference there. Anyway, where was I? We got, oh yeah, this is what I mean. Like, this is what I mean. It was a great honor to meet you today, Mr. Donald Trump. Let's make Japan great again. I don't know if this is real or not. Is this AI or did this actually fucking happen? Like, this guy's claim to fame, I think, is what? Being homeless in Japan and having a hat that says the R word on it? Like, that's the difference, okay? It's got to be AI. It's got to be AI. Like I cannot see this being real, but also at the same time, it's Donald Trump. So who fucking knows? You know what I mean? Like it looks fake as fuck. And when I saw it, I was like, it's probably AI. But also at the same time, it's Donald Trump. It's fucking Donald Trump. So is it really that far-fetched? Is it really that far-fetched that Donald Trump would meet some random fucking cryptocurrency meme guy from Twitter? In any case, that's that's like, I wouldn't put it past Donald Trump to like link up with the fucking deer guy in Japan. You know what I mean? The one that works in Nara now, the one that works in the Nara prefecture or whatever, the one that like is the deer protector, even though he was a deer abuser initially. Like, I could totally see Donald Trump linking up with that fucking dude and being like, I love your work. I've heard a lot about what you do protecting the deer. I've heard you protect the deer quite well from the Chinese and the secret Chinese. That's what I've heard. Hazuma, you are big. You're a big boy, just like me. Me and you together. What do you know of politics? Did you go to a school for that? Your sense of humor is shit. Yes, I did. I did go to school for that. I did. Yes. Hazuma. Yeah. Donald Trump is going to come in and be like, Hazuma, you and I are both big boys and misunderstood. Misunderstood. You know it. I know it. We're both misunderstood, Hazuma. That's right. Hopefully you smash that Trumpkin come November 1st. Honestly, it's such a beautiful work of art that I kind of feel bad doing that. Like, I don't know if I can get myself to do it. But, so where was I? Yeah, that's, I mean, we've already blasted off. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it pressing. We'll talk about in the New York City mayoral race stuff. We'll talk about like all the different sagas that are going on. Obviously, I'm going to talk about JD Vance as well. You already know a complete psychotic timeline that we've arrived at. Sometimes I think to myself, like, I have said that I don't have that kind of motion, and I don't believe that I have this kind of motion. Okay, but I think my ops greatly overestimate the kind of motion that I actually have. Now, the reason why I say this is because I don't think the vice president should know who the fuck I am at all. I'm a Twitch streamer, okay? I'm a goddamn Twitch streamer. So the fact that, like, as a goddamn Twitch streamer, this is the level of motion that I have. This is the level of like, this is the kind of shit that the vice president is saying, okay, okay, no, Kaya, no, daddy's streaming right now. No, don't go in there. Don't go in there. You are crazy. Congrats on your appointment as the new head of the DHS. Yeah, I know. That's what it is. No trife is too insignificant for their attention. It's just like, what is she doing? No, she just walks up and like starts butting me with her nose and is like, come on, give me attention. I'm not surprised he knew you or said it. He would literally be a must reply guy if he didn't eat Donald Trump's feces directly out of his asshole. I know. Mexico's Morena party was just a streamer. That's not true. Streaming is a medium that is obviously important. Okay. Jon Stewart kind of mentioned you and I freaked. Wait, really? What did he say? Brother, the New York Times features you weekly. You have motion? I guess. Elon Musk talks about you. Vice President talks about you. You're bigger than you think you are. I'm me. I don't think like this. I don't see it. It's kind of like my height, right? When I walk around, I don't think that I'm taller than people until I see myself in a photo with other people. Okay. So I don't think that I am at a level where Elon Musk, the wealthiest person on the planet, should be seriously considering what I do in my day-to-day every single day. I do not think that the vice president should be talking about whatever kind of fucking drama I found myself in. Bad analogy? No, I'm serious. Like, I don't think about it like that. Dude, think about it. Okay? You have your own world experiences and the like, outside interactions that you have with other people in the wild don't match up the way you see yourself. I don't see myself as that significant of a fixture of American politics. But I guess they do. Shit you do makes global news, whether you're not. You realize it, brother. You got motion now, whether you want to have it or not. I know. I don't like the spotlight. I will say I don't appreciate it. I wish I could go back to just like doing fart memes and talking about politics in my little corner of the internet without like this microscope on me at all times, constantly in the least charitable way, trying to find different ways of saying that I'm a bad person. It just sucks. And it's, I mean, woe is me, right? It doesn't fucking matter, but it is a crazy situation to fucking be in. It is a crazy situation to be in. And I think it's a time of the times. No, not a time of the times. It's a way to describe how fucked up the times are. Like, it should not be the case. Alex Jones shouldn't have this kind of motion. I shouldn't have this kind of motion. It's a sign of the times. I said time of the times. My brain is so busted. Okay? Didn't you want to reach as many people as possible? Yes. But with charitability. And this kind of stuff obviously significantly hampers that. This kind of stuff obviously significantly hampers that kind of charitability that I could have in my outreach. Is a dog of a dog? Yeah. We'll talk about Cat Abu Ghazali. Are you really comparing yourself to the King, Alex Jones? No, I would never. But that is where the fuck we're at, dude. That is where we're at. You really made me like the socialist Democrat movement in the younger generation as a Gen Z, bro. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Hell yeah. Get your friends on board too. I feel like you getting mentioned more by prominent people started with Stavi Baby. Wait, what? Stavros himself was not like a prominent figure when I first had him on the stream. Neither of us were. We were just like doing our own thing. Stavros is my friend. Like he is now a person that gets to act in like award-winning directors' movies alongside like Oscar nominees and Oscar winners and shit. But like, it's not like this has happened over the course of the last like 6 years. They have Steve Bannon and fucking Dr. Oz. Not wild that you're their target. You've said it before. This is the podcast presidency. I know. I wish it wasn't. Okay. I really, really wish it wasn't. John DeLillo says, drawing a firm line of the sand here. The vice president of the United States should not know about fake Twitch streamer drama. Exactly. And I agree with that. We're obviously going to watch this real quick. JD Vance went on a podcast that has no views whatsoever. And on the fucking podcast, he has some choice words. He brought up the Kayagate, Dogtober 7, Shocktober 7 controversy on Pod Force One. I don't even know who the fuck this podcast is. And the podcast setup is so silly that it unironically feels like it was, it just felt like it was AI when I first saw it. But let's take a look at what he had to say.
He has this command place, which is basically if I snap my finger and point, he will run to that place and lay down.
You don't have to zap him. Like
no.
Hassan.
Not like Hassan Biker. No.
Wasn't that disgusting?
No electrocution of dogs here.
How disgusting is that? What does that tell you about a person?
Well, I think it tells you that they're not, that they're bad people.
Yes.
If you can actually cause suffering to an innocent animal, you're probably the kind of person who doesn't worry about suffering in people as well.
Yeah.
And that's been my experience. If you mistreat dogs, that's almost 100% sign that you're going to be a really terrible person. So
JD Vance has done spot training for his own dog. So he knows that it is not an abusive practice. And yet he is still leaning into this fucking idea that I'm like abusing my dog, which is crazy because, hello, Kristi Noem, the secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, shot her puppy point blank, ISIS execution style, and then threw the puppy's body in a goddamn landfill in front of construction workers. And the only reason why we know about it is because she wrote about it in her book. What is happening? It is so transparent that these people not only do not give a shit about animal welfare, they don't give a shit about human welfare either. Because remember, this is the vice president we're talking about. The vice president of the United States is talking about Reddit, Twitter drama while we're at the precipice of 40 million American citizens losing their SNAP benefits, as in 40 million Americans are about to starve. Okay? 40 million Americans are about to starve in 2 days because the administration does not want to use the existing $6 billion that they have in their contingency funds to keep giving money to people. They are going to go to food banks, which will not be able to make up for the lack of SNAP benefits that they get. These are some of the most underserved people in the country. Many of them work. Many of them, even larger numbers, can't not work. As a matter of fact, they have dependents. They have children with WIC. And JD Vance is over here, as the government is fucking shut down, talking about this shit. It blows my mind, dude. It blows my mind. I cannot believe that this is where we're at. Department of Homeland Security Secretary, once again, literally killed her puppy. Point blank executed her puppy, dumped his body in the landfill. None of these people care about animal welfare. The administration is shutting off 40 million people's SNAP benefits because they simply don't want to fund it. They simply want to make people suffer, okay? They don't even care about human welfare, and this is what he's talking about. What will it take for Americans? What will it take for Americans to realize that this is clearly another cycle of distraction? These people do not care about you. They do not care about their own voters. Because remember, the reason why the government is shut down to begin with is because the Democrats are not funding the CR because they want to make sure that the Republicans come back to the table. This is the only point of leverage that the Democrats have. They want the Republicans to come back to the table and fund the ACA subsidies so that their own voters, Republican voters in rural ass places, still get some semblance of subsidies when they're paying for their health care. Okay? That is the argument here. Democrats want to fund healthcare, and Republicans are dangling the starvation of 40 million Americans in an effort not to fund healthcare. What is going on? This is where we're at. This is where we're at. It's incredible.
It's one of the ways we really sort of test people is if Atlas responds well to them, if they like Atlas, we know.
And by the way, the dumbest people on the planet still in this chat will turn around and say, bro is deflecting. Brother, there is no deflection. She's right there, okay? You're fucking stupid. I can't entertain your hallucinations, but beyond the hallucinations that you're engaging in, please recognize that your parents, your grandparents that rely on SNAP subsidies are going to fucking starve, okay? Wake up! Like, that's what I mean. That's what's so crazy about this. Like, first of all, it's not even a deflection. You're talking about a fucking vice president that also has spot trained with the place command their own dog. So he knows what that is. He knows that that's not an abusive practice at all. Many people don't. Okay, many people don't understand it. The very fact that JD Vance knows what that is, knows his own Department of Homeland Security secretary shot and killed her own puppy, means that they don't give a fuck about any of this shit. Or he's just straight up saying, yeah, we want a bad person, a sociopath. Hassan, please don't go with the ticket saying it's not abusive. You're going to get clipped, please. I mean, what can I say? What he is, the vice president is comparing me to a serial killer here in this clip, even though his own dog has also gotten spot training as well, like knows the place command as well.
Yeah, they're good people, but you can tell if somebody's really mean to animals, it's like the Jeffrey Dahmer thing.
Yeah.
Like every serial killer ever has actually been really bad to animals. That's sort of how they.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even disagree with that take, except I'm not really bad to animals. I love animals. I care about animal welfare a lot more than fucking JD Vance does. In any case, that's where we're at. This is the New York Post's podcast, apparently. I didn't even know. But JD Vance saying that while his own DHS secretary, the same podcast and interview, spoke with Kristi Noem about her dog. By the way, bland segment overall, but she has spoken to Kristi Noem. Putting a puppy down, as JD Vance talks about judging your character based on animal treatment. Oh, wow. I didn't know that. Let's take a look.
And the dog,
you learn lessons from it.
The dog was a danger, or you felt that it was going to be a dangerous dog. And
the dog was actively killing animals for fun. Had been massacring, chickens, and then had tried to bite me and attack me. And from working all the time with animals like that, when and in our state and in states and across the country too, that is something that happens from time to time, and keeping children and people safe is incredibly important. When at that time we had little kiddos around every single day, in a hunting lodge we were operating, and people that I knew that I needed to take responsibility for the situation.
Yeah, so I mean that's something I think farmers understand, people on the land understand.
That's crazy. That is crazy. It's just like, it's all politics, man. It's all politics. That's what it is. That's what it is. And it's so funny that these motherfuckers will be like, instead of, these motherfuckers will still be like, well, actually, you're just deflecting away. Like, you're just deflecting. It's like, this is the best taken care of dog on the fucking planet. Okay? Kaya lives a better life than 99% of the people that are screaming about how I'm abusing my dog because they saw like 10 clips in sequence. And obviously, the broader point here is that we always assume that video is a format where what you see is what you get. And it is very easy to, or it's not so easy to manipulate people as opposed to text, where you can take something out of context or make something utterly devoid of context. But in fact, video can also play a formative role in that. Okay? Video is also just as malleable, especially in the format that I exist in, where I'm literally live 24/7. That's it. It's so funny because, like, she gets vet checks with regular frequency, groomed with regular frequency, like, and incredible amount of activity, socializing, all of that. Like, I'm so on it. I'm so fucking on it. You're just keeping it alive at this point by putting attention to it. If people say you're mistreating, it's either a form of bad faith or you're not going to change their mind anyway. I know. Well, what do you mean? I'm not keeping it alive. The fucking vice president just talked about it. A vice president who also has like lied about human beings eating cats and dogs, including in that fucking very same interview, as a matter of fact. He literally still said, after openly admitting that he was lying about Haitians eating cats and dogs, JD Vance is still saying Haitians are eating cats and dogs as the vice president. That is where we're at. Blonde Bob, thank you for the 100 gifted. JD Vance openly admitted that he was lying in the past about the Haitians eating cats and dogs thing. And then he still turned around and said it. Look at this. Look.
This was, if you remember, the big controversy about all of the migrants who came into Haiti. 20,000 immigrants, Haitian migrants, in a town of 40,000 people. So you blink your eyes in Springfield, Ohio, and you wake up and literally a third of the population of your town is now Haitian immigrants.
And eating cats and dogs.
Eating cats and dogs. Now, Biden paroled those immigrants. And
it's so funny. You're milking it. It's just crazy because like no one actually turns around and goes, maybe this is an op. The other side of this is also like people in the margins, people who fucking like despise JD Vance or Donald Trump. Under no circumstance do they ever go, wait a minute, these are my fucking allies here. That's weird. They don't ask themselves why the vice president is even bringing this shit up. It's fine. It is what it is. What are you going to do?
Evicted from the house because there are people who are going to pay more for rent. And then what happens is 20 people move into a 3-bedroom house. 20 people from a totally different culture, totally different ways of interacting. Again, we can respect their dignity while also being angry at the Biden administration for letting that situation happen and recognizing that their next door neighbors are going to say, well, wait a second, what is going on here? I don't know these people. They don't speak the same language.
Insanely racist, bro. I mean, I cannot, dude, we are officially straightforwardly in like neo-Nazi territory with the way that these guys talk about things. Voter profiles from 2024 came out, so you can see just how fucked the average American's politics are. Oh no, I know. We got, anytime I want to see anytime I see like median voter stuff, it breaks my brain. I immediately have to hit a fucking hard reset.
That I do. And because there are 20 in the house next door, it's a little bit rowdier than it was.
Dog, your wife is Indian. Your wife is Indian, big dog. What is happening? This is what I mean. Like, this is what is just so crazy to me. Brother, your wife is Indian. Your children are Indian, okay? Of Indian descent. And you're out here hitting white supremacist lines over and over again. Like, I don't understand it. These people do not even consider their immediate family members when they talk like this. Do you not realize that this kind of sentiment, if it continues to fester, will inevitably make your wife's life much harder, your children's lives much harder? I guess a lot of these guys get to talk like this because they kind of feel as though their wealth and their position will protect them. But this is a very dangerous game, okay? This is a very, very dangerous game that they're playing. I don't think they understand. I do not think they recognize what kind of impact this will have in their own lives if left unrestrained, okay? It's the same principle behind like Peter Thiel and Sam Altman and all of these other freaks who, brother, you're talking about the vice president. I think he's gonna be okay. Yeah, for the time being. But who's to say he maintains his grip of power? Who's to say that the Republican Party doesn't even become more increasingly white supremacist and starts talking about deporting all Indians from the United States of America, including J.D. Vance's wife? He's a high-profile person. His wife is Indian. His children are Indian. You don't know. You don't know where this can go. Do you not understand? This is the problem with fascism, because there's an endless thirst for more violence, okay? And it's not that crazy to think fucking Mike Pence was the vice president. And by the end of Donald Trump's first term, Donald Trump's own fan base was storming the halls of the Capitol looking for him so they could literally hang him. So do you think it's that crazy? There is a fucking direct incident that took place with the past administration where the vice president was in the crosshairs. They built nooses. So yeah, I don't think we fully comprehend, and I don't even think this dipshit fully comprehends like what kind of violent forces he's entertaining. Yes, he does. No, he thinks he can lean into it and that shit won't be sweet. I'll give you an example of another person who has done this his entire life. Dinesh fucking D'Souza. Okay? Dinesh D'Souza went to prison under the Obama administration for campaign finance fraud. He did straw donations on a race for his friend who lost by like 25 points. He's a fucking moron, right? And he has spent his entire life in the far right. Dinesh D'Souza is quite literally promoted Nick Fuentes, as a matter of fact. Like, that's how fucking racist he is. Dinesh D'Souza the other day was like, when did the Republican Party become so anti-Indian? I wonder why. Your son-in-law, Dinesh, was shitting on Zohran Mamdani for eating rice with his hands. How did the Republican Party become so racist against Indians, I wonder? Like, that's what I mean. These people don't even... Tokens get spent, okay? Tokens eventually get spent. It doesn't work that way. And they are usually the first to go, as a matter of fact. because they're more accessible. You don't, if your entire movement is built around these racialized boundaries, these inalienable qualities that must be forcibly excised from the land, eventually they are going to come for you. Eventually they're going to come for your loved ones. The idea that this movement that you are leaning into is not going to eventually harm your loved ones is so stupid. It's already inappropriate, even if you didn't have an Indian wife. It's ridiculous. It's violent. It's unacceptable. Okay? But you are in an exceptionally weak position. What is this? Are you threatening the VP, bro? You're going to make the lives harder, the VP's fam harder by making a woke comeback? What do you mean? No, I'm not making a threat. I'm saying leaning into racist narratives is eventually going to harm his loved ones if those racist narratives remain unchecked. That's the point. Like, the forces that he is promoting are eventually going to come for him and his loved ones. Usha is an upper caste Indian woman. She thinks she's white adjacent. It doesn't work that way. Americans don't give a shit about that. Americans do not care about that stuff, okay? What have I always said? Americans are indiscriminately discriminatory, okay? They don't even know the distinction between like someone from Pakistan versus someone from India, okay? At most they look at it as like, you're all terrorists, myself included, obviously. That's the reason why Tom Cotton will go on a Senate hearing and talk to the Singaporean CEO of TikTok and go, what kind of Chinese are you? You see what I mean? And he's like, Senator, I'm from Singapore. He's like, okay, I don't understand. What kind of Chinese is from Singapore? You must be Chinese. Hasanabi is making up words and nations now? Yeah, exactly. I made it up. Yeah, Hassan Piker doesn't represent people like me as a New Yorker and Twitch viewer. I'm standing firm and not voting until Phantom or Kai Cenat endorses a candidate, says Slasher. Singapore is ethnically Chinese, though. Chinese Singaporean are Chinese, not the best example. No, it's an idiotic example because he's from Singapore. His national identity is Singaporean, okay? So no, it doesn't matter. There are ethnically Chinese people living in Malaysia too. Are they Malaysian or are they Chinese? There are ethnically Chinese people living all around. That's not the distinction that Tom Cotton is making. I like that the chatter was like, no, we have to hand it to the fucking racist. That's awesome. Like, yeah, Europeans live in America. Like, there are people of German descent that have been living here for fucking generations. That doesn't mean they're German. They're American, right? In any case, that's where we're at in our culture. That's where we're at in the realm of commentary. And these guys are way too predisposed. These guys are way too fucking predisposed with silliness as opposed to solving any of the crises that they are personally responsible for. And the worst part about it is that for many Americans, they're fine with that. They like it. They're like, no, this is great. This is awesome. Yeah. No, keep me invested in this silly shit. Don't worry about the fucking SNAP benefits. Or all of these right-wing groups that even talk about the SNAP benefits, talk about it as though it's like these are poor people that deserve to starve. They should just get back to work. Not realizing what it takes to even get the SNAP benefits or what your conditions look like if you are SNAP recipients at all. Ben Shapiro is currently experiencing this with Israel's unpopularity. His viewers have fallen off as he's not useful to the right. Exactly. That's why I said tokens get spent. Now, Ben Shapiro will probably make a comeback because the right is trying to find actively different ways of bringing back a pro-Israel stance to the forefront of public discourse, because if they lose the Republicans, Israel is fucking done. I mean, where were you when Hamas violated the ceasefire? Why didn't you talk then? I have no idea what you're fucking talking about. I've been live every single day, and I don't even know what you're referencing when you say Hamas violated the ceasefire. Hamas did not violate the ceasefire at all. Like, not even a little bit. If you're talking about Hamas restoring control over the parts of the Gaza Strip, that was not a violation of the ceasefire. Even the American president actually recognized that that wasn't a violation of the ceasefire. Israel, on the other hand, has been violating the ceasefire every single day. Please. Anyway. Hey, Unc, with the New York elections coming up, what do you think about rewatching the interview you did with Zoran? I was watching it again, and holy shit, the chemistry was off the charts. I didn't know any better. I think you were cheating on Awesome with Zoran. I mean, I think there's like too many new things that have taken place since then. Mike from PA said he sees the right splitting into a grassroots fascist movement with Tucker Carlson versus billionaires. Vance, do you agree? Yes. And Tucker Carlson will win. Tucker Carlson will win that battle, in my opinion. I don't think that the right has the same stranglehold over its popular base in the way that the Democratic Party used to have, especially because of the billionaire-backed movements such as the Tea Party movement that have taken root in the Republican Party over the course of many, many years. I've often said, we need a Trump-style figure on the left as well. Someone who's bold, someone who's brash, someone who is unapologetic and uncompromising for leftist positions. And I've also said that like the Tea Party style movement, albeit has many different institutional hurdles on the Democratic side as opposed to the Republican side because it's not directionally aligned with the Democratic Party's objectives, could potentially overtake the party. And the time, seemingly, is now. And what I mean by that is the Democrats are objectively weak, and the base has moved further and further to the left in terms of the demands that they have from the Democrats, and the electability arguments are not working. The electability arguments for centrism have been an abject failure, so much so that it's obvious that the base of support, the voters, the actual liberal voters, the Barbaras, the Debras, they look at this stuff and go, what a crock of shit. We've heard this so many times, and you lost to Donald Trump twice. That is why I say over and over again that we are in a unique and unprecedented moment in the history of the modern Democratic Party, where there can be 1,000 different Zorons all over the country, adjusted to whatever their local politics demands are. I'll give you one example of this from the New York mayor, the New York mayoral race. I saw a poll the other day. That said, out of the New York Democrat voters, almost 50% of New York Democrat voters in New York City self-identify as Democratic Socialists. They self-identify as Democratic Socialists. Yes, think about that. Now, that's obviously because of the tireless work that the DSA and the Working Families parties put in, okay? But also beyond that, they don't know what that is, though. It doesn't matter. The very fact that they're not immediately antagonistic to democratic socialism or any kind of socialism is objectively good when you look at what American opinions on this political delineation was 10 years ago, right? Pre-Bernie Sanders run in 2016, that was barely like a 10% self-ID. I don't know. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I would assume that it was probably a significantly lower percentage of people that self-ID'd as that. Okay? That's a huge swing. And it's actually in a relatively short period of time. This is a good thing. This is not a bad thing. While the Democratic Party has shifted more and more to the right, which is ironic because everyone says that they've shifted to the left, the Democrats got too woke, and that's why I don't see myself voting for them, okay? The Democratic Party's base of support has actually shifted to the left on economic issues. They are far more receptive to left populism. Americans are far more receptive to left populism, and one of the greatest examples of this is the fact that even Donald Trump, when he was running for office, also invoked left populist sentiment, lied, saw the need to lie that he would never touch Medicaid, he would never touch Medicare, he would never touch Social Security. Now, of course, he was a fucking liar, and in the absence of the Democrats putting on a stronger front in opposition to the Republican Party by presenting themselves as earnestly in support of the working class, which they failed to do, let's be real. And many Democrats will get mad at me for saying this because they'll say, how dare you say this? Joe Biden was one of the best for the American working class and the unions betrayed him or something. And it's like, it's that type of talk that unironically puts off people. It's off-putting. You should never, ever in a million years find yourself saying, we did our very best and the voters were too stupid to recognize it. If the voters are stupid, you have to get stupid with them. You have to get in the muck. You have to message better. This kind of elitist, entitled condescension redirected back at the voters is part of the reason why the Democrats lose. It is also anti-democracy. Something that I routinely talk about is the fact that this notion that voters need to know better and vote for harm reduction narratives, even if it is correct, right, is anti-democratic. You're just basically landing on the duopoly, and you're leaning on the fact that there's only two major party options, and you have to go with the one that's like not as bad as the other without even making an argument for why that is the case. That's it. Because ultimately, even a stupid person knows when they're getting fucked. And a lot of people in this country know that they're getting fucked right now. They just don't know who's fucking them. And it's up to the Democrats to redirect that angst and redirect that anger back to who's actually doing the fucking. Republicans look at that anger and animosity and redirect it to vulnerable populations. They are much easier to target. They're much easier to disparage. They're much easier to attack. They turn around and they say, oh, it's the trans people. It's the undocumented migrants. And it's ridiculous. But the Democrats should be saying what I say all the time, what I've said a million times over. An undocumented migrant is not your landlord that's raising your price, raising your rent prices. Okay? Trans people are not your bosses that are forcing you to come back to work. Okay? They're not sitting on the board of BlackRock. It's the forces of capital that have designed this entire system to basically cause you endless amounts of pain. And yet, it's much easier for people to cast that blame on vulnerable populations that they think are weird or strange or even an enemy. It's very frustrating. I'm trying to understand because I'm pretty sure I heard you mention the harm reduction with a more leftist candidate in power is better than the current harm reduction Dems versus Republicans. Do you believe that because the current Democratic Party is under corporate capture? Yes, the current Democratic Party doesn't even make a good harm reduction argument is my point. They just simply say harm reduction and that's it. You must vote for us. You can never come across as though you are entitled to the votes of people, okay? You can't do that. You can't come across like you are entitled to the votes of the masses. You have to present an argument. That is literally what democracy is. Democracy is the process of extracting concessions from your elected representatives, and in exchange for those concessions that they offer you, they get to be in seats of power. And what they do in those seats of power is continue demanding, continue reflecting your demands that you have made in the process of voting. That's what this is. That's what it's supposed to be about. All of this other stuff, on the other hand, is just simply distractions. That's what it is. Isn't that what Harris did, though? No, of course not. Harris was a glaringly obvious example of refusal to listen to the demands that were coming from the base, whether it be on Gaza, whether it be on immigration, whether it be on numerous issues, whether it be on affordability. I always use the example that Kamala Harris botched. She came out of the gate swinging, saying, we are going to tackle price gouging at grocery chains, okay? This was a bold policy idea. It's price fixing. I mean, that's crazy, right? That's like unacceptable. That's Venezuela. That's precisely what Donald Trump attacked it as. And yet, after months and months of attacks, her policy on combating price gouging at grocery stores unironically got more popular. And yet she personally dropped that policy. She stopped talking about it. She stopped talking about it. Why? Because her brother-in-law, who's legal counsel for Uber, who works with billionaires, came in and said, cut this fucking populist shit out. Don't do this left populism. Bring out Mark Cuban. Make Mark Cuban your spokesperson. Talk about the good billionaires that will defend you. Talk about how you will defend billionaires as well, the good ones. The good billionaires and the good Republicans, like the Cheneys. Why do you start your streams earlier than usual? I'm not. Your time zone changed. Both AWS and Azure are down. Wait, what? Really? How am I still live then? Anyway, have you talked about Sudan or do I miss it? Not today. Not today yet, but I have, and I will. We're in a very unique moment right now. The Manhattan Institute study showed that Where is it? The Manhattan Institute study asked the survey respondents that are Democratic Party voters, which would you say describes you better? I am a traditional liberal. I am a democratic socialist. Now, obviously, this is perhaps the worst possible way to fucking segment this out. But New York City likely voters and New York statewide voters. Okay, the right column is the New York statewide voters. For New York City voters, 53% said that they were self-IDing as a traditional liberal in the Democratic Party. Statewide, New York State voters, 49% said this. New York City-wide, I am a democratic socialist, self-identification, was at 47%. And then statewide, it was at 51%. So New York State has more Democrat voters that self-identify as democratic socialists than they have people identifying as traditional liberals. That is massive, okay? That is massive, especially considering that liberalism is hegemonic. It is the hegemonic cultural attitude. Many people who identify as traditional liberals probably aren't even traditional liberals or demand more in terms of social democratic provisions that they want from their politicians. This is the reason why Zoran has seen so much success, not because there is this socialist momentum, this genuine socialist momentum. This is something to also keep in mind, okay? This is our opportunity in the spotlight to continue pushing, okay? Before we get into the median voters and whatnot. But yeah, Cuomo's favorability among New York City voters is minus 20%, okay? Minus 20%. He is so cooked. And a big part of the reason why he's cooked is because even amongst white folk broadly, he is barely defeating Zohran Mamdani. That's insane. It's the young white men that are backing the Zohran Mamdani campaign, okay? They are the backbone. Handed out over 100 DSA flyers, the libs at No Kings, New York City, and I cannot put into words how eminently winnable these people are for the left. I expect a mostly positive reception, got a universally positive reception. Anyone saying this is an anti-left thing is way out of touch. I agree. This is what I've been saying. I've been saying you got to meet people where they're at, okay? We can't just disparage liberals across the board and immediately antagonize against them or present them as like enemies to our cause, because liberalism, for whether or not we agree or whether or not we see it as a threat or not, doesn't matter. Liberalism is a mass movement, okay? It still is a mass movement. These are winnable people. That's it. Let's start off with the New York City mayoral race before we get to the government shutdown and Trump's talks about the SNAP benefits getting killed in the next 2 days. Okay, New York City mayoral candidates are campaigning for the finish line, and the race is heating up.
Hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers have already cast their ballots with Election Day less than a week away.
It comes as new polling shows Andrew Cuomo gaining on Zohran Mamdani. Christina Fan joins us live from a polling place in Brooklyn Heights with more. Christina.
Mary and Chris, good morning. In the final week leading up to Election Day, all three candidates have their campaign schedules packed. Zohran Mamdani trying to maintain his sizable lead, while the other two candidates are still trying to catch up. Andrew Cuomo, high off a favorable shift in the polls, was on the attack Tuesday as he campaigned with Mayor Eric Adams. Both men laying in on Zohran Mamdani's leftist views.
He's a socialist who happens to be on the Democratic line. I'm a Democrat who happens to be on the independent line.
We need a Democrat. We don't need a socialist masquerading as a Democrat.
Cuomo once again criticized the assemblyman's short time in government and resume, which includes performing as the rapper Mr. Cardamom, and offered the ultimate put down from one Queens boy to another, saying Mamdani has
a cheesy smile.
Despite Cuomo's gains, Mamdani remains the clear frontrunner for City Hall, but he's refusing to get complacent. At a campaign event in Hell's Kitchen.
That was really funny. One of Cuomo's last-ditch efforts is to claim that him and Eric Adams are the real Democrats, and Zohran Mamdani is not a real Democrat. Okay? Eric Adams has no more fucks to give. I spent an eventful day in the soon-to-be former New York City mayor for time. What did he say? In 2023, Adams hosted Mamdani and his father, a scholar of post-colonialism at Columbia University, for dinner. The frightening thing is he really believes this stuff, Adams tells me as he mixes the veggies. Globalize the intifada. There's nothing wrong with that. He believes, you know, I don't have anything against Jews. I just don't like Israel. Well, who's in Israel, bro? At the dinner's end, Adams says he told the Mamdanis, listen, I just don't believe what you do. Mamdani has decried anti-Semitism and recently, after a prolonged controversy, said he will discourage the use of loaded intifada phrase. Is Mamdani lived up now? No, man. No, he's not. I know a lot of people think that that is the case, but I think the most consequential thing that he did, the most bad choice that he did, was to even back away from globalize the intifada. But he made that calculation in his mind. That obviously did not stop the attacks. That simply redirected the trajectory of the attacks to other stuff, right? But the ultimate goal was for him to continuously get smeared over and over again as an anti-Semite, a scary Muslim who was terrifying for the Jewish New Yorkers. But the other thing that he did was also saying that he was going to keep the New York Police Department commissioner in charge. Okay, those were I think two big concessions that he gave. By and large, I don't think New Yorkers are paying that close attention to it. But overall, I think I don't think he's betraying the cause or anything like that. Mamdani realizes that a more moderate Israel position is cleaner, more popular. No, that's not the case. See, this is why I actually hate that he's doing that, because this gives people the false assertion that moderating on Israel, as though his position is not the normal, most popular, overwhelmingly popular position. No. He's actually trying to clean up his image with the false assertion that New Yorkers won't see him as a scary Muslim terrorist guy, okay? If Zohran Mamdani was a white boy, the only line of attack that has been launched against him so far, which is that he's a scary Muslim who eats with his hands and stuff, would not work. And therefore, he would not actually have to take any concessions on this issue at all. They would probably call him a Nazi or a racist or something like that if he was a white boy, right? But we've seen how little motion that has in Maine with Graham Plattner. If anything, people look at that and go, we love a quirked up white boy who actually, got a new tattoo over his previous Totenkopf. These are on the Republican side, especially brother, these are people who call Nancy Pelosi a communist. None of these words mean anything. None of these words mean anything at all. Final Quinnipiac, New York City mayoral poll by religion. None, Mamdani, plus 53. Other, Mamdani, plus 22. Catholics, Cuomo, plus 2. Protestants, Cuomo, plus 8. Jews, Cuomo, plus 44. I doubt it. Because when New York City Jews were polled, first of all, this disparity is so vast. This disparity is so vast in comparison to the previous past performance that Zohran Mamdani had. And also, it doesn't make sense because when you ask New York Jews how they feel about Israel, and they have done that, they've directionally asked New York Jews how they feel about Israel. And the number of New York Jews, the percentage of New York Jews that say they sympathize with the Palestinians more than the Israelis is a higher percentage than this. This would imply that 72%, if Jews in New York were simply operating on Israel as their primary focus, which they are not, right? But even if that was the case, which is the least favorable interpretation of poll results, that would imply 72% of New York Jews are looking at Zohran Mamdani and thinking he's a major threat. Okay? Whereas, if you look at the actual polls of New York Jews, it shows that 34% of New York Jews sympathize with the Palestinians over the Israelis. And I think it's 60+% or 60% of New York Jews sympathize with the Israelis over the Palestinians. Now, those numbers are fucking dog shit and they're not great. Okay? This doesn't mean this is not a good number. This is not a good number for the Jewish New Yorkers. Let's be real. But that has shown me that plenty of Jewish New Yorkers are making a calculation that they are on board with Zoran, even if they like Israel. Especially when looking at the performance in the primaries for Zoran Mamdani. Okay, I think people really underestimate how powerful Hasidic Jews are in New York City, especially when it comes to political power and voting. Yeah, but even the Hasidic communities in New York are overwhelmingly conservative, but there are still Hasidic Jews that are also on board with Zoran, because Zoran has done like Yiddish campaign signs. He's gone to like the Satmar community. The Satmar community recently fucking came out and said, we're not going to endorse Andrew Cuomo. Like, it doesn't matter. Is it okay to be white and a viewer? Absolutely not. Yes, chatter. It's okay to be a white viewer. This community is majority white. Democrats bad, Republicans bad. Does not matter who you vote for. We need to be socialists or communists. Okay, saying that is just like pissing into the wind. Okay, please stop. Brother, Zoran is going to clear. I don't know why anyone would think Cuomo stands a chance. You cannot. You should be campaigning in the last week or so as though you are down 5 points, not up 20. Okay? Yeah, the extent of which the Satmar no ball and conservative and reform leaders do not is simply remarkable. Satmar Achronim leadership not endorsing Cuomo in the race for mayor. In an open letter to their followers, the leaders highlight Mamdani's gestures in outreach and prospects of him becoming mayor. It is clear that we must not fight against him. We must not wage war with him. See? Listen, brother. You don't sit on the throne of BNH. I don't want to come across as insensitive. I think it's Satmar that owns BNH, right? My goats. You don't sit on top of the throne of BNH, the domineering force of electronic brick and mortar retail, without knowing fucking ball. Okay? The B&H empire speaks out. I do think that a lot of the outreach that Zoran did, like the Yiddish campaigning and all this stuff, played a big role in this. Straight up. Obviously, the conservative Hasidic communities, and not just socially conservative, because all the Hasidic communities are socially conservative, but the more conservative, like super pro-Israel, MAGA voter block of Hasidim are not. They were never going to be on board with Zoran. So the fact that like there is any Orthodox Jewish communities in New York that are like not openly antagonistic towards them is pretty remarkable. Anyway, the likely voter count for the Quinnipiac poll was only 911. I mean, that's a decent sample size. It's not. It's just about, guys, remember the sample size is over 500 is going to be a decent sample size, okay? It's about the weight adjustment. Like, did they go to the appropriate demographics? Yeah, the official notice from Satmar is no endorsement, but a condemnation of the smear campaign against Zoran. Official statement from the Satmar Political Committee. After much deliberation, we have decided not to endorse any candidate. However, we feel compelled to distance ourselves from the irresponsible scare campaign and incitement against Zoran Mamdani. I think this is part because of the outreach that Zoran did directly to the Hasidic communities, and also partially because of the fact that they know ball and they are weighing their options and they are seeing that Zoran is likely going to win, so they don't want to like ruffle any feathers as well. Twitter boss staying busy right now. Yeah, I know. It's fucking insane. My whole family lives in New York City. I live in New York City and I'm def leaving. If Mamdani wins, I'm leaving New York. I think the patches are wrong, but you know, it is what it is. I guess maybe not. The patches probably aren't wrong when you think about it. Because sometimes they work they work in the exact same way. No, many of you will say, oh, it has to be IDF, but no. I think it's interchangeable. Hasids and Orthodox are widely non-Zionist, right? Fuck no. No, the majority of Orthodox communities are not anti-Zionist. And not all Satmar are anti-Israel, but a good amount are. Exactly. Satmar is one of the sects on the Orthodox side that is definitely more anti-Zionist than like the other Hasidic communities. Neterai Karta is all anti-Zionist. Whereas a lot of the other Orthodox sects are very pro-Israel. Like I would say majority of the Orthodox community in New York especially is very conservative. They're all socially conservative, obviously, but they're also very conservative in the way that they vote. Like they make up a big chunk of the straight ticket Republican voters in New York. The most religious Jews and the least religious Jews are most likely to hate Israel, like me, Lamau. I would say that the broad majority of secular Jews are pro-Israel still. You're talking about the most like agnostic atheist Jews that don't necessarily give a shit. Because like Zionism, I feel like has become a like civic nationalist religion for a lot of Jews that are not necessarily very religious, but like still like they don't even keep kosher or whatever, but they still, you know, they still have a sense of community and a sense of like shared purpose that they find by defending Israel. Yeah. Majority of secular Jews are definitely not anti-Israel. Be real. Wait, what? You are way too charitable. I never said that. I said the majority of secular Jews are not anti-Israel. The majority of secular Jews are pro-Israel. Obviously, it's different when you look at when you divide by generation. I would say that the next generation of secular Jews are not pro-Israel, but the older generation of secular Jews are certainly pro-Israel. I know you do not read positive messages as such, but just wanted to let you know that even normies like me know that you're a good person. Keep up the good work. Sending Kai love as well. Thank you, chatter. I'm a secular Jew, but like all my secularly Jewish friends are one step away from calling me an anti-Semite because I'm an anti-Zionist now. Is there proof of that? Yes. There are polls. There are polls on this stuff. It's hard to get a decent understanding of it because the definition of Zionism has been purposely kept vague, right? Like, and that's why there are silly polls like 85% of Jews say Israel is important to them, you know, is important in their life. Like, okay, that's what the definition of Zionism is? That's ridiculous. Anyway, Zohran Mamdani sat down with a popular Yiddish magazine, Der Moment, for an exclusive interview on topics important to Jewish voters. Is it possible to read online? No. Bro, I genuinely cannot understand why other leftists have smoke for you or how you're perceived as not socialist/communist enough. It's okay. It's okay. They will. This comes with the territory. It is what it is. You have to be understanding of people. Okay. It is what it is. Not every single person there is a clout shark. Okay. Some are. Some also have different ideological tendencies. But ultimately, most people don't understand this medium that I exist in. No, most people don't understand what this medium has, like in terms of invoking some of the most passionate haters and what kind of sophisticated smear campaigns that they run that a lot of people often get duped by. It is what it is. Only thing you can do is just keep pushing, keep pressing. I understand. I always think about the average person, right? That doesn't have time to keep up with this shit. That doesn't even have time to keep up with like politics. They're just worried about their own bread. They're worried about making ends meet. And if they're inundated with like all of this, fuck us on content, of course they're going to fucking see me as a villain. I think people do a very successful job of presenting me as like a truly repulsive, evil figure. And given the medium that I exist in, there is plenty of opportunity to do that. Having said that, you have to keep pressing, you have to keep pushing, and you have to hope that one day people will come in open-minded when I'm, speaking on an issue that they care about and realize that they might have been duped. That is what I've always done, and that is what I will always continue to do. Because I'm a very stubborn person. There are plenty of people that have probably come in here because of that. When they're like, man, everyone keeps saying this guy's a fucking despicable and awful person. Let me go take a look for myself. And they go, okay, this wasn't real. This wasn't real at all. That's the best you can hope for. Mamdani's leading the mayoral race with 43% compared to Cuomo's 33%. Inslee was 14% per new Quinnipiac poll. Compared to the last Quinnipiac poll, Mamdani's lost 3% while support for Cuomo and Sliwa has stayed effectively flat. Notably, the number of undecided voters has increased. Mamdani winning Staten Island by 6 and Brooklyn by only 1. Lamau, what is this poll? I mean, that's pretty crazy. What pisses me off is when leftists go on about a leftist pipeline that in the same breath shit on Hasanabi makes no sense. You can't have a pipeline without having various styles and beliefs. I know. Again, it's all right. It is what it is. Okay? It is what it is. Can't wait for you to be irrelevant. I think your life's mission will be done at that point if that were to take place. And what would you do then? A question I ask all my haters is, what happens if I go away? What will you do with your life at that point? Like, I'm out here feeding fucking families of haters. You have placed this level of importance upon me. You have the capacity to no longer feel that way. You can just shift your priorities to something that you consider is more consequential, more significant. What will you do? Yusuf Manayar has also noticed the same thing that I've noticed. The big uptick in Islamophobic messaging from the pro-Israel right in this moment is particularly interesting. They are absolutely petrified about softening support for Israel in right-wing Christian spaces. Their answer to this is not a pro-Israel narrative, precisely because of how toxic Israel and AIPAC are becoming, including on the right. Instead, they focus on Islamophobic narrative to try to keep the Christian right and the Zionist allied against a common enemy. This is new in right-wing spaces where previously there was not a lot of Christian skepticism over Israel, but 2 years of butchering children in Gaza seems to have changed that. Previously, in communicating to the right, Zionists used to be able to say, here's why you should love Israel. Now they just focus on, here's why you should hate Muslims. The failure to find an alternative message on both the left and the right in American politics is a sign of just how much has shifted. It's kind of hilarious because I was told about you as some kind of joke of a Muslim, but not going to lie, you kind of made me more comfortable in my faith than any other religious person out there, lol. Yeah, because I don't give a shit. I'm chill as hell when it comes to whatever people want to believe. And if a specific religious group is under attack, whether it be Jews or whether it be Muslims or there be even Christians, even though we do live in a predominantly WASP-dominated nation, so that doesn't really come up as much, I will protect those people. I abhor fundamentalism, but as far as people staying true to their faith, it's ridiculous to attack people over that. Anyway. Hassan, when I'm in your stream, you're the chillest dude. And when you on Jason's stream, as I am a Jason viewer, you bring your well-groomed dog everywhere and you're so chill and nonchalant, but TikTok makes you look crazy. Yeah, it is what it is. I think my job here is to show that juxtaposition, to show how wrong that is when people do tune in. And if they catch me in a fucking bad moment when I'm like screaming, I think that doesn't help. But yeah, clip culture is poison. And it's ironic because I think like even the Phase Boys are currently going through the motions of clip culture because swaths of fandom can completely dominate. Swaths of fandom can completely dominate discourse. They can just like make it seem as though people are shitting on one another when they're not, right? And because a lot of people are susceptible to their audience's opinions, they feel like they have to respond in the way that their audiences would like it. It's ironic because a lot of people say I'm audience captured, and yet I yell at my audience all the time, like non-fucking stop, which is hilarious because then those clips go viral and they say Hassan yells at his audience all the time. I've never been audience captured. I always yell at my fucking audience. I always whip them into shape. And that's precisely the reason why no one is in here giving me grief about collabing with FaZe or whoever the fuck I collab with. Because if they were to do that, I would tell them to shut the fuck up. You know? Dare them to watch during a platinum segment? I know. What about addressing the community concerns for marginalized people? Well, that's a little bit different, right? Being audience captured is one thing. Deciding to make sure that we do a little bit of cleanup in the opposite direction is another. Just because I'm not going to immediately cut aside like understandable concerns that people have in this community doesn't mean I'm always going to fucking baby them. That's not me babying them at all. It's important to also take accountability, you know?
On Tuesday, he focused again on a key issue of his campaign, affordability.
For many New Yorkers, especially those, the 1 in 4 that are living in poverty, this status quo is untenable. What we can't afford is allowing this to continue.
Voter enthusiasm in the race remains high. More than 297,000 New Yorkers cast their ballots in the first 4 days of early voting, and it shows no sign.
Mate, stop finding excuses for yourself is pathetic. You really do great stuff. It's okay to self-reflect when you find yourself under the banner of pushing the needle. Find yourself defending baby killers under the banner of pushing the needle. See, this is what I mean. This is a great example of not being audience captured. Because whenever someone comes in here and present something that I'm not doing because they misunderstood my point, I just tell them to shut the fuck up. That's it.
Signs of abating. Republican Curtis Lewa, consistently trailing third in the polls, said the turnout in the race so far is a good thing.
This is a candidacy that represents people, whether they vote for me or not. I say again and again, it's the people who will pick the next mayor. I trust the people to vote.
And as an indication of just how enthusiastic voters have been, a Board of Elections map showed that 2 polling locations had wait times between 20 to 50 minutes, and another 3 polling locations had wait times of more than 50 minutes.
It's crazy.
Reporting live from Brooklyn Heights, Christina Fan, CBS News,
That's
New York.
crazy.
Christina, thank you.
So early voting is in full swing as New York City is set to elect its next mayor, and new data shows a record number of people, more than 200,000, casting their ballots so far.
Democrat Zoran Mamdani still seen as the front runner despite lukewarm support.
God damn, CNN still got some
From
fucking
some in
dog
his
shit
own
audio.
party.
How is that
We have
possible?
CNN chief data analyst Harry Enton with us now. All right, Harry, put the turnout into context for us historically.
Yeah, I'll note a historic little anecdote, which was my mother voted early. If my mother's voting early, you can vote early too here in New York City. But let's take a look here at the numbers, what we're looking at so far. You know, in 2025,
Holy
we're looking
Toledo.
at, look at this, already north of 220,000. The entire 2021 campaign only had 170,000 people turn out early, and we're only 3 days into this thing. I think we might be looking at the highest turnout in a New York City mayoral election since at least 2001, which of course was a close affair between Mark Green, the Democrat, and the Republican Mike Bloomberg. And you might have to go all the way back to 1993, when of course David Dinkins, the incumbent mayor, was defeated by Rudy Giuliani, the Republican.
Harry, who do you imagine is benefiting from this high early turnout?
1993.
Oh, Boris, that is the question, isn't it? And if I was a magical person, I could tell you for sure which
You are a
candidate
magical
it was.
person.
I am a magical person, but not in that way. I'm a magical person in the way that I'm able to look at the camera, and a magical person insofar as my personality is absolutely fantastic. But actually telling you who it's necessarily benefiting, I'm not quite sure I can do that for you. I think there's good signs for both the candidates. Why don't we start off with a good sign for Mamdani? All right, New York City general election early voter turnout. The top increase in the boroughs versus 2021 is Brooklyn. That is where we expect and where the polling really does suggest that Mamdani is going to do quite well. He did quite well during the primary there. That is also obviously where there are a lot of folks who might agree with Mamdani's further left politics than Andrew Cuomo might necessarily have. So Brooklyn being high in the turnout, that's good for Zoran Mamdani. Now, if you're looking for a good sign for Andrew Cuomo, why don't you look at the turnout by age group? All right, this is 2025 New York City, and the largest early voting age group. In the primary, it was younger voters, those aged 30 to 30.
I'm witnessing more and more people are just obsessed with Zoran like an attractive celebrity. They are willingly ignoring his backtracking on progressive positions like Palestine liberation. Only time will tell. Only time will tell. Only time will tell. Okay? That's it. That's all. Don't worry about it. If you're out, you're out. Okay? If you're out, you're out. That's all I got to say. Because I don't think he is backtracked. I think he's tried to re-triangulate his message, and at times he's actually stepped on landmines for no reason. But I do find it pretty crazy that people are looking at his candidacy as he is under an unimaginable amount, a metric ton of Islamophobic hatred that they are trying to repackage as like a anti-Semitic, like a wave of anti-Semitism, as they tried to like hit Zoran on this issue because he's Muslim, and then make it seem as though this is what the voters are actually fearful of, and present that as like an Israel issue. People on the left sometimes find themselves thinking, no, there is a reason for it. There's a reason for it, and that's because he's betraying his anti-Zionist roots or something.
That was the top group in terms of turnout in the early vote. Now look at this side of the screen. Look at what we have here in the general election so far.
I hate the fucking Dem voter base. The candidates always need to be the absolute best. And check off every single box is so fucking annoying. That's not even true. I think the Democratic voter base is a lot more forgiving of blemishes on people's track records nowadays than ever before, especially if they present a left flank position. Whereas the arguments that we're having currently is amongst the left, people to the left of Zohran Mamdani. And I would go so far as to say that the only the Dem base do not have these kinds of considerations for white people. It is very clear. Okay, they do not have these kinds of considerations for white people. The only reason why this is even a point of concern or a point of contention is because Zohran is brown. Okay, not that it matters. You have to work. You have to work on it. You have to do your very best to present your policies in spite of everything else. And Zohran Mamdani knows that. But that's it. This is something that I have talked about quite a bit. You have a much tougher go at it if you're not a white dude. That's it. That doesn't mean it's unwinnable. It just means it's harder for you. You have to be extra careful. You can't have any deal breakers, right? Zohran doesn't have any deal breakers. And yet, regardless of that, his background is the only weapon that the right forces can currently wield against him. And they're doing so. That's what they're doing.
It's actually early voters who are making up the larger share of the early vote so far. 65 to 69 is the largest group. That, of course, is a group that Andrew Cuomo is expected to do very well amongst. He's expected to do poor among younger voters. So the fact that older voters are turning out to vote so far, that is a good sign for Andrew Cuomo. I won't tell you, though, which age bracket my mother belongs to, because I'm very young. She could be very young, too.
Yeah, very young. Magically.
Yeah, here. So Michael Lang had an assessment. Zohran Mamdani will win the general election, but winning is not enough. He needs a majority, 50+% of the vote. A symbolic statement of broad support spanning all of New York City's 350 neighborhoods. Here is Mamdani's path to a mandate. Get it? Mandate. Because Mamdani. Okay, sorry. Let's move on. I present to you the Commie Corridor Senior, the Commie Corridor Junior, Open Doors, the Capitalist Corridor, No King's Marchers, MSNBC Viewers, the Black Belt, the Anti-Commie Corridor, the Forgotten People, Archie Bunker's Descendants, and Swing States. Okay? These are all of the New York City's 365 neighborhoods sorted into 11 categories. The Commie Corridor Senior, the young leftist base that has reshaped New York City politics over the past decade. The Commie Corridor Junior, the next era of socialist electoral expansion. Open Doors, working class South Asian and Muslim communities, where Mamdani's opened the doors for the left. The Capitalist Corridor, the wealthiest blocks of Manhattan. The No King's Marchers, the progressive middle-aged and older voters in brownstone neighborhoods that broke overwhelmingly for Lander and Mamdani. The MSNBC Viewers, liberals who split their votes between Mamdani and Cuomo and Lander in the primary. The Black Belt, the most staunchly pro-Democrat neighborhoods in the United States of America. The Anti-Commie Corridor, heavily Republican communities with large ancestral Eastern European populations, Orthodox, Sephardic, Hasidic, Russian, and Ukrainian. The Forgotten People, lower income black and Hispanic precincts where the Democratic Party is losing support. The Swing States, neighborhoods where the margin was close between Andrew Cuomo and Zohran Mamdani in the Democratic primary and Kamala Harris and Donald Trump in the presidential election. And Archie Bunker's Descendants, the dwindling pro-Trump white ethnics that once anchored New York City's electorate. Okay? That's a very funny, in my opinion, is a very funny way to dive into this. The Commie Corridor, the young leftist base, went for Harris by 83, Trump by 17% in the general. And the 2025 primary went for Mamdani by 66%, Cuomo for 14%, and Lander for 12%. Since the Democratic primary, the Commie Corridor, which, by the way, is Astoria, Long Island City, Greenpoint, Williamsburg, Fort Greene, Bushwick, and Bed-Stuy. Since the Dem primary, the Commie Corridor, the phrase I coined to describe Mamdani's left-leaning and youthful base, has taken a life of his own. Headlining a New York Times op-ed featuring a primetime CNN segment, receiving a citation in the New Yorker, and even a Wikipedia blurb. On June 24th, this ideological cohort, stretching from Astoria to Sunset Park, powered the Democratic Socialist Mamdani to victory with a record turnout and resounding margins. But can the new shorthand for the urban left keep up this raucous energy in November? After all, the youth are notoriously fickle, at least according to their baby boomer parents. Young people thus far have made up a smaller percentage of the electorate than in the Democratic primary, according to the data released by the Board of Elections, leaving some to question whether the Mamdani mania has worn off. I don't think so. Okay. I think there is no indication that it has worn off. That's not how these things work. If anything, there is even more momentum in the general. Okay. That's number one. Number two, Michael from Pennsylvania actually had a good assessment on this, and it's actually becoming clearer and clearer that he was right about this. He said that early voting usually tends to favor, in the first couple of days, the older demographic of voters, and then throughout the early voting, according to previous patterns, it starts moving in the direction of younger voters. Okay? And it seems he was right about this because younger voters are now increasing their turnout in the last couple of days. Obviously, there's still time. We shall see. In a bitterly contested and higher turnout general election, the commie corridor will have less influence than a closed Democratic primary. Mamdani did an excellent job of maximizing his base, but how many more untapped voters are there left? The electorate estimation is 14 to 18%. Zoran needs to win almost 80% of the vote. 75% is pretty good too. What type of early voting has occurred so far? Aren't younger people more likely to go in person? I'm 21 and I went in person to vote last year. Mike was panicking today on stream that you mentioned him and you'll get him arrested, and now you're mentioning him again. Yeah. If I'm going to prison, that motherfucker's going to prison too, okay? Sorry. Sucks to suck. Sucks to suck, Michael. Commie Corridor Jr., the next era of progressive and socialist electoral expansion is Bay Ridge, East Village, Hamilton Heights, Harlem, Hell's Kitchen, Kensington, Lower East Side. Harris by 79%, Trump by 21%. What happened in the general? In the 2025 primary, Mamdani got 52%, Cuomo got 28%, and Lander got 11%. Nonetheless, Mamdani's dominance in June was not confined to the neighborhoods where the socialist left had already established an electoral foothold. In expanding the political map, Mamdani broadened the left's horizons, coalescing previously unrealized gains, creating a new electorate with a mass politics campaign, and providing a winning template for future candidates of his mold. For youth and leftism is not confined to the shores of Long Island City and Greenpoint. Zoran needs to win 2/3 of the vote here. Throughout the hip and happening blocks of the East Village, Alphabet City, and the Lower East Side, Mamdani routinely eclipsed 80% of the vote. Across bustling Hell's Kitchen and gentrifying Hamilton Heights, the charismatic insurgent seldom lost a precinct. Ditto for Central Harlem, historically the black political capital of the world, where Mamdani trounced Cuomo by more than 20%. In Bay Ridge, a diversified middle-class community at the end of the R train, Cuomo won 5 precincts. Mamdani won the other 35. None of these neighborhoods, where the Democratic Socialists won handily, have any DSA elected officials. The South Asian and Muslim communities, obviously Mamdani did a pretty decent job. This is where the unks and aunties come into play. 55% is pretty good because remember, regardless of the South Asian and Muslim communities where Zoran is supposed to do fairly well because he is representative, even this breakdown shows you that there are plenty of unks and aunties that have reactionary perspectives. That's precisely the reason why Harris, who also came from this background as well, still did relatively poorly as opposed to all these other places, right? Harris got 61%, Trump got 39%. Mamdani got 55%, Cuomo got 36%. Mamdani's victory was not solely a triumph of the commie corridor, but underrepresented and often overlooked New Yorkers, Muslims, South Asians, rent-stabilized tenants. Now they are fulcrum of the biggest political story in the country, with cable news pundits and national magazines have been forced to learn the plight of South Richmond Hill, Jamaica, and Westchester Square. A new story bringing visibility to the lives of those often too ignored, written before our eyes. 1 year ago, these working class communities were the epicenter of the Democratic Party's failure, lost to the couch, a writing ballot, or Donald Trump himself. In the wake of Trump's victory, Mamdani's breakout moment as a candidate for mayor came from talking to the voters on Hillside Avenue in Queens, a Bangladeshi corridor that saw one of the nation's most pronounced shifts to the right. This was the start of an unprecedented level of outreach to South Asian and Muslim voters. This is where representation also plays a big role here. Okay? When people say, imagine being a Muslim and voting for Cuomo despite what he constantly says about them, you have to understand, you have to unlock a part of your brain that causes you to have a hemorrhage. Okay? If you want to understand the mindset of the median voter, you have to literally bludgeon yourself with a frying pan over and over again until you have lost object permanence. I cannot stress this enough. Okay? If you think these unks and aunties are tuned in to this election and literally hearing everything that Andrew Cuomo is saying about them, about Muslims in general, or even internalizing what Andrew Cuomo is saying or what Donald Trump was saying, for example, you're wrong. Most voters are vibes-based voters. Okay? Remember, Latinos, Latino men in particular, specifically, voted for Trump. Okay? Why did they do this? Why did they do this? Well, for a million different reasons. I've obviously relitigated this over and over again. I'm not going to get into it, but that should show you, okay? Most voters are basically barely existing on the barely existing, okay? They're barely surviving off of fucking paint chips that they eat every single day. That's how you have to think about it. Most people are oblivious. That's why canvassing until the very last moment matters. Why does it matter? Because a lot more people than you think are tuning into this race. You are, this community, the worst place to understand the mindset of the average voter. Why do I say this? Because this community was aware of Zoran when he was polling at fucking 5%. I interviewed Zoran when he was at 5%, chat, in a crowded primary field with 16 other candidates. Do you think the average voter had heard of Zoran Mamdani? Even the average progressive voter had not heard of Zoran Mamdani at that point. Many of you encountered Zoran Mamdani for the first time at that fucking, in that exciting one-on-one media opportunity. We are not normal. We are not normal. We are abnormal, okay? We are fucking abnormal. You have to remember that. At any moment, if you think the average voter is even remotely as tuned into whatever the fuck's going on in any number of different races all around the country as you are, or as we are in this community, you are wrong. You will find yourself in the throes of delusion, okay? This is also the reason why I always say you got to dial it back when you're talking about certain issues, when you're talking about certain things, or when you disparage candidates immediately if they like marginally change their position in the direction of like the median voter somehow. Okay? Yeah, there are multiple canvassers of Zoran saying they still barely knew who he was, and they're just tuning into all this now. Of course. Of course. Even when you have 100,000 door knockers, like Zoran does, 50,000 in the primary, which was an impressive number, 100,000 in the general, which is unimaginable, right? For a mayoral race, there are still going to be plenty of people who are oblivious. Okay? That's it. Still remember when he was sub 10% of my group in Grand Army Plaza were Chapo Trap House fans, Gramlow fans, and Hasanabi heads. Yep. Once I'm done with this video, I'm going to get into the mindset of a median voter so you understand.
Young, even. Right? So, see what I did there? Okay, Mamdani, though, he's still the favorite?
Yeah, I think so. You know, you can see it in the prediction markets right here at this particular point. What do we see? The top chances to win New York City mayor, according to the Cal.
I cannot tell you how much I despise the fact that CNN and all these other outlets unironically refer to the prediction betting markets, which are incredibly susceptible to market intervention by I can't believe it. This doesn't show anything, please.
Your prediction market odds. Look, Mamdani has an 86% chance. Andrew Cuomo comes in at 14%. I will say Cuomo's up a little bit from where he was yesterday, but the bottom line at this particular point is Zoran Mamdani is driving the subway car. He's driving the bus. He's not driving the car because, of course, most people in New York City actually commute via mass transit or by walking. They don't drive their cars. So at this particular point, Mamdani is the favorite. Andrew Cuomo's got a shot, perhaps a little bit up from where he was just a few days ago. But at this point, Zoran Mamdani is in the driver's seat, guys.
A magical and...
We're now just one.
Okay. Further consolidation could help close the gap between Mamdani and Cuomo, says Steve Kornacki, who has been relatively disappointing thus far. Zoran was on TMR this morning. Where? When was he on the Majority Report? There he is. Interview with Zoran Mamdani. We'll take a look at this in a little bit. There was a tweet sourcing Atrioc as a source for how Gen Z feels about politics. Lamont per Atrioc was crazy to read. I thought that was wrong. I thought they meant Axios. I think they falsely attributed an Axios report to Atrioc. Anyway, where was I? Oh, let's look at the mindset of the fucking median voter now that we covered some of the patterns in New York. We compiled profiles of American voters and asked people who they think each voted for in the 2024 election. What do you think James voted for? Okay. And yeah, the American Survey Center from the American Enterprise Institute. How did Americans vote for in 2024? A lot of you say, I don't game, and you're wrong. Show personal views. Favors allowing gay and lesbian couples to marry legally. Opposes government offering parents vouchers to send their children to private or religious schools or to a public charter school of their choice. Thinks abortion should be illegal in most cases. Okay? Who do you think he voted for? Who do you think James voted for? I'm going to say Donald Trump. He's not my favorite person, and I don't believe he's even a great choice for a presidential candidate, but he was significantly better than Kamala Harris. I could never vote for someone who believes in killing unborn babies. Samantha, black female, age 30, favors the government offering parents vouchers to send their children. I mean, this is Kamala Harris. Thinks too many people are easily offended these days because of the language others use. I voted for Kamala Harris because of her economic policies and plans to support working voters. Yeah. Sarah, AAPI, female, favors making it more difficult to access pornography on the internet. Oop. Favors tougher laws and regulations to protect the environment, even if it raises prices or costs and jobs. Thinks abortion, Kamala Harris. Oh, did not vote. Damn. Wrong. Joe, Hispanic male, 33, opposes allowing gay and lesbian couples to marry legally. Favors making use of marijuana legal. Opposes deporting all immigrants who are living in the U.S. illegally back to their home country. I think I would have said Joe, Hispanic male. Wait, what? Opposes allowing gay and... Wait, what? Opposes allowing gay and lesbian couples to marry legally. Favors making the use of marijuana legal. Opposes deporting all immigrants who are living in the U.S. illegally back to their home country. That's not Kamala Harris. That's a did not vote, right? I mean, demographic-wise, this is a lock for Donald Trump. But then this is Donald Trump's signature policy. So I'm going to go with Donald Trump. Yep, he's not a politician, but a good businessman. Come on. Come on. Come on. Chatters, have you forgotten?
Will make America great.
Did we forget? Lest you forget. That's right. That's right. These are my Hispanics over there. They love me. They say, yo voy a votar por Donald Trump. And I love it. I love it. You already know what it is. Anyway, let's keep going. Monica, black female, 43, opposes tougher laws and regulations to protect the environment, even if it raises prices or costs jobs. Thinks abortion should be legal in most cases, Kamala Harris. Thinks the government today cannot afford to do much to help the needy. Yeah. She was working for the middle class America. She's not rich, and she set out to protect people like me to help build a better future for families. When people are bigots, their bigotry wins over any other social or economic beliefs they have. Wrong. Here's why that's wrong. Are you ready for this? Bigotry is a very important tool in the tool belt of the reactionary, but it's only an important tool in the tool belt of the reactionary if the opposition, in this case, the Democratic Party, is not actually pushing for a comprehensive and, dare I say, radical agenda for economic prosperity. Okay? That's it. Because even a racist person is like, well, I need housing. You know, even a racist person thinks, well, I need health care. If one side was just saying, we're going to give everybody housing, we're going to give everybody health care. It doesn't matter if you're a racist, doesn't matter if you're a black person, doesn't matter if you're a trans person. Okay? That's how you could captivate. That's how you could captivate the largest group of voters. Okay? That's it. That's it. People, in many circumstances, turned around and voted for Trump because, you know, they had racist predispositions, but Donald Trump used the economic situation to his advantage to farm the malleable racist masses to think that it was the undocumented Guatemalan that was responsible for the economic hardships that they were experiencing. Okay? That is the major responsibility. That is the major responsibility of the Democratic Party, the major failure of the Democratic Party. Demi Charm says, no, voters don't want black people to get anything, so they vote against free programs. This is not wrong. You are not wrong at all. You are absolutely correct. Lee Atwater agrees with you. Okay? The difference is, however, the solution, rather, to this argument is universality. Okay? Means-tested policies that the Democrats present oftentimes end up disproportionately targeting black people, and that's how you get the dumb fuck hicks who hate black people to say, oh, well, if they cut welfare, they're hurting black people, so I'll vote for that. But if this wasn't means-tested, if this was a universal program, then they would go, you know, I hate black people, but also I kind of want a house, you know? So that's it. Means-tested programs create enmity for no reason. Okay? That's it. That's why you got to say, no, everybody gets health care, even racist people. Okay? There's a saying in the South that I'm fond of: a white man will shit his pants if he thinks a black man will have to smell it. Fair, but you can overcome that, is my point. Anyway, continue to perpetuate hate and include your racist asses in the downturn. You suck. Wait, what? I think a lot of people fail to consider this is not like a one-stop perfect solution. Like, racism is still going to exist. You can clearly point to like rich people whose material problems have been solved, and yet they still want to be fucking racist, right? But the goal here is to make it so that the underlying material harms that create volatility, that create instability, that create enmity are solved. So it's much harder for people to become the well-read and financially successful racists. That is the goal, okay? Because ultimately, white supremacy is a tool of the capitalists. And the weapon that they wield towards victims of white supremacy is still class warfare, okay? Is there such a thing as well-read racists? Yes, of course. Like wealthy, well-read people can be objectively racist. I mean, look at J.D. Vance. He went to like some of the top institutions in the country. Look at Ben Shapiro. Look at Tucker Carlson. There are a lot of people like that. Anyway, Michael is 24-year-old black male, opposes allowing gay and lesbian couples to marry, opposes tougher laws and regulations to protect the environment, even if it raises prices or cost jobs, thinks too many people are easily offended. Oh, this is Donald Trump voter. I'm black and it don't matter anyway. They do what they want. When it comes to my race in America, we have no choice. God damn, I thought this would be, I was wrong. Anna, white female, 26, Trump. Actually, I don't know. We'll see. Favors making it more difficult to access pornography on the internet. Favors tougher laws and regulation to protect the environment, even if it raises prices or cost jobs. Thinks too many people are easily offended these days over the language that others use. Donald Trump. I voted for him because I didn't think Kamala should have been included in the race. She wasn't in it from the beginning. She was thrown in the last minute when Biden decided to step down. She wasn't the people's choice from the start. Sam, white male, 34, favors allowing gay and lesbian couples to marry legally. Thinks abortion should be legal in most cases. Thinks too many people are easily offended these days. Kamala Harris. I did not like either candidate, but Trump was a huge concern for me and my beliefs so far during his second term. The worries I had about him have been correct. Andrew, white male, 38, favors making the use of marijuana legal. Thinks abortion should be legal in most cases. Thinks too many people are easily offended these days over the language that others use. Donald Trump. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, why did these two people come up side by side? There's a little bit metagaming here, okay? But I knew I knew just off vibes alone that Sam was a ultra lib and Andrew, on the other hand, was right wing. Now, this is randomized, but how did I clock it? The order is random. I know. I just luckily had these two people with the same exact opinions, one voting for Kamala Harris, one voting for Donald Trump. The thing is, this not only speaks to the mindset of the median voter, but this also speaks to the lack of issue-specific messaging on both sides of the fucking aisle, especially on the Democratic Party side. Do you understand? That is the reason why someone can be like, I want legal marijuana and I think Trump will do it. Or I want abortion should be legal in most cases and I don't think Trump is anti-abortion. Yeah, we taught this chimpanzee to understand the median voter's politics and he hanged himself. Daniel, black male, 31, favors making it more difficult to access pornography on the internet. Favors deporting all immigrants who are living in... By the way, this one sucks because this doesn't mean anything. As a matter of fact, many of these don't mean anything, especially because the reflection or the weight that people place on these opinions is wrong. And also, the assessment that they're making on which candidate favors these policy provisions over the next is also wrong. That's why it's fucking meaningless. Do you understand? And Daniel is lying about porn. Favors deporting all immigrants who are living in the U.S. illegally back to their home country. Thinks abortion should be legal in most cases. Donald Trump. The economy and immigration were my reasons for voting for Donald Trump. Easy. John, white male, 30, opposes making it more difficult to access pornography on the internet. Favors allowing gay and lesbian couples to marry legally. Favors deporting all immigrants who are living in the U.S. illegally back to their home country. Thinks abortion should be illegal in most cases. That's Donald Trump voter. This is a crazy one because he's a gooner. He's a gooner who wants gay and lesbians to marry, but wants mass deportation and wants abortion to be illegal. Yeah. He's not a career politician. He's a successful businessman. The country should be run like a business. He's easy lock. Dumbest guy out there. I hate that argument. Jessica, white female, 32. Opposes deporting all immigrants who are living in the U.S. illegally back to their home country. Thinks abortion should be legal in most cases. Thinks the government should do more to help needy. Oh, Kamala Harris. I didn't have increasingly strong feelings about her as a candidate, but for me, the very real and dangerous cons of Donald Trump being president outweighed any other factor. Isabella, Hispanic, female, 33. Opposes allowing gay and lesbian couples to marry. So anti-gay and lesbian marriage. Favors mass deportation. Isabella, who is Hispanic herself. Thinks abortion should be legal in most cases. This is a tricky one. Demographically speaking, this could go either way, but weighs in Trump's favor to a certain degree. Okay. The abortion one is not a fucking goner for Trump, though. That's the point. Like, clearly, if I'm going to go crazy with it, I'm going to say did not vote. It was Trump. Most important reason is because immigrants coming to America getting all the help and others that have been here never got nothing. Antonio, Hispanic male, 45. Opposes the government offering parents vouchers to send their children to private or religious schools. Opposes deporting all immigrants living in the U.S. illegally. Thinks the government should do more to help. Oh, Kamala Harris. What? I voted Trump out of support for Israel in the Second Amendment? Antonio, what the heliante? Are you fucking... What? I'm done. I'm done. It's over. I'm done. Wrap it up. Wrap it up. Wrap it up. Is this Antonio Brown? Pump fake so hard, I'm literally in orbit. Okay? I'm on a spaceship. I'm on a motherfucking spaceship, dude. I'm actually out of orbit. I told you Antonio would brick you. Incredible country. Who fell for the Wemby pump fake? Brother, this is... I mean, he pumped it so fucking hard. Can you even call this a pump fake? This is like, you need to study this man's mind. You need to capture Antonio and just relinquish control to the medical community. Because I don't understand how you have these opinions and then go, well, guess what? Donald Trump is strong for Israel. I got CTE from his CTE-induced conditions. Sadie, white female, 25. Favors allowing gay and lesbian couples to marry legally. Favors tougher laws and regulations to protect the environment, even if it raises the price of cost of jobs. Thinks abortion should be legal in most cases. Kamala Harris, or did not vote. What? America needs a change for the better of our economy. I cannot afford to live. I'm tired of financially struggling no matter what we do. What the hell? Oh my God. Sophia, I'm done. That's 3 L's in a row. I'm fucking done. How is this possible? Sophia opposes allowing anti-gay marriage, opposes anti-mass deportation, thinks people need to be more careful about the language they use to avoid offending people. Okay, dude. I mean, this is ridiculous. It also has to be Kamala Harris, but it's a pump fake and it's actually going to be Donald Trump again, right? Or didn't vote. Yeah, there it is. I didn't believe either candidate was right for the job, and I didn't feel putting my name behind either one of them. God damn, dude. I got 5 wrong. You correctly guessed 11 out of 16. Yeah, no, this is real. This is real. This is real. Antonio is a USA pilled Latino. They want to assimilate. Like that doesn't hurt their people. Yeah. I want to tie this to the Vox article that came out about this pack that I've been meaning to talk about, the Welcome Pack, and how much they're pumping this shit. Eric Levitz wrote about it. The Democratic Party has spent the most of the past decade deciding to lose. Or so argues a new report from Welcome Pack, an organization that backs center-left candidates so as to build a big tent Democratic Party. Democrats literally looked to their electoral defeats over the last decade and said, we got to go back to the drawing board. Okay. And guess what they found? Lo and behold, this might come as a surprise to you, but it turns out what the Democrats hadn't done was be centrist enough. Okay. That's what it was, guys. Since Bill Clinton, we got to get more centrist. It turns out that was the problem with Kamala Harris. Now, the annoying part about this is that there are two truths and a lie hidden, because I read the outline of this report, okay? And at first I thought to myself, okay, there's some reasonable takes in here, like focusing on affordability. But it turns out the Democratic hucksters and tricksters were simply just saying, oh, focus on affordability, but also say, fuck trans people on the side. Come on, man. Because there's two problems here that they do not understand. Okay? There's two things that you are supposed to be constantly paying attention to if you are in either major party. There is the leading by example and messaging in a direction where you can swing the electorate back to your side. And then there is there's obviously the easy gimmies that you can get. Now, the easy gimmies that you can get are left populist economic positions that center around universality. Okay? That's how you bring the broadest base of support back to your side. The problem is these guys are not leaning heavily enough in that on that stuff, because this is, once again, a lot of consultant speak to tell Democrats what they have been doing already, which is, rest assured, when we say affordability, we mean like marginally advancing the cause of expanding the affordability of healthcare, right? Like nothing that is decipherable, nothing that is definable, nothing that is broad-based support for Medicare for all, for example. Okay? It is ironic that this welcome pack report basically says Kamala Harris actually fucking did a banger job and still lost. In general, macroeconomic management, while very important to incumbent party success, is just a legitimately pretty hard problem that lots of reasonable people end up disagreeing about. Much harder problem than figuring out whether unpopular stances on, e.g. crime, hurt electorally. If forced to choose between adopting economic policies that poll well and those most likely to actually work, Democrats should ignore the polls, says Simon Bazelon, the leading author of The Deciding to Win. Isn't there a tension between delivering the electorate's preferred outcomes and appealing to its policy instincts? For example, tariffs often polled well before Trump actually implemented them. Yet when his tariff raised prices, voters turned against them. So what should Democrats do when the imperatives of good governance and electoral expedience come into conflict? Basically, this report says having a left populist position on economics is like having broad-based support for left populist policies. And I can't believe they're using tariffs as an example here, because tariffs is the stupidest fucking example, right? Let's not use tariffs as an example. Let's use Medicare for all as an example, because this report is antagonistic to Medicare for all. Okay? Because Medicare for all is unfortunately a mover and shaker that would cause mass disruptions in the American economy, Democrats will never get on board with it because they're, one, terrified of what that would do in the interim while being implemented, and two, they're terrified of what their corporate donors would say and do. Okay? They are worried about the money faucet running out. Private healthcare in this country is a massive sector. It has ballooned our GDP, as you have seen over and over again. I've talked about it, right? It is an unnecessary middleman that literally does not need to exist at all. And at best, it should be a marginal factor, right? Heavily regulated if it exists at all. And yet, these guys don't want anybody to even broach that subject matter. And I always say to Democrats that will listen, that if you don't have an understandable, easily digestible, easily definable message on this issue that so many Americans are frustrated by, Medicare for all, or universal health care, whatever you want to call it, single payer, whatever, okay, you're going to lose. Democrats need to understand that this is both good politics and good policy, okay? It's good policy because it helps people. It's good governance because it dramatically restructures the healthcare system here in this country for the betterment of all Americans. It's good politics because it's something that Americans broadly want, okay? The eradication of medical debt, which is non-existent in many other comparable OECD nations, is a major burden lifted off the shoulders of the American working class. And it's also less costly to the Americans anyway. By and large, the overwhelming majority of Americans under a single payer program would pay far less in taxes as they currently do in insurance premiums. And yet, for some weird reason, everyone seems to turn a blind eye to this reality. Okay? Can you name a policy that's good but not... Can you name good policy that's not good politics? Sure. Let me think. What's an example of a good policy that's not good politics as it stands currently? Universal housing, gun control, significant gun control, universal housing, reparations. That's another good one. There are plenty of examples. There are plenty of examples of good policy that's not, for the time being, good politics. Okay? Safe injection sites. That's another good one. Right? No private schools. That's another good one. Expanded public transit is good politics and good policy. You're wrong about that. Yeah. This is how the New York Times described a conference hosted by the group who wrote the report. They self-identify as an anti-populist, anti-left. It's their whole deal. And it's extremely bad faith and insulting to everyone's intelligence to act like they are anything but this. At CPAC of the center, Democratic moderates beat up on the left. At a wonky gathering in Washington, centrist Democrats argued that they were the majority makers. The party needed to take control of Congress in 2026 and beyond. It does not suggest, here, Matt Iglesias, the essay argues that Democrats should, 1, pay less attention to their donors' demands from left-wing policy on climate and social issues, 2, raise tax on the rich to expand the welfare state, and the left populists hate it. This is Matt Iglesias and Adam Johnson duking it out over this report that came out. Okay? I don't know why these people don't understand that you can de-emphasize social issues without turning your back on social issues. You can run an economics-focused campaign without sacrificing social issues. It's just a matter of what you prioritize. Exactly. That is always my argument and will always be my argument. Your front-facing approach should be universal programs that seek to eliminate the harm that as many Americans as possible are experiencing. Because trans people are not magical, mystical beings that do not actually suffer under market conditions. Black people are not magical, mystical beings that don't have to care about the cost of rent increasing, right? And neither are racist white folk, okay? They're not. They need these problems solved too. So your front-facing approach should be solving these economic issues with universal programs. And then once you bring those people on under your umbrella, then you tell them, yeah, we're not compromising on this shit. Like, you want healthcare? Great. Trans people are going to get it too. You want healthcare? Great. Black people are going to get it too. Will there still be people that say, you know what? Fuck it. I don't want healthcare if it means black people are getting it. Of course there will be. There are a lot of stupid people out there. There are a lot of racist people out there, but that doesn't mean you don't need those people to win an election, is my point. As opposed to what the Democrats are doing right now, which is not running with universality as a first principle, not running with like broad sweeping reforms, radical changes that will restructure the American economy in the direction of solving some of the harm that Americans are broadly experiencing, regardless of their color, creed, background, ethnicity, religious identity, whatever, right? Bernie had a big issue with black people because he didn't do that. I don't know how many times we have to relitigate this, but Bernie Sanders on the vibes front had a hard time reaching black people, okay? He did. But the reality of the matter is it wasn't because he was refusing to push for policies. It was because he was getting an endless faucet from the Democrat turnout machine, an endless faucet of smears presenting the guy who literally did go out and get arrested during the civil rights struggle, okay, for black people not, I think it was about housing, right, during the civil rights movement. He didn't explain it well to the local communities. I don't think it was necessarily, I mean, it was definitely a fault ultimately of the campaign for sure. But I think we have to dramatically take a look at the ways in which the establishment media machine and the Democratic voter turnout machine actively said that Bernie Sanders was not trustworthy. The reality of the matter is that plays a big role. Don't do that, Hassan. That's a white take. He did that civil rights march 100 years ago. No, here's the problem. Okay? I'm not using that as the primary reason. Say Bernie Sanders is on board with the current existing black struggle in the United States of America. I'm saying that voters are very malleable, right? And voters are very malleable in the sense that, like, they can overlook establishment Democrat failures and then hyper scrutinize candidates, left flank candidates that are considered bad. Okay? That's what I'm saying. Like, because like Hillary Clinton, do we actually think Hillary Clinton is pro black people? Like, I don't think any of us in this community feel that way, right? And yet, black people certainly thought so. And there's got to be a reason for that. And I think that reason was because the media machine and the turnout machine actively suppressed the negative associations with Hillary Clinton and black people in her background. If they were to have turned the scrutiny machine in Hillary Clinton's direction, I think a lot of people would have probably focused on the economic solutions. This dude is his own biggest enemy. He communicates in such a way, an ass way is so easy to clip him. He's the most clippable man on this planet. Wait, what do you mean? I'm saying I don't think Hillary Clinton gave a fuck about black people. She didn't. She had a lot, and neither did Joe Biden, but there was already a lot of existing charitability from black voters for both of these candidates. They were known and recognizable establishment Democrat candidates. That's it. That's it. I wasn't using this as an example for, Bernie Sanders' phenomenal work as far as like, black liberation goes, and then how little black people cared about him and how dare they, how dare they attack him or whatever. I'm not doing that. I'm not saying that at all, because I think ultimately it still is dependent on the campaign. The campaign objectively failed in reaching a large number of especially older black voters, because Bernie was actually cleaning with younger black voters in all of the primaries. But when it came to the heart of the turnout machine for the Democrats, older black voting blocks, they went with overwhelming numbers to the establishment pick. We must take a cold, hard look at why that happened. Because as far as like vibes goes, yeah, Bernie's vibes probably remind a lot of older black folk of like a elderly white curmudgeon, and that he did not have enough charitability in these voting blocks. He just didn't. And I think a big part of the reason was electability. The electability argument is a very strong argument, because black voters, by and large, especially older black voters, that still have respect for the Democratic Party because they can remember a time when the Democrats actually ate up political and social capital in defense of black people's right to be able to vote or desegregation, right? They recognize that both parties are comprised of racists. It's the devil you know versus the devil you don't. That's the calculation in many circumstances. Okay? That's the calculation. It's not like black voters don't know that fucking Hillary Clinton or even Bill Clinton is not like, I mean, Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton were racist. They know that. They know that both parties have candidates that are genuinely, or at least to a certain degree, exhibiting white supremacist tendencies. It's more so about harm reduction narratives, which work. My boomer parents are like this, very risk-averse politically despite progressive beliefs. Yeah. I'm willing to bet there are even plenty of people across the board on the MSNBC watching constituency that probably like what Bernie Sanders was saying, but thought, Well, people don't want to vote for that. People are not progressive enough because that's all they saw on their television sets. You feel me? That's it. My people are not used to expecting good things. Yeah, there is that as well. That that nihilistic tendency that many voters already have. In any case, I can't believe we got here. We were talking about something else. Take this excerpt from the article, then compare it to the median voters in the game you just played. Does this jive? I think both Biden in 2020 and Harris in 2024 showed us that voters are evaluating candidates in large parts on their record over a period of several years, not just 3 months before the election. Yeah, that does make sense. Anyway, there are 3 different versions of make the rich people pay higher tax on the list of good popular policies. What's important is that this specific things candidates do and don't embrace, not what elite-focused factional label they put on it. Adam Johnson had a lot of choice words for this article when it first came out. He said, oh, wow, another billionaire-funded data guy who's come to the conclusion that the problem with the Dems is that they're too far left, which worked out well for his billionaire donors because it would have been super awkward for them if the data showed left populism was the answer. He directly tackles the people that were responsible for this report here by saying, this thread, somewhat cravenly even for this genre, blames nominal support for Medicare for all among Dems as damaging the Dem brand, which is objectively nuts, but expected when you're funded by a Walton Hare, a Murdoch Hare, guy who visited the Jeffrey Epstein Island, and Bain Capital executives. There's about 9,000 of these soul-searching astroturf projects right now, as I wrote about last month. Another one is Abundists. Okay? These guys love writing. These guys, These guys love writing about how the best possible thing to do for the Democratic Party is to stay the course on third-way neoliberalism, but simply restructure the way you're messaging third-way neoliberalism. Okay? That's it. And the way that Matt Iglesias and his contingency in the consultancy class has realized the way that they can tackle the third-way neoliberalism issue, which dictates that you don't actually offer people radical changes at a time when they're very clearly demanding it. What's more radical than Donald Trump? Like, they were so stupid enough to believe that Donald Trump would actually present this radical change, right? Are actually demanding reasonable centrism on the economic front, and also a complete abandonment of social issues. The problem is, when you do that, you are always going to lose to the Republicans, because the Republicans can always turn around and still present you as being woke as fuck. Pay less attention to the donors' demands for left-wing policy on climate and social issues, raise taxes on the rich to expand the welfare state, and left populace hates it. If you want to go further on left economics than DTW argues, that's fine. But the logic of that is you need to go even further right on other issues, but it's impossible to get people on either side of this debate to own up to any of the trade-offs. It does not suggest meaningfully expanding the welfare state, and no one reading it would think this. It degrades and asks push-pull questions against Medicare for all, free college, and universal child care while paying lip service to modest tax increases and expanding healthcare access, which is true, okay? That is precisely what this report did. When they ask people about Medicare for all, they falsely claim that Medicare for all would increase your taxes by 20%, okay? That's what this new PAC presented. And then they turned around and said, see, people don't want Medicare for all, which is an incorrect assessment of what Medicare for all does. Medicare for all, at the end of the day, would cause people to pay less overall. It would be a substitute where you actually pay a higher percentage of taxes, but pay far less in premiums and get health care for free at the point of care. You would pay less in taxes than you do in premiums. That's it. And yet, they never presented as such. What Matt and Welcome is trying to do here is use the report's token reference to increasing the minimum wage to a now laughable $15 an hour and expanding healthcare access, whatever this means, as cover for the other 95% of left punching and right-wing policy formation. The popularist scam is predicated on a totally selective, donor-pleasing prioritization of what issues we focus on that are supposedly popular. This is achieved through glaring omissions, Gaza, DOD cuts, and push-pull questions. Would you support Medicare for all if it killed puppies? Yeah, their uncle who works for Nintendo told them Gaza was a non-factor. Just trust them. Not even worth mentioning because something salience about something domestic issues. Yeah. As a matter of fact, it's even grosser than that, for the record, because I looked through the numbers. and I look through what they were presenting, they cynically don't bring Gaza up at all. But you know what they do? They looked at Rashida Tlaib being censured, and they said Democrats that were in favor of Rashida Tlaib being censured are actually better off overall than Democrats who did not. That was the only connective tissue to the Gaza issue at a time when the Democratic Party's base of support and broad popular base of support have completely shifted away from Israel. So the very fact that this report only broaches the subject from the most cynical framework possible implies that they are not a serious PAC that is genuinely invested in trying to identify what people want. And if the Democratic Party broadly listens to this welcome PAC, they will continue losing. What must be done for the Democrats in the upcoming elections is to have a radical, broad, sweeping economic agenda. Hyper focus on the bread and butter issues, hyper focus on the kitchen table issues, healthcare, housing, affordability, okay? Free healthcare, dramatically expanding by government mandate the available units of housing, okay? Build fucking houses. Federal jobs program to build the fucking houses. Federal jobs guarantee to build the fucking houses. If you did that, if you advanced that cause, then people would be so focused on what you can do for them that anyone that turns around and says, well, what about trans people, will look like silly bitches. Because even the most cutthroat transphobe still needs housing. Okay? Even transphobes and racists need health care. And if someone is choosing transphobia over free housing or free education or free health care, let them do it. But there are a lot less people that are that invested in transphobia and that invested in anti-blackness that they would literally cast aside bettering their immediate material conditions in favor of advancing a white supremacist agenda. And you don't need everyone. You just need the majority. That's the beauty of democracy. That's it. And in the absence of that, easy to understand, definable policies. You'd be surprised? No, I'm not surprised. You want to know why I'm not surprised? Because people are still mad at Donald Trump right now. Donald Trump's numbers on affordability have on the economy have plummeted. Why have they plummeted? He already is advancing the anti-trans agenda. He's advancing the anti-immigrant agenda. And yet his numbers are still plummeting because there's only so much distraction that will cause people not to recognize that their pockets are still hurting. Do you understand? It's that simple. Because if what you said, if your assessment was correct, and I still understand why you have this cynicism in your heart because you are inundated with all this fucking racist nonsense on Twitter and online every single fucking day. But if that was the case, people would be broadly happier now that their fucking white savior, the great white hope, is back in charge. And yet he's still fucking up the economy. He's still fucking up people's pockets. That's it. A lot of people voted for Donald Trump because Donald Trump presented an argument of economic prosperity by attacking vulnerable populations. But he still presented an argument of radical change in economic prosperity, whereas Democrats never presented economic prosperity at all, and they were broadly seen as business as usual. This was made worse by Kamala Harris's inability or lack of interest in decoupling herself from the dead weight around her neck that was the Biden administration. Now that prosperity has not come, people are angry. This is a major mistake. Yeah. Trump's approval rating his new low for second term poll. I saw this. The poll conducted this past weekend shows Trump 19 points underwater, with 39% of Americans approving of his handling of the presidency and 58% disapproving. The negative 19 net approval is the lowest of his second term, even though he's seen approval rating dip to 39% in the past. Last week, the president's net approval was net was negative 17, with 39% approving and 56% disapproving. The week prior, he was 15 points underwater. YouGov pollsters noted the president's negative 19 net approval is also lower than all but one poll during his first term. Trump's approval is down across all age groups, but young adults have seen the most dramatic drop-off in approval since the start of the president's second term. Every single thing that I predicted would happen is happening. I told you this was going to happen. I told you why young people and low-propensity voters were voting for Donald Trump as opposed to Kamala Harris, and that once Donald Trump was president, they would run away from their previous considerations. Okay? And I have a policy of not faulting the voters in this regard, because ultimately it still comes down to bad messaging on the Democrat Party front. It's funny how the Democrats are still hated more. Yes, because the Democrats haven't done shit until this last government shutdown. The Democrats are terrible at messaging, and they, for the first 9 months of the presidency, didn't do anything. They were just constantly fucking bullied by this dickhead. So at a time of of tremendous unpopularity, the Democrats still can't take advantage of the media landscape. Among 18 and 29-year-olds in the latest survey, Trump was nearly 55 points underwater, with only 20% approving of the way Trump handles his job and 75% disapproving. Look at that. How is that possible? So it turns out that Donald Trump banning the 49 trans athletes from participating in NCAA competitions wasn't a real mover and shaker after all. Interesting. Who could have foreseen that? Who could have foreseen that? It turns out it was simply a distraction, albeit very harmful to the trans people, but a distraction nonetheless. Meanwhile, Democrats are still talking about how, yeah, we got to abandon trans issues altogether. We've lost the argument there. We just got to abandon it. You don't. You don't have to do that at all. You only have to do that if you are going to refuse, if you're going to openly refuse to put forth a radical transformational agenda on left flank populist economic policy provisions. That's it. There's a clear lane for purple state Democrats to appeal to GOP voters by bashing Trump's complete failure to regulate AI, Trump's betrayal of the U.S. agricultural industry, Trump's move to ignite a new war with Venezuela. Don't know why more Dems are dodging this. Trump's in hot water with base voters after quadrupling Argentine beef quotas. But the bigger problem is America can no longer feed itself, and consolidation across the farm economy keeps prices high. On the output side, yeah, meat prices have fucking skyrocketed. On the output side, the top 4 meat packers buying American cattle control 85% of the market as well. The solution isn't giving them more foreign beef to manipulate prices with, said Dan Osborne, the independent Senate candidate from neighboring Nebraska, who has been highlighting the issue. The solution is breaking up the monopoly and enforcing antitrust laws we already have on the books. By contrast, Osborne's opponent, Senator Pete Ricketts, has said nothing on this issue except parrot the words market-based solutions repeatedly. This squeeze has created a ridiculous situation where America imports substantial amounts of food despite having vast amounts of highly fertile farmland. While some commentators have pointed to Argentina only totaling 2% of total beef imports last year to say that quadrupling the quota won't create any problems, the larger point is that a record amount of beef comes from abroad and prices are still high for shoppers. That's what needs to be reformed, Scholten said. Our food system is in serious danger. 90% of Iowa food is imported. It's the same in Indiana. We grow all of this, but for whom? Who's making the money here? It's not the farmers. It's the multinational corporations. We are used as pawns. It's fucking insane. There are so many issues with this capitalist hellhole design of our current free market economy. And I say free market in air quotes. And no Democrat wants to address that because they're fearful of their big donors. They have to drop that shit. If they want to fucking win, they have to bully the donors. And it is clear that Donald Trump is capable of bullying the fucking donors and making them genuflect. He did it to the entirety of Silicon Valley. It's so stupid. Anyway, I'm moving on from the Zoran stuff, except for this last all in with Chris Hayes All in with Chris Hayes. And then we're going to talk about Kat Abu-Ghazaleh getting indicted by the DOJ. The part of the reason why I want to talk about Zohran Mamdani one more time before we move on entirely from it is because Zohran has done that. He has actually presented left populist policies, specifically adjusted to New York City, of course, and within the confines of the mayoralty, and yet he's done this. And in spite of his shortcomings, being brown, Muslim, socialist, right, which shouldn't be considered shortcomings at all, but unfortunately, that's just the way that the electorate approaches this stuff. He is still doing a phenomenal job.
Our words ring out so loud tonight that Andrew Cuomo can hear them in his $8,000 a month apartment. Let them ring so loud so that he can hear us even if he's... Let them ring so loud that his puppet master in the White House hears us. New York is not for sale.
That was from Sunday's boisterous rally in Queens for Zohran Mamdani, the Democratic nominee for mayor in New York City. The 13,000-seat venue was nearly filled with supporters. It featured progressive stars Senator Bernie Sanders, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. And we are now exactly 1 week away from Election Day across the country. We've got big races in New York City, along with 2 other major elections for governor in New Jersey and Virginia. MSNBC will have special election coverage beginning at 7 p.m. next Tuesday. I'll be there with Rachel and the whole team, so tune in for that. Zohran Mamdani continues to hold a double-digit lead in that New York race. But in these final weeks, it has become a more hard-fought contest between Mamdani and his rivals, the former governor, Andrew Cuomo, and Republican Curtis Sliwa.
Andrew Cuomo will spend much of tonight attacking me. He is a desperate man, lashing out because he knows that the one thing he's always cared about, power, is now slipping away from him.
President Trump has to respect you. He has said he'll take over New York if Mamdani wins, and he will, because he has no respect for him. He thinks he's a kid.
He wants Andrew Cuomo to be the mayor, not because it will be good for New Yorkers, but because it will be good for him.
Number of homeless since I left has more than doubled.
Andrew, you didn't leave. You fled from being impeached by the Democrats in the state legislature.
The city has been getting screwed by the state, and that has to change, and the city has to be doing better.
We just had a former governor say in his own words that the city has been getting screwed by the state. Who was leading the state? It was you.
Joining us now is Zohran Mamdani, Democratic nominee in the New York City mayoral election, state assembly member here in New York. Good to have you back.
Great to be back. Thank you.
Andrew Cuomo has said that if he loses the race, he's going to move to Florida because things will go so far south in the city. If you lose the race, where are you moving?
I'm staying right where I am because I'm a New Yorker and it's not contingent on winning or losing an election.
You've got a very, very big set of billionaires spending a lot of money right now in a super PAC. We should explain to people that New York has public financing. It seems to me like it's actually been a key part of the success of your campaign. Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what New York's public financing does is it provides an 8-to-1 match for New Yorkers' donations from whether $10 to $250. It's what allowed us to build a campaign focused on working people because we didn't have to call those who were benefiting from the crisis affecting those working people.
And in fact, at a certain point, you had enough donor. I mean, you were cutting ads saying like no more donations,
Please
which
stop.
I've never seen a candidate do. But because Citizens United is still the law of the land, right? It can't regulate that speech because that's the Supreme Court says in the Constitution. So you have Michael Bloomberg, who's giving $8.3 million, Joseph Gebbia, $3 million, the Louder family, Bill Ackman, a lot of money, a lot of ads. What is your understanding of why they're spending so much? It's a lot of money.
You know, I think Bill Ackman might be under the impression that for every word he tweets, he has to spend that kind of money. And so that might be why we see so much of these donations. But I think what it really comes down to is that a lot of these same billionaires, you know, Ackman, the former co-founder of Airbnb, these are also the same billionaires who funded Donald Trump's campaign and his second term specifically. And what we're seeing is that they see just as good of an investment, not in Washington, D.C., but also here in New York City in electing Donald Trump's puppet, Andrew Cuomo. And they want to ensure that the narrow path that he has is paved with the same money that gave us this authoritarian administration.
How much is just material interest, right? Like you say you want to raise taxes on the richest New Yorkers. Why wouldn't the richest New Yorker spend a lot of money to defeat you, right? Doesn't that make a certain amount of sense?
It does, but they're spending more money than I would even tax them. And I think that is in part because of a sense
ideological belief, commitment.
Yeah,
I'm serious.
It is, but I also think it's a sense that politics shouldn't actually be decided by the people of the city. There's a restlessness amongst those like Bill Ackman that there could be a movement that repudiates the very kind.
What? I get you're a sock dem or a dem sock best, so you don't want communism. You want a regulated capitalism with socialism, but capitalism nonetheless. It makes sense why you're trying to steer progressives and leftists into the Democratic Party. It's cool, do you, but don't front as a Maoist or even as a communist. You're a radlib and it's okay. Says Antifa commies are. A real leftist workers' party on some popular front shit is what the American left needs to be working towards. It's true. Good luck to you, chatter. Good luck. I mean, Maoist militancy was an effective tool in revolutionary organizing in this country for black people. The Black Panther Party. Okay? But as far as like assuming that the labor aristocracy that benefits tremendously from the unequal exchange and extraction principles born out of imperialism, living in the fucking heart of empire, are ever going to see themselves as dispossessed peasants rising up against their landlords and against the forces of capital is somewhat silly. But good luck to you if you can do it.
Kind of politics that he's funded, and that is a politics that doesn't provide him with the access that he has become all too familiar with across this country.
Donald Trump was invoked a lot on that debate, and obviously sort of looms over all this, particularly because when I had you here where you talked a little bit about the sort of targeting cities with these kind of enforcement surges and calling the National Guard. I want to play you something he said today in Japan in front of American service members, where he said he's going to do more than the National Guard. He's going to send actual troops into cities. Take a listen.
We have cities that are troubled. We can't have cities that are troubled. And we're sending in our National Guard. And if we need more than the National Guard, we'll send more than the National Guard, because we're going to have safe cities. We're not going to have people killed in our cities. And whether people like that or not, that's what we're doing. And people don't care. If we send in our military, if we send in our National Guard, if we send in Space Command, they don't care who the hell it is. They just want to be safe.
I don't think New Yorkers react very well to Space Command showing up in New York. Do you take this as a serious threat to plan for and deal with?
Yes, we have to treat every one of these threats from Donald Trump as something that we should prepare for, because we know that we cannot count on him trying to adhere to a rule of law or a set of norms. He will do whatever it is that he wants to. We have to show that we will stand up for New Yorkers every single step of the way. And everything that you just heard with a justification of safety, it has nothing to do with safety. It has everything to do with intimidation. If it was safety, the National Guard would be being sent to the 8 out of 10 states that have the highest crime rates, but it's not, because those are actually Republican-led. What this is about is trying to terrorize people across this country into understanding that authoritarianism is the only way forward.
You talk about safety a lot. I got a mailer at my door the other day. It's talked about a safer city for you and your family. The crime rate in this city has dropped considerably in the aftermath of COVID and under Mayor Adams, including the most serious and violent crimes, assault, homicide chiefly. What is your theory and understanding of why that's happened?
I think part of this is a part of larger national trends, and I think that we've seen crime spiking, especially in the peak of the pandemic. And also, I appreciate the leadership of Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch, who came into an NYPD that Eric Adams had stacked with corruption and incompetence, started to root that out, deliver accountability, and reduce crime across the 5 boroughs. And my vision is to build upon that under my administration, in tandem with creating a Department of Community Safety. Because when you ask New Yorkers, where do you feel least safe, you'll often hear the subway system. And that's not something that's borne out in statistics, but it's borne out in their anecdotes of their life. And oftentimes what they're actually referring to is instances and examples of a mental health crisis, of a homelessness crisis. And for far too long, we've asked police officers to be responsible for those crises as opposed to responsible for police work.
Your announcement that you would keep on this police commissioner, Jessica Tisch, who, again, if you look at the numbers, I think has had some considerable success. A bunch of people said to me, "Oh, he must be losing," or the polls are tightening, or what's the deal? what is your response to people who see this as a calculated move to the center or trying to shore up a flank as you're getting pummeled by millions of dollars of super PAC advertising?
If I was being motivated by the millions of dollars of super PAC ads, then we would have run a very different campaign from the beginning of this. This is not about polling. This is about actually delivering for the people of this city. And what I have seen time and time again, and said as well, is that safety is the bedrock of an affordability agenda. And I'm looking forward to delivering that safety and doing so while furthering and fulfilling the agenda I've been running on, which is that of safety and justice.
On the affordability agenda, Donald Trump very famously ran on bringing prices down on day one. Now, he decided to raise prices by tariffing everything, which is not the way you really want to go. But I will say this, there is no price go down dial in Gracie Mansion, right? There's certainly not one in the White House, and there sure as heck isn't one. Now, obviously, you have specific areas, right? The rent board, you try to deal with that, and buses. But generally, where people feel the squeeze, their electricity bill, groceries, things like that, you have to be aware, right, that many of the things that make people feel squeezed, you are not going to control.
Look, there are things that are absolutely functions of the private sector. But what I've also been frustrated by is that politicians understanding themselves as if spectators to this affordability crisis. 2.5 million New Yorkers in this city live in rent-stabilized housing. The city determines if their rent increases every year or not. That is no small thing. This mayor has increased their rents by more than 12%. After housing, the number one cost in this city is childcare. The previous mayoral administration delivered universal pre-K. That took an immense burden off of the backs of working-class families. We're going to deliver universal childcare, which would take off $22,500 a year on average from the backs of these parents. And finally, buses. $2.90. Doesn't sound like that much, but in this city, 1 in 5 New Yorkers cannot afford that. I give these to you as concrete examples because it's not about mimicking the manner in which Donald Trump set out to deliver or never deliver these promises. It's in fact about diagnosing this problem and then delivering on it. And these are clear ways that government can intervene and do exactly that.
New York mayoral candidate Zohran Mamdani. Thank you.
All right. We're going to move on from Zohran Mamdani to talk about Kat Abu-Ghazaleh, who has been federally indicted by Trump's DOJ. Kat Abu-Ghazaleh is running for a seat in Illinois. How did it feel getting called out by Vance? I'm fucking used to it, man. I think it's very stupid. I think it's a sign of the times that we are led by deeply unserious people. It is, I don't know. There's not really too much to talk about. I know that all the dumbest people who, especially on the right, and even some who fancy themselves to be on the liberal side of politics, will laser in on this kind of stuff and not recognize that it is a mechanism of distraction. That's all this is. Still think you're not relevant in the real world political landscape, though? I mean, I guess I am. I am definitely more relevant than I give myself credit. And the only reason why I'm relevant is because of you, the viewers. That's it. But ultimately, I guess the vice president in this modern media landscape, knowing who I am, is not that crazy, considering that I'm the largest left content creator in North America. Again, because of you, the viewers. But going to the lengths of knowing the minutia of knowing the internet smear campaigns and things like that, and bringing that up is very stupid. American politics has gotten stupider and stupider, is what I mean. But it does show me that at least a lot of people that hold institutional power do see what I do as a threat now more than ever, which is worrisome. But I guess if I were to look at the positive side of this, if I were to look at why this is happening, I would say that it's because the ideology of socialism, which is threatening to people in positions of power, the capitalists, is growing amongst the masses. People are less restrained about calling themselves socialists. People are more sympathetic to socialism. People are less sympathetic to capitalism than ever before. And I think that is somewhat terrifying to the capital owners. And I mean, it's not a secret that Elon Musk, who is the wealthiest capitalist on the planet, has put the beat on me on numerous occasions, put me in the crosshairs on numerous occasions. So it was only a matter of time that J.D. Vance, the vice president, would also bring me up. Former governor of New York, Andrew Cuomo, has spent a decent bit of time bringing my name up in the campaign against Zohran Mamdani. So I guess it's only a matter of time until Trump does the same. What these people fail to consider is that I am just a messenger, and the discontent is not because I've been able to hypnotize, millions of Americans into coming to these conclusions. The material realities are causing them to come to these conclusions in spite of the 100 years of anti-socialist, anti-communist messaging that has basically been invented here in the United States of America and successfully implemented around the world. My point always is, even if I go away, there will be someone else that carries that torch. And even if I go away, I'm not responsible for the entirety of this movement, but a mere fraction of it. And these guys don't realize that. They think, oh, if we tackle some of the loudest voices, maybe others will think twice, right? And sure, that might hamper the organizational tools that leftists have to a certain degree, but it won't stop the discontent, because the anger and the resentment people feel towards the institutions is real. And as long as things don't change on the policy side, people are only going to get more and more angry. My job, or what I think I do decently well, is to redirect that anger towards those who are actually contributing to it, people who hold the levers of power. That's all I can do. I can't make people feel better about their financial predicaments, no matter how hard I tried. I mean, I choose not to, because that would be lying anyway. But at the end of the day, people feel the way that they do because their pockets are hurting. People feel the way that they do because rent is increasingly unaffordable. People feel the way that they do because their wages are shitty. And not only are their wages shitty, but a big chunk of those shitty wages go directly back to their rent. People don't feel like they're going to be able to ever own a home or retire at a reasonable age. And the suffering gets worse day in and day out, especially with neither party presenting a viable alternative, one that seeks to address the issues that people are experiencing. So Republicans can keep hitting the culture war narratives over and over again. They can try to come after people like myself, but that's not going to make the random guy living in West Virginia feel better about the fact that there is not a single rural hospital in 100-mile radius that he can go to if, God forbid, something horrible happens. That person has a valid reason to be angry. And maybe in that anger, he's voted for Donald Trump because he thought Donald Trump will actually shake things up. But eventually, as I always say, even the dumbest guy knows when he's being fucked. Maybe it'll take time, but eventually that person will realize, okay, Trump represented a promise of change, and that change didn't come. And the things that he actually focused on did not actually improve my situation at all. It seems like he's just in the pockets of the very same billionaires that he said he was going to depose. That is going to happen whether or not I am here and speaking truth to power in the way that I do, or whether I have passed away, or whether I've been jailed, or whether I've been whether I've received so much reputational damage that I just say enough is enough, I'm done. Fuck this. Now, those things are not likely to happen regardless. Having said that, however, I'm just one person. Taking me out of the equation is not going to change the dynamic, because as long as these problems remain, people will still be angry. It's that simple, okay? And I do think that things are seemingly going to get worse, at least in the interim. But, it's darkest before dawn, right? Anyway, now let's talk about what the administration is doing. Kat Abu-Ghazaleh is running for office in Illinois. And in the process, she has gone to a bunch of demonstrations against ICE. And now the Department of Justice is trying to throw her in prison.
Abu Ghazaleh. I'm running for Congress in the 9th District of Illinois. And the Department of Justice is charging 6 people, including myself, with federal crimes for exercising our First Amendment rights near ICE's Broadview Processing Center. This is a political prosecution and a gross attempt to silence dissent, a right protected under the First Amendment. This case is a major push by the Trump administration to criminalize protest and punish anyone who speaks out against them. That's why I'm going to fight these unjust charges, but I need your help to do it. As I and others have exercised our First Amendment rights, ICE has hit, dragged, thrown, shot with pepper balls, and tear gassed hundreds of protesters, simply because we had the gall to say that masked men coming into our communities, abducting our neighbors, and terrorizing us cannot be our new normal. And because Chicago doesn't back down from bullies in masks who tear gas our neighborhoods, this administration has resorted to weaponizing the federal justice system to scare us into silence. But we're not going to be silent. The Trump administration wants you to be afraid of speaking out against it and its anti-democratic power grabs. And there are plenty of reasons to be afraid right now, but we have to overcome that fear. This case targets our rights to protest, speak freely, and associate with anyone who disagrees with the government. And while we have seen the unhinged and unlawful tactics this administration has used against the American public, it's important to remember they're doing this because they are scared. They are wrong. And they know they are on the wrong side of history.
The charges: conspiracy to impede or injure an officer, and assaulting or impeding an officer, carry sentences up to 6 years on conspiracy and 8 years for assault. The indictment names 5 other defendants. Abu Ghazaleh calls it political prosecution. This is from Brandy over at MSNBC. Kat Abu Ghazaleh indicted over protests outside of Chicago area ICE facility. We've shown you the images before. They literally brutalized her. They actually slammed her into the fucking concrete when she was participating in a demonstration against ICE. And then they turned around. They turned around after violating everyone's First Amendment rights and also physically and brutally hurting someone running for office, by the way. They are now...
Shame on you! Put him down! Shame on you! Shame on you! Shame on you!
Yeah. They did that to her, and then they had the audacity to also indict her. It's crazy. But that's where we're at. Former journalist now running as a Democrat in Illinois' 9th District was charged with 2 counts: conspiracy to impede or injure an ICE officer and assaulting or impeding that officer while he was engaged in his official duties. The indictment specifically accuses Abu Ghazaleh, among others, of banging aggressively on the windows, hood, and other areas of the agent's car, pushing against it to hinder and impede its movement, and etching the word pig on the car. The indictment names 5 other defendants, most of whom appear to be involved in progressive politics in Chicago. They include Cook County Democratic Committee member Michael Rabbitt and Cass Sharp, who's a candidate for Cook County Board of Commissioners and Chief of Staff to Alderperson Andre Vasquez. The charges among the most serious recently brought against prominent protesters carry prison sentences up to 6 years on the conspiracy count and 8 years for assaulting the officers upon conviction. Over the past month, as video of protests, arrests, and aggressive immigration enforcement raids have gone viral, and as right-wing politicians and influencers have beaten the drum for an even more aggressive response, federal law enforcement officials have prioritized the arrest and prosecution of individuals they claim are interfering with the crackdowns. This cannot be read as any other way but to create a chilling effect on speech. These are people who are engaging in the practice of civil disobedience, and they are being arrested for doing so. They have every right to express their discontent against masked federal government agents that are engaging in these extrajudicial acts of mass apprehension and kidnapping of their community members. This is perfectly valid to do, and it is actually completely unacceptable for those masked thugs of the state, as you saw, the heavily militarized masked thugs of the state, to brutalize these protesters in the act of exercising their First Amendment rights. Okay? Not only that, but also this additional prosecution is very clearly designed in an effort to create a chilling effect on speech. If we have a normal court process, this would be thrown away. Okay? Any judge that looks at this and goes, really? You're doing this? Get the fuck out of here, is supposed to be the actual response here. Okay? Now, what we have to do in this situation, of course, is to first and foremost show support to Kat, but also beyond that, we should not, under any circumstance, feel scared. We should not obey in advance. Okay? You have to exhaust all available options, especially as the law permits for the time being. And protesting is one of the major roles that you can participate in. Okay? Your colleague Roach is okay with this? Yes, I've seen people spreading this video around. Apparently, Nick Fuentes, the prominent neo-Nazi Nick Fuentes, talked about how Trump should use force to crush his political opposition. I was going to cover the Nick Fuentes stuff later, but I guess this is directly related. Let's take a look at what Nick Fuentes said and then what Asmongold said.
Maybe this is controversial, but they have to crush the other side.
That's right. Oh, that's right. 100 fucking %.
You have to, because you can do one of two things. You cannot challenge the left and let them do their thing.
And then they're going to just run you over, and eventually when they get power, they're going to crush you.
Or you can utterly confront them and defeat them. And
you destroy them completely. Destroy everything about them. Put the mayors in jail. Put the governors up on the Insurrection Act for sedition. Put all the people that were doing the shit in front of the detention centers. Put them in mandatory prison labor camps. Any of them that are violent, authorize the police officers to respond with violence to them. Immediately, completely shut it down. Bring in the military if you need to. Bring in the National Guard. Do whatever you need to do. Look and find out who's funding this. Take those people, charge them with incitement for terrorism, put them in Guantanamo Bay. Like, I'm talking about scorched earth, Old Testament. Get them the fuck out.
This is just maximalist fascist rage bait. It's so low ever. I know. I mean, what can you say? This is what a weak person does. Okay? When you're weak, you want the government to exercise power against those you have ordained as your enemies. That's it. That's it. And for the people who say, wait, what do you mean? Isn't this a call to violence? Of course, but it is not seen as a call to violence because he is demanding that the government do this violence. This is why right-wingers always get away with broad, sweeping calls for violence, because they can just lean on the pre-existing structures of violence coming from the state and demand more of it. Okay? It's extra annoying because I know he stutters when he orders at a restaurant. Yeah. It is incredibly performative. This is a somewhat agoraphobic individual who is terrified of taking showers, talking a big game about like violently throwing into work camps, labor camps, gulags, the political opposition of the administrative state. And I mean, this is literally how people like Asmongold and many others think China operates, right? That's what this is. This is objectively un-American, at least in theory and in principle as well. That's all it is. But good luck explaining that to people. Asmongold went viral saying he wants Trump's political opposition to be killed or enslaved. Responding to the controversy, Asmongold insisted this was a moderate position. Then he doubled down, saying Trump isn't extreme enough, he would consume the flesh of his enemies.
And by the way, my position is the moderate position. There are a lot of people in the audience that want to do way worse than that. A lot of people in the country that do. Yeah, 1 hour ago, 1,000 comments. Oh, people are crying about this. They're getting mad. Centrist, by the way, this is the centrist position. And you're going to cry about this. You're going to bitch about this. But you've got 3 more fucking years of it. And you know what else? Whenever the next election comes around, I and a lot of other people are going to vote for somebody who is even more extreme than Trump. Because I don't think Trump's doing enough. I do believe everything that I said. And I think that he should go even farther than that. They're eating the cats and dogs. Do you remember that? Do you want to know why that was an important call to action? Because it was supposed to indicate that these people are not like us. Now, in my opinion, I'd eat a cat, I'd eat a dog. If it was somebody I didn't like, I'd eat them. I don't give a fuck. But I wouldn't base morality off of the ways that I think about things. I just wouldn't. I would, like, in general, one thing I've learned in my years is that I have a moral compass, but it doesn't point north. They're eating the cats.
I think maybe
I do find a lot of this to be repulsive. And I do think that the average person, like, I'll keep it $1.50. If Asmongold had the same level of scrutiny from the same dedicated smear campaigners that I have, or even a fraction of the attention, I think he would be ritualistically humiliated on the timeline. Now, obviously, he is incapable of feeling shame. That's why he constantly promotes the fact that he doesn't shower, or even hypes up and embellishes how little he cares about drinking water, for example. Like, he's exaggerating. Like, he knows that that's like a marketable position for a lot of the people that also exhibit his lifestyle, that spend every waking moment online. Okay? He likes it. He likes when people go crazy over this stuff. When he says, like, oh, I'm not showering because it's like fucked up my evolution or whatever. Okay? The reality of the matter is, he's been able to carve out a place for himself without actually getting a lot of scrutiny from the broader public. Most people don't know who the fuck he is, but people online who spend every waking moment online do know who he is. You're better than doing an ad hominem, man. Brother, an ad hominem would imply that I'm name calling him. Nothing I said about Asmongold so far is something that he hasn't divulged himself. The reason why you think this is actually like name calling him is because you also are kind of embarrassed by the fact that your favorite content creator or someone that you frequently watch has horrible hygiene practices that he unironically presents and promotes as a positive. That's it. He says he lives in filth, and it's a part of his like marketing. It's a part of his brand. I see a lot of people actually looking at that and saying, well, this guy is like a multimillionaire and he still lives in the same house. He still lives in filth. Obviously, he's just doing it because he's earnest. He's doing it because this is what he truly believes. He's doing it because this is something that he cares about. He's honest. That's how they see it. No, straight up. A lot of people who also live in filth on the internet, that spend every waking moment online and very rarely go outside, look to Asmongold like he is their Christ-like figure, their savior. You don't get to see these people in the wild because many of them don't actually go outside. Okay? It's the same reason why a lot of people still look at, Warren Buffett and the fact that he still has like a modest home as opposed to how much money he has as a symbol that like Warren Buffett doesn't care about wealth like that. Even though the only thing about Warren Buffett that's relevant or worthwhile, or the only impact he has, is that he is a guy with tremendous amounts of wealth. In any case, why is he a Christ-like figure? I'm not saying he is. I'm saying that a lot of people who have similar living conditions and similar opinions to him look to him as like a beacon of truth. Now, the reason why, and I keep repeating this, the reason why he's been able to get away with a lot of this is because the many different forces that actually would work to criticize whatever the fuck Asmongold is saying and whatever the fuck Asmongold is doing is far too predisposed with smearing someone like myself. That's just the reality. I am seen as a more visible target because, like, if he received a fraction of the scrutiny with the negative framing that I experience with regular frequency, when normies would have to encounter Asmongold for the first time ever, they would react with revulsion. And they would be like, this is the most insane thing I've ever seen. Most people just don't know. That's it. See, I watch Zach often while acknowledging that he's not a good role model doesn't mean he isn't authentic. Yeah, people genuinely believe that he is authentic, not realizing that none of the things that he actually promotes is long held beliefs. He doesn't give a shit. He knows he's grifting, and you guys are too stupid to recognize it. But it doesn't matter because you agree with him anyway. You agree with the way he presents these issues. But that's it. Why is he bad? I don't know. Did you just not hear what he said? He's currently hyping up a prominent, perhaps the most prominent neo-Nazi in American politics, while simultaneously saying that Donald Trump has to actually go way further than just like eliminate his political enemies in this country. Saying, I mean, he just said Donald Trump should throw mayors in gulags. If all that he wants were to happen, his lifestyle would be destroyed, he knows. No, I don't think so. I think the only thing that would destroy his goals and his ambition is a broad pendulum swing back in the direction of normal politics, back in the direction of progressive politics, and therefore people that have the same exact mindset that Asmongold has being broadly shunned in civilized society. That would ruin his brand. That would probably cause him to actually restrain himself and maybe even change the way he presents his political worldview. Just as many of these people that are seemingly sympathetic to right-wing politics back in the peak woke in the 2020 era were throwing up the black fist on the timeline talking about Black Lives Matter. It is what it is. It's not the first time that I have encountered in my career someone who presents themselves as a centrist while taking the maximalist position on the right. As a matter of fact, many of the most successful conservative commentators have come from this background. Jordan Peterson presented himself as a common sense liberal who was simply going against some of the edge cases of progressivism. We all know that Jordan Peterson is a conservative now, but for many years, people yelled at me. Same with Tim Pool. Tim Pool did the same, claiming that he was a liberal that constantly found himself hammered by Donald Trump. Tim Pool was a right-wing conservative, and yet he kept presenting himself as a centrist liberal. Dave Rubin, someone who I worked with at the Young Turks and knew very well, also did the same. So it's not new. A lot of people have done this, and a lot of people will continue to do this. Okay? Grifting to the right is profitable. And not only is grifting to the right profitable, but grifting to the right also creates an immediate audience for you because right-wingers don't really care. As long as you're saying the right things, that's all they want to hear. They want to hear you say Donald Trump is based. It's that simple. They don't care about your background. They don't care about your hygiene habits. They don't care if you have rape allegations like Russell Brand. They just want to hear someone confirm their biases. They want to hear someone say, you're not alone. A lot of people actually feel the way that you do. Okay? That's it. Yeah, they don't even care if you're trans. Look at Blair White. Exactly. They actually love marginalized groups, like people from a marginalized background. And it's quite simple. It's quite simple to do this. It's not a very difficult thing. It's not a very difficult path at all. You have an automatic audience that will tune in. Okay? I think Asmongold has always had a lot of right-wing sentiment, a lot of right-wing opinions, and some liberal opinions, maybe even some leftist opinions. But he saw the gravy train and the relevance that he could garner by leaning into Trump's popularity. Okay? That's it. And that's what he's been doing. And that's what he will continue to do. Jesus fucking Christ, you and your charitability, man. This is not being charitable. You guys do not understand the words I am using. I don't think you understand it. This isn't about being, first of all, I'll be charitable all the time to everyone, regardless. But there's nothing that I've said here that says Asmongold is like a good force for American politics. He does not have firm commitments. This is not me softballing what he is saying at all. He has been a corrosive influence on at least the politics of this platform. Okay? That's it. When I say he's a grifter, I'm not saying that because I'm being charitable to him. When I say he's a grifter, I'm saying that because it's the truth. And if the pendulum were to swing back to a woker environment and he realized that his audience was cratering because of the impressive amount of shame and social stigma associated with carrying the torch for this objectively unpopular and violent political movement that we know as MAGA, then he would soften his approach 100%. He would tamper down on this kind of sentiment. That's it. There is a reason why he also refuses to engage with people like myself. It's because he knows if we were to have a conversation, he would look ridiculous because he's not very knowledgeable on the issues that he speaks of, and he needs to maintain his reputation. The reality of the matter is the only way that this will turn around for him is if he received a fraction of the deranged smear campaigns that he has been a part of against someone like myself. If people were to also present his positions like this for broader audiences to see, and not simply just people who are already on board with the Trump movement, then yes, a lot more people would realize what he presents and what his movement looks like and what his audience looks like. Why would his smear campaign work on him? His audience already doesn't give a fuck? No. A lot of the politics of the likes of Asmongold and even his community is still broadly vibes based. A lot of the politics of the average Americans are broadly vibes based. They don't actually come from serious convictions or a vision for a change. Reactionary politics don't operate off of that. Okay? Especially in the United States of America. Reactionary politics is just vibes based. Right now, a lot of right-wing sentiment is shared commonly online. And those who actually oppose right-wing sentiment and have an approach towards tolerance, an approach towards emancipation for all groups are consistently destroyed. Okay? They're destroyed. They're seen as grifters. I'm seen as a grifter. People say, oh, the positions that I have held for a decade plus are actually positions that I've held because I want to be marketable at a time when it's infinitely more marketable to be right wing. People felt under the Brandon regime as though they were being dominated by these liberal forces. They were too afraid to come out and say what their opinions are, right? They invented this environment that was actually simply social stigma for their repulsive worldview. So when Donald Trump actually won, it opened up this faucet of freedom for these guys where they were like, finally, we can actually be free to say the horrible things that we're saying. And they sought out communities where you could get away with saying this shit, right? That's what a lot of this revolves around. For many people, especially many people that are just like completely tuned out of politics or don't believe that they have like a real say in what happens in American politics. It was about not being able to say the R word without like HR getting mad at them. Okay? I know that sounds incredibly fucking stupid, but for a lot of people, that is what this is. Overall, the vibes were the reason why a lot of people moved in the direction of Donald Trump. They were like, oh, I want to say slurs and shit without people actually yelling at me over it. Saying slurs goes hard when you don't got some dumbass in your ear yelling at you, saying you're being hateful and bigoted, you know? They don't have a lot of investment in fixing the underlying material problems that they are experiencing. You and Zach actually agree on many issues, but you will never know because it's more lucrative to y'all to talk about and around each other instead of directly to each other. I have not really talked about Asmongold, despite the fact that he's the largest political content creator on this platform for the past couple of months. In the process of me not talking about Asmongold, I'm willing to bet that he has done at least one, if not 3 videos a week about me. I've also said By the way, this is unimaginably parasocial. You and Zach, like, you guys are besties, dude. I've also said multiple times that I would talk to him directly if necessary, if he wants to do that, on any number of different issues. I think for every normal position that he has 10 repulsive ones that he promotes with regular frequency. Come on, the bot saga exposed that he's not as popular as he seems. I mean, he's still pretty popular on YouTube, especially. Yeah, his response was, I don't talk to terrorists. He's also, I saw a clip yesterday where he said, you won't talk to him. You've reached out though. So he's just straight up not telling the truth or lying by omission. No, he is just straight up telling his audience an alternative version of events. There has never been a moment where I have refused to talk to Asmongold. Okay? Anytime, any place. So one must ask the question why he routinely finds different reasons as to why he won't talk. And when you're questioning that, you should also question why he consistently presents me as a terrorist, a danger, one that needs to be prosecuted by the government, and how that matches up with his supposedly pro-First Amendment values. Yeah. Why would I be worried about talking to Asmongold when I was literally supposed to debate Charlie Kirk? Part of the reason why he won't do it is because, one, I think he would be embarrassed. And the other reason why he doesn't want to do it, I discovered my mechanic watches him and I heard him listen to Zach react to a clip of you and I said, he sure likes to talk about Hassan. And the guy, of course, said it's mutual. I said, it's your job to analyze the media, but after half his viewers were boss is seen as a less pressing matter. Don't you get tired of learning about the world from an uneducated shut-in? And he started ranting about Charlie Kirk. I live in Norway. Oh yeah, he is a stranglehold on the Euro audience, I think. I think there is a very big contingency of like the European right that literally have tailored themselves off of the MAGA movement and fantasize about being American right-wingers. 100%. There's a reason why you see MAGA hats and shit, MAGA merch in places all around the world, including in like fucking South Korea.
This is controversial, but they have to crush the other side.
That's right. Oh, that's right. 100 fucking %.
You have to, because you can do one of two things. You cannot challenge the left.
That's
and
right.
let them do their thing.
And then they're going to just run you over, and eventually when they get power, they're going to crush you.
Or you can utterly confront them and defeat them. And
I'm going to crush all these people with universal health care. I'm going to crush all these people with free college. I'm going to crush all these people by breaking up monopolies that ruin every facet of existence, including even in the publisher sector, in the video game industry. That's how we're going to crush them. That's it. That's what it is. We're going to crush these guys by ending American militarism around the world. But they're not invested in that stuff. That's it. That's the point. They're invested in a culture of domination. They just simply want to dominate their opposition instead of taking a cold, hard look at why many Americans feel discontent with the way things are going. They choose to immediately shift the blame over to the gay wokes that have destroyed their lives. They've destroyed the video game industry. It is not the pervasive influence of capital that has made it so that video game companies can experience record high profits and then engage in layoffs. It's actually the gay wokes. It's not the fact that these guys are simply trying to farm as much money as possible from the existing base of gamers, for example, by selling them loot boxes and things of that nature, battle passes. It's the gay wokes. It's always the gay wokes that are ruining video games, even though the gay wokes have always been in video games from the beginning. Yeah, they will complain about capitalism. They just don't acknowledge it's capitalism working as intended. No, that's exactly what it is. And they're so malleable. They're so easy to dupe. All it takes is for Donald Trump, who with his tariffs regime has unironically made gaming consoles and all things that are pertinent to gaming, peripherals, everything else, much more costly for the American consumer, for the American gamer. All it takes is for Donald Trump to turn around and be like, I'm Master Chief. And then they go, hell yeah, brother. That's it. It's the small shit for small-minded people who don't have the capacity to think bigger. It's children and also adults who have the processing capacity of children. He talks about you 3 or 4 times per stream. I've counted myself yesterday. I'm sure he talks about me quite a bit. I have a vision for what I think must be done in American politics. I have a vision for a future, and I'm invested in the actual politics of it all, which is why I spend my time focusing on that. He does not. He has to have enemies that he presents himself as dominating. He's not the only one that does this. Many people on the right do that. Reactionaries need something to oppose because they don't have a clear-cut agenda or a real vision for what a better future looks like. Look at fascism. The logical conclusion of reactionary politics is fascism. There's a reason why fascist movements are suicidal, because inevitably you run out of people to kill or you die before before you eradicate all of your opposition, all of your enemies, as you design a society with an increasingly shrinking in-group, as you seek out utter domination of the entirety of the out-group. That is the maximalist position of the reactionary. He mentioned you 373 times on his YouTube channel, including every day this month. 373 times. I would say that there's a bit of a disparity, don't you think? Here, let's look. Wait, hold on. I want to look at this. How do I do this? So 373 clips on Hassan, and then let's do Asmongold, but this time on my channel. Okay, Hasanabi. How do I? Okay, this is not correct, because I've definitely brought up Asmongold. I think his name doesn't come up on transcript. It's spelt differently. Maybe that's the reason. Type Zach. I don't talk about Asmongold by his government name. What does the transcript pick up Asmongold as? That's probably what the problem is. Maybe if I just type gold. And it's not just Asmongold. 234 clips found in the entire lifetime of this. For the record, there are people. Asmongold.
Not a single dissenting voice.
It's not an Asmongold clip. This is from my own YouTube video. Oh, this is about the Asmongold. Wait, let's see. Maybe that's better. Okay, that is probably better. Yeah, Asmongold is because gold is, I could be talking about like actual fucking gold, like the metal. 76 clips in the lifetime of the channel. Let's see, Asmon. 92. Asmon is better. Oh, that's not for 1 month. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure this is the lifetime of the channel. No, it's from 2005 to 2025. What is this? In the filters, right? Languages, English, countries, United States. Yeah, this is the lifetime of the channel. No, this is the right one. Since it started. So if you scroll back far enough, it's probably me defending him too. Believes that it's code. Even Asmongold doesn't think that the president thinks that it literally has the letters MS1 and 3 on his fucking knuckles. If you go back far enough, it's like me defending him. So he's done 300. Maybe try your mods to show how many times you said it on stream. Read my logs, please. It's probably not too late. Brother, you have 2 more days to do spooky gaming. It's not too late. You can still make it. Thank you. But are you not more of a political person than him? I am. That's precisely the reason why I say I don't talk about him all that much, as opposed to how much he talks about me, despite the fact that he is a right-wing figure. And you go back far enough, like the first time I talk about him directly is February 2024. The transcript asked me when you say his name. Yeah, that's why I found it. It's better than gold. Anyway, is he still a Trumper after these past several months? Yes, he is. Yes, of course. Type Asmon. No, Asmon shows 0 results. The transcript doesn't read Asmongold as Asmon. It reads it as doors open. Hello? Anyway.
Destroy them completely. Destroy everything about them. Put the mayors in jail. Put the governors up on the Insurrection Act for sedition. Put all of the people that were doing the shit in front of the detention centers. Put them in mandatory prison labor camps. Any of them that are violent, authorize the police officers to respond with violence to them. Immediately, completely shut it down. Bring in the military if you need to. Bring in the National Guard.
Like, yeah, imagine
that.
Imagine the people who supposedly, quote unquote, care about anti-Semitism that have literally tried to, with a fine-tooth comb, go through my chat every time fucking I'm covering anything related to Israel, would actually look at Asmongold's chat in the same way, for example, where apparently his chat is spamming base when Nick Fuentes is talking about organized Jewry.
The main challenge to that, a big challenge to that, is organized Jewry in America.
How many views does this have on YouTube?
He's right. Based. Oh, he's alting. Can he say that?
2.3 million views, and on Twitter it has 10. Like, this is something that's probably been seen 20 million times. It's a lot.
I think Bill Ackman is capable of that. I don't think Sheldon Adelson is capable of that. I don't think Yoram Hazony is capable of that, for that matter. And many other, on the right and the left. And I see Jewishness as the common denominator. And you're right. It's not all Jewish people feel the same way. No one would say that, but that does seem to be the common denominator. And I just feel like it needs to be called out explicitly. And I like what you said. If the other day, if you're serving in another country's military or have dual citizenship, you really can't be a part of the.
Yeah. Just a reminder that at a time when there's an unprecedented level of anti-Semitic hate, the ADL finds me to be a bigger problem and a bigger threat than even fucking Nick Fuentes. Asmongold has called you a terrorist for less than this. Oh, for sure. They also say I'm anti-Semitic because they don't fucking believe anything. They don't believe anything at all. They just know that this is a good way to do harm to someone who you have declared as a political enemy. So they'll go along with it. That's it. I mean, Nick Fuentes went on Tucker Carlson and the ADL spent yesterday talking about Zoran Mamdani. If you want to know what they're focused on, that's it.
Whatever happened to the far left's fight for all women? AOC's online.
Oh, God. And then they turn around and do this shit where it's like, oh, so much for the tolerant left.
Spat with Riley Gaines exposing the double standard. It all began when Gaines said socialists are destroying America from within. AOC then alluding to her 5th place tie with a biological male, Leah Thomas, telling her to channel all of this anger into swimming faster, and Riley isn't backing down.
I want to honestly challenge AOC to a debate. She can defend socialism. I will defend capitalism. Any of the radical, insane democratic policies and platform that they stand for, I will debate the opposite. I'm challenging AOC to adhere.
AOC responding to that, get a real job. But Riley Gaines firing back, she's a mom, the best job in the world, on top of her duties as host of the Gaines for Girls podcast on Outkick and Outkick.com contributor and often on Fox News. And she joins us now. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Ainsley.
Good morning.
It's very good to see you.
Quietly retreating back to her little cubby by being like, I'm a mom. It's the best job there is. Debate me. I'm a mom. It's the best job there is. Jennifer Welsh cooked her.
About Riley Gaines, as she sits there and has the moral high ground against AOC. When I look at people, if I were to say who's more Christ-like, I would pick AOC and the atheist Jew Bernie Sanders and the Muslim Zoran Mamdani a million times over you, Riley Gaines, because Riley Gaines, all you do is hate on people. You are wound up like a cheap clock over trans people. You show them no grace, no compassion. You defend billionaires. You cheer and celebrate when children are zip tied. And then you have the audacity to get on television and try to lecture people who fight for the people that are suffering, that stand and put their arms around people that need sanctuary. And you try to act like you're better than they are. You're an insufferable twat. Nobody likes you. And no matter what, you will always have been the dumb bitch that tied for 5th place. And the only place that you could get a job is at bottom feeder Fox News, you insufferable twat. Nobody likes you, except for the other fake Christians that enjoy in their spare time watching children get zip tied and then sit there and justify it while they read the Bible with their hideous crucifixes around their necks. So,
oh my God. Oh my God. What did she say? Look at her response. They say these things about me merely because I said men are not women. That's it. If you share that belief, they think the same about you. Such harsh words praying for these women. Oh my Lord. She fucking smoked on her. Oh, amazing. It's hard to get back from that to this, you know?
Good to see you. Let's break this down. You just disagree with her being a socialist. That's all. You disagree with her politics. And she starts these low blows. She starts with you finishing 5th in the national championship among D1 swimmers. And Brian gave me some stats earlier. He said only 14% of college students play sports at the college level. 5% play D1, and only 1%, Riley, finish in the top 5. So I wish almost you hadn't challenged her to a debate. I wish you had challenged her to the 200-yard freestyle or the 200-yard butterfly, because you would win in a debate and you would kick her tail if you had to swim against her.
Yeah, man, Ainsley, I just cannot understand this line of argument that the Democratic Party is using. It doesn't matter if I finish 1st, 5th in the nation, or 55th, okay? The problem is not me. The problem is not my athleticism or my swimming ability.
Kind of feels like that hurt, huh? I love that this is actually what really pisses her off. That she fucking sucks. And she's a constant fucking complainer.
The problem is that we had a 6'4", less than mediocre man in the pool with us. And it's not just me who thinks that. It's not just the Republican Party that thinks that either. Every Gallup poll shows even 60 to 70% of her own party, the Democratic Party, agrees that it's wrong to put men in women's sports. So why in the world does AOC and other Democratic leaders, why do they continue to double down?
It's because there were 4 cis women that beat your ass, loser. And the 6th place person didn't make it her life's mission to endlessly complain. They went back to the fucking drawing board. I don't think Republicans will ever understand that the reason why people despise them is because they're just endless, perpetual victims, endless complainers, constantly just like, oh my God, it wasn't my fault. It was everybody else. It was everybody else all the fucking time, dude. Jesus Christ. It is fucking unbearable. It is unfucking bearable, dude. The beauty of athletic competition is some people win, some people lose. But you know what nobody likes? A fucking complainer, okay? Nobody, and I mean nobody, likes this shit. And the only reason why you can tie yourself to any sort of national relevance is by constantly dunking on trans people. You're a fucking sore loser. No matter what you do, you will never be known as anything but a person who fucking lost that goddamn swim competition, okay? Your claim to fame will always be that you lost. The other issue is we have a cultural environment where we foster these fucking losers. She could have been a perfectly happy person, excited the prospect that she got close to the prize, got 5th place, and then just moved on with her life like the 6th place person did. Now she has this media career that is obviously going to go away as time passes, and she will forever be unhappy
On this issue. For the life of me, I cannot understand it. I think AOC sees that it does well on social platforms like X or whatever the other platform is, but it does not do well in the real world. And I think they will continue to learn that in 2026 and beyond.
Well, we have Tommy Tuberville. He weighed in on this. I know he's been a big supporter of yours. Just talking about.
Actually, that's not true. Like, sure, when you ask people if they think trans women should compete among cis women, yeah, that's a broadly unpopular position. That can change, but it doesn't matter. But if you were to match that up against someone being a perpetual complainer and a sore loser, I'm willing to bet Americans hate sore losers even more than that. Because that's just a universal thing that people despise. It's like, come on, get over it, man. Fuck. Get over it.
How the left, their mantra is to support all women. And If you look back at Hillary Clinton in her 2016 presidential campaign, she said there's a special place in hell for women who don't help each other. Tommy Tuberville said she's talking about you, a 5-time SEC champ, 12-time NCAA All-American, not to mention she's a patriot who has fought every day for women's girls. Meanwhile, AOC thinks women's rights just means abortion. Even Riley, the Democratic Women's Caucus, I looked up their policies. Their policy agenda frames female solidarity as the foundation for achieving goals. We can disagree on politics, but why these low blows?
Yeah, again, that's the question.
Why these low blows? Republicans will literally talk about how AOC's a dumb bimbo that needs to be in prison or whatever. And then the moment that she like fires back a fraction of the fucking animosity that she receives on a daily basis, and they're like, how could you do this to me? Like, shut the fuck up. Who is this for, man? Jesus Christ, wake up. Get over yourselves. Holy fuck.
And it's not something you're seeing from the Republican Party. I will never forget, I went to the State of the Union, or I guess the joint address to Congress that President Trump gave earlier this year. And it was right after the Senate heard a vote on keeping men out of women's sports, where, of course, every single Democratic senator, men and women, voted in opposition of protecting girls in sports. But it was the most remarkable thing, because I walked in to that hall and I see all of the Democratic senators, all of the women wearing pink, to show how they stand with women, to show how they are the party of and for women, when just the day before they voted against our rights to equal opportunity. They voted against our rights to safety in our sports. They voted against our rights to privacy in areas of undressing. They are virtue signaling that's exactly what it is. It's virtue signaling at its finest.
Yep. So, Riley, Turning Point USA tonight's going to be huge. It's going to be at Ole Miss, and Erica Kirk's going to be speaking, as well as our vice president, J.D. Vance. I know you've been very involved with Turning Point. Talk about the moment, what this means for our country.
How tragic, of course, the situation and the circumstances that ultimately led us here. But I will tell you, Ainsley, I feel so hopeful. I feel so inspired. We have seen so...
It's so washed. Apparently, they have to potentially cancel the Super Bowl halftime show because there wasn't enough interest. Such a sad, pathetic state of affairs.
I can't drink out of this. Why don't they have Christmas cups?
It's October.
I don't believe in October, you pagan witch. The rainbow fish. It's a fucking gay fish. This is why I have to homeschool my kids. Let things be the way they used to be. Stupid. Stupid.
Are you okay?
I just saw the Buzz Lightyear movie, so I'm not okay. Hi. Yes. Could I please speak with the CEO of TikTok? Okay, or can I speak to Donald Trump or someone who cares about me, because I have been continually assaulted all morning with footage from the 2025 Emmys. Okay, Seth Rogen, Hannah Einbinder, Owen Cooper, who's 15, by the way. He could probably fit right through my doggy door and explain pronouns to my toddler. Hello? Oh, breaking news. They're adding an autistic puppet to the cast of Sesame Street. I don't feel safe. I'm not safe. I'm not safe. I can't drink out of this. Why don't...
I can't even laugh at this because they're just so fucking annoying. Oh yeah, the Bill de Blasio debacle that I didn't get to cover. Turns out, so the Times of London wrote an article. Okay, it's a newspaper that's been around since the 18th fucking century. Okay, the Times, as it's known, and it wrote an article that featured a quote from former New York Mayor Bill de Blasio. The article's title was "Zohran Mamdani ally Bill de Blasio says his policies don't add up." And what's interesting about it, not the New York Times, the Times, okay, the OG. The problem was that the quote was not from the actual Bill de Blasio. As New York City mayor's race entered its home stretch this week, a reporter for the Times of London, Bevan Hurley, sent an email to Bill de Blasio. He wanted to know what the former mayor of New York City thought about the upcoming race. People on the left admit when they're wrong too, and you're not it, dude. Admit to being wrong once in a while. It will help you. I do. But the very fact that you don't see that means that it doesn't matter, ironically enough. I do it all the time, and I will continue to do it whenever I'm wrong on shit. I think what you want to hear is me doing that every day, I guess, or me doing that for shit that I'm not wrong about. Anyway, he wanted to know what the former mayor of New York City thought about the upcoming race. He received an incredible response. While de Blasio has supported Democrat Zohran Mamdani's campaign, the former mayor confessed in an email to the New Zealand-born journalist that while he admired Mamdani's ambition, the Democratic nominee was making dangerously optimistic assumptions about how much money new taxes will bring in. In my view, the math doesn't hold up under scrutiny, and the political hurdles are substantial, de Blasio wrote. The Times, part of the Murdoch family's News Corp empire, which has been waging a broad campaign against the Democratic Socialist candidate, rushed to print with the explosive story that the former mayor had broken with his would-be successor. Its sister publication, the New York Post, quickly aggregated and amplified it. Melissa DeRosa, a top aide to Mamdani's opponent, former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, weighed in to amplify the story. The only problem, the email had not come from the former mayor at all. Bill de Blasio, who, by the way, has very openly supported Zohran Mamdani in this race so far, responded in shock, demanding the Times retract the story. It's an absolute violation of journalistic ethics. The truth is, I fully support Zohran Mamdani, and I believe his vision is both necessary and achievable. The former mayor marveled via text message to Semaphore that he'd never had this experience in 25 years of public life. So how did the Times, a pillar of quality British journalism since the 18th century, blow the story up so badly? Part of the push came from the top. As the New York mayor's race approaches, the Times of London has accelerated its push for more and largely hostile coverage of Mamdani. Same with the New York Post. Okay? That campaign has been driven internally by Margie Conklin, a New York Post veteran who was most recently managing editor of the Free Press. Just going to follow after that? So kind. Wait, he just came in to say it would be nicer if you apologize every now and then. And then I said, well, I do all the time, actually. And then he just unfollowed. What could you possibly get out of doing that? I will never understand. Attention, drama. Do you hate watchers really have nothing better to do? You guys are losers. Why are you wasting your time? I mean, I don't know. They just feel like they're getting the attention that they wanted. That's probably what it is. Anyway, New York Post veteran who was most recently managing editor of the Free Press, Barry Weiss's outlet, and who assigned the de Blasio piece per two people with knowledge of the situation. Three people familiar with the situation told Semaphore that Hurley reached out to an email address the reporter believed belonged to the former mayor of New York. It's unclear where he got the address or who it actually belongs to. In a statement shared with the outlets, including Semaphore, a News UK spokesperson blamed the debacle on whoever that email address belongs to, saying to the paper it apologized to Bill de Blasio and removed the article immediately after discovering that our reporter had been misled by an individual falsely claiming to be the former New York mayor. Semaphore reached out to a Gmail address our sources believe to be the one used by the Times. You are correct. It was me. The real Bill de Blasio, the person who controls the email address, responded. The person didn't respond to further questions, and phone calls to two numbers associated with the email address went unanswered. Conklin and Hurley didn't respond to the inquiries. The Times is hardly alone in its hunger for Mamdani content, always a source of off-year political fascination. The New York mayor's race has nonetheless attracted a huge amount of national and global attention. Mamdani, Cuomo, and Republican Curtis Sliwa have all made multiple appearances across major national and news and new media outlets. Cuomo appeared on Fox News, blah, 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 all this stuff. The Times already had a bad week. On Monday, it deleted a story claiming that the British Treasury Secretary has spent taxpayer money lavishly on office decor at the time when the country is hotly debating austerity measures. But one thing that I also need to show you, as far as the unimaginable thirst that Murdoch-owned New York Post has in attacking Zohran Mamdani, was another story that came out of the New York Post only a couple days prior to this one that came out of the Times, which was immediately highlighted by the New York Post as well. And that was when the New York Post claimed that a foreign intelligence had delivered information to the New York Post that Zohran Mamdani was still close associates with Linda Sarsour. For those of you who don't know, Linda Sarsour was a fixture of basically the beacon of animosity on the right for years and years. She was one of the main organizers of the Women's March. She is brilliant. I love her. She is a woman who wears a hijab and was also uncompromisingly pro-Palestine. This was the reason why people would go crazy over her. And of course, being on the receiving end of this kind of hatred for years and years in perpetuity has caused Linda to take a back seat. She was smeared by liberals. She was smeared by Republicans at a time when it was perhaps the worst. Like it was the worst time to be a visibly Muslim woman doing politics When, I mean, there's actually been plenty of other times it's been worse as well. But like I'm saying, it was a time when a lot of liberals and a lot of Republicans alike would just actively fight back against anyone that was visibly Muslim and also was uncompromisingly pro-Palestine. Okay? And it's crazy that this was worthy of so much fucking scrutiny, I guess, that the New York Post wrote this. Israeli intelligence working for the Cuomo campaign, says Academic LA. Anti-Semitic activist Linda Sarsour isn't just playing a big role in Zohran Mamdani's New York City mayoral campaign. She's been a political mentor and a close friend of the Silver Spoon socialists for nearly a decade and helped guide his far-left hatred of Israel, according to a foreign intelligence report and critics. Mamdani's propensity for making pie-in-the-sky Marxist campaign promises date back to his high school days when he made a failed bid for student government with a fresh Jews for All campaign. It literally reads like satire. That's how fucking stupid these guys are. However, it was the Hamas-supporting Palestinian American firebrand Sarsour who helped nurture the 34-year-old into radical frontrunner mayor he is today, according to a foreign intelligence service report obtained by the Post. If you noticed, they're trying to hit Zohran on his affiliations to the best of their ability by trying to bring back 2016, 2017 era Linda Sarsour mentions. And it's crazy that they literally fucking said that a foreign intelligence report gave them this detailed information. And I think we all know which foreign intelligence did that. It's crazy. I will always have tremendous respect for the likes of Linda Sarsour for putting herself out there and saying the truth, no matter how unfavorably it looked. Why Zohran Mamdani is the greatest threat to global Jewry of the 21st century, from Ynet. Opinion: the mayoral frontrunner's most insidious talent is his ability to use Jews to prove to other Jews he is not anti-Semitic. Another take by Jennifer making the rounds.
Shame on Jeffries and shame on Schumer for not being at that rally. Seriously, that is the most despicable Democratic leadership I've ever seen, especially considering they're both New Yorkers. It's just embarrassing for Democratic leadership. And then finally, if you think this Zohran thing is happening just in New York and you think people are waking up only in New York City, you're mistaken. Look at this clip of a wine mom at the No Kings March. Play the clip.
Whatever his name was?
Charlie Kirk, ma'am?
Yeah, him is horrible. Horrible.
Charlie Kirk is horrible?
Yes, I'm glad he's not here.
You're glad he's dead?
Yes.
Why would you say something like that, ma'am?
Because he was horrible on the campuses, the college campuses. Horrible person.
You know what? I do the exact same thing.
Well,
would you be glad if I would die?
Maybe. I'd have to think about it.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Your friend just said she'd be happy if I died.
So listen up, Democratic establishment. You can either jump on board with this shit or we're coming after you in the same way that we come after MAGA. Period. Stop taking AIPAC money. Go on an I'm sorry I took AIPAC money atonement tour if you want to stay in power. Stop missing out on these big rallies. Hakeem and Chuck should have been front and center introducing the next mayor of New York City, but no, they wouldn't show up because they're pussies. They're pussies that are beholden.
White women are so powerful. It's amazing. Forever respect. She's amazing.
To the same corporation.
The I've had it ladies are amazing.
That helped Donald Trump get elected. And
what is this? She's this. Evelyn Normie retired teacher, voted for Buttigieg in 2020 because he reminds her of her grandson. The blood of the tyrants shall water our fields. Yes. Yes. This is what's going on, bro. I'm not even I'm not wish casting. At first I was wish casting a little bit, but now I'm seeing it happen. But white women predominantly voted for Trump. Sure. But there's a lot of them out there. Okay. And the ones that are on our side are not playing this fucking mealy-mouthed centrist liberalism bullshit, it seems. And that's what's so popping. At least the ones that we do see them out there. Like it's fucking the ones that do put themselves out there on the streets, on the protests, like their demands are much more radical than what the Democrats are presenting.
This is just an embarrassment. Kudos to Bernie, to AOC, to Zohran. And that woman out in somewhere middle America saying, fuck Charlie Kirk, he was a racist, he was a piece of shit.
There are so many more of us than there are of them. And these Democrats that continue to play patty cake with corporations and lobbyists, nobody wants that. Nobody wants you. We want politicians to speak freely and look at what the benefit is. Look at what is happening in New York.
Yep. All right. We're doing Hurricane Melissa aftermath, a trail of historic destruction in Jamaica.
After slowly creeping towards Jamaica for several days, Melissa struck the island on Tuesday as a Category 5 hurricane, the strongest to hit the island since records began in 1851. Category 5 means sustained winds of at least 157 miles per hour. Melissa's were well above this threshold, measured at 185 miles per hour. It weakened as it passed over the island, but the infrastructure damage and flooding is thought to be widespread, with the government describing Jamaica as a disaster area.
Jamaica has gone through what I can call one of its worst periods. Our infrastructure has been severely compromised. St. Elizabeth is the breadbasket of the country, and that has taken a beating.
The full extent of the damage and loss of life will become apparent in the coming hours. Hampering recovery efforts are widespread power outages across the island. The parish of St. Elizabeth in the southeast is one of the worst hit areas. The coastal district is described as being underwater by officials. Power lines leaning precariously over flooded, debris-filled streets, making access for responders difficult. Capital Kingston in the east of the island was spared the eye of the storm, but has still suffered significant damage.
It benefit me. I'm really sorry for who it really touched, because they're my fellow Jamaicans and we are love. Trust me, it's not no joke.
Help is on the way, with aid agencies and foreign governments on standby to support this nation of almost 3 million people.
We know that we will have a lot of commitment coming from overseas. We will have enough hands on board and a very well put together plan to ensure that when supplies are in country, that they are not backing up on the ports.
Melissa was downgraded to a Category 3 hurricane as it made landfall in southeast Cuba on Wednesday morning. Still the strongest hurricane to hit this island since 2017, with sustained wind speeds of up to 120 miles per hour. Over 700,000 Cubans were evacuated, with local authorities declaring a state.
This is the type of shit that chatters do that make me totally understand why black and brown chatters say this shit sucks. Brother, you're watching a bunch of people have their fucking lives ruined, and everyone in the chat is typing wagwan and bumbaclot. Like, fucking stop being like a child. What are you doing? Jesus Christ. You don't have to fucking type the first thing that comes into your mind, okay? Obviously, this is not the equivalent of like, spamming like random emotes or some shit, but, conduct yourselves a little bit better, please. It's embarrassing.
Of alert in 6 eastern provinces.
You're looking at the sea as it is right now. We've had to move things from the house to higher ground. We're sheltering the animals to prevent them from drowning in case the tide rises and the water comes in.
Cuba's president appeared on state TV to warn people of the damage to come.
We want to stress again how big this event is and the need for people to understand the risk it poses because of its scale. These winds can destroy any facility that is not properly prepared, so we are once again asking everyone to use the time left before the hurricane arrives to move to safe areas to face this hurricane.
This hermit nation had already been experiencing a severe economic crisis, with widespread food shortages and regular power outages, worsened by US sanctions and a lack of foreign currency.
The hermit nation. Brother, it is a tiny island nation in the ass cheeks of the largest imperial superpower on the fucking planet that has been aggressively devastated and forever punished for the crime of having a successful liberation movement, a successful socialist revolution against the fascist dictatorship that America had propped up into a position of power so that they can just keep using the island as a fucking tourism destination to farm out revenue to the mafia and a sugar plantation that has slaves. It's not a hermit nation by design. It has been forever dominated by the most violent force of historic global imperialism.
Soldiers have been deployed to the regions affected, but recovery from this storm will be made all the more challenging without the kind of outside help Jamaica will receive. Neighbouring Haiti is also experiencing the peripheral effects of Melissa, with heavy rainfall and flooding reported. Authorities ordered the closure of schools and businesses on Wednesday. The UN says it will provide assistance in the coming days. The storm will now lose power as it crosses towards Bermuda and the Bahamas before heading off into the Atlantic. Scientists agree that while climate change is not expected to increase the number of hurricanes that strike each year, warmer ocean temperatures will intensify those that do form. And a warmer atmosphere can hold more moisture, meaning storms can produce heavier rainfall and flooding. Sea level rises are also making coastal communities more vulnerable to storm surges. The UN is again issuing warnings over climate change ahead of COP30 in Brazil next month. Only 64 countries have submitted new plans to cut carbon, despite being required to do so for the summit. Added together, these national pledges would fail to keep the world from warming by more than 1.5 degrees centigrade, a key threshold to very dangerous levels of climate change. While the UN does...
It is fucking insane that we just like doubly victimize these countries. First, we cause instability. Then with our carbon emissions, we create an environment where these extreme weather conditions are more likely to happen. And because of our lack of overall interest in like uplifting the global south, they are left behind under conditions where the infrastructure is not stable enough to withstand these extreme weather incidents, constantly fucking drawing the clock back decades prior. It's so fucked up.
Say progress in cutting carbon emissions over the next decade is being made. The projected fall is not enough to stop temperatures surging past this global target. For people in the Caribbean, that could mean hurricanes more regularly as strong as Melissa, blighting the lives of residents and putting off visitors critical to their largely tourism-based economies.
Human rights observers believe that thousands of people are currently being killed by the rapid support forces in El Fasher, with bloodstains and dead bodies.
Yeah. October 29th, breaking. With 165 countries in favor, the United Nations has voted to condemn the U.S. blockade of Cuba for the 33rd time, despite an unprecedented campaign by State Department to stop them. Argentina, Hungary, Israel, North Macedonia, Paraguay, United States, and Ukraine. A real who's who of all the fucking villains, dude. Ridiculous. Isn't Ukraine just kissing ass? Yes, Ukraine has to suck America's dick. That's it. A lot of the Caribbean is like the U.S., but in the 50s, 60s, in terms of infrastructure, my village only got running water, not well. When they built a resort there a few years back, now the roads are paved as well. It's incredible. What's Hungary's role? Viktor Orban is a dog. I mean, I think he's an equal opportunity asshole, though. Because he does side with Russia all the time, too. And I think he just, like, mathematically always wants to be on the wrong side of every issue. That's what it is. Because he likes Trump and he likes Putin. So I think he just sits around and waits for, like, the worst vote possible. And he will always choose the maximum evil position. It honestly feels like that's what he's doing. Like, where he just, like, sits around and waits for, like, the worst possible choice that he can make. He's like, the only time I get clout is when I'm being evil. Like, what fucking difference does it make? What difference does it make to Hungary if we ended the economic, commercial, and financial embargo imposed by the United States of America against Cuba? Bro just likes attention. That's what it is. He's just like, oh, dude, this is going to be a good one. Watch this space. Fucking ridiculous. Anyway, we're going to move our attention away to, for a brief moment, the unimaginable humanitarian catastrophe that's taking place. Wait, what the fuck?
Hi, I'm Soren Mamdani.
Oh, God. All right, we'll look at that in a second. We are moving our attention over to Sudan, the humanitarian catastrophe that many warned would happen after approximately 500 days of blockade. The RSF, Rapid Support Forces, overtook the remaining Security Council in this major city. And from what I understand, the bloodshed was so significant that you can see the blood stains from the satellite. For those of you who don't know, of course, the United Arab Emirates, I've talked about this already, but the United Arab Emirates is the primary partner of the Rapid Support Forces and is largely responsible for the metric ton of violence. And the reason as to why they're doing it is because they extract all of the gold, and they are basically the entry point for the extracted Sudanese gold to enter the global marketplace by way of Dubai, then to Switzerland, then to, I don't know, wherever people purchase gold. Yeah. Reminder that a very senior Biden official told a journalist in April 2024 that the entire U.S. policy on Sudan was about keeping the Emiratis on side with Israel and on side against Iran. I remember being in a room last April with a very senior member of the U.S. administration in D.C., and he said to me, Joshua, you have made a category error. You think Sudan is in Africa. Sudan is not in Africa, my friend. Sudan is in the Gulf. When we go see the Emiratis, what number on our to-do list do you think Sudan is? It is not on our to-do list. What we have to do is keep the Emiratis on side with Israel and on side against Iran. The concessions that the Biden administration gave to the Gulf nation states and still failed spectacularly were so insane. I cannot believe how unimaginably incompetent and pro-Israel these fucking delusional losers were. Like, the very fact that this charlatan, Donald Trump, and his stupid, mentally stunted son-in-law have been able to actually communicate the language that these fucking Gulf oilers understand far better than these Yale graduates that spent their entire lives working for the fucking American State Department with a clear, grand design for the region is mind-boggling. Okay? This doesn't mean that Jared Kushner and Donald Trump are brilliant. Okay? I'm not saying that at all. But the very fact that they can just speak the language of the Gulf regional actors and regional leaders and just basically create these like pay-for-play schemes where these guys will be much more amicable to them as opposed to Joe Biden and Anthony Blinken is fucking nutty. It is crazy that the financial incentive of corrupt autocrats is a better motivator to fucking end, at least for the time being, some of the worst impacts of this unlimited bloodshed that Israel has enacted than the Joe Biden administration ever did. Just remember that. And yes, British arms are being used by the RSF as well. And so have Israeli arms, by the way. But now that the genocide and the ethnic cleansing campaigns have reached yet another major city, all of a sudden, like clockwork, you see a bunch of Democratic politicians and even some Republicans, I believe the Senate Foreign Affairs Committee, come out to be like, well, we really got to punish the RSF. Okay, it's not just about punishing the RSF, however. You have to punish the United Arab Emirates. Will you punish the United Arab Emirates? I don't think so. The UAE is the primary entry point. The UAE is the primary entry point for the Sudanese gold that is stolen and extracted to enter the global marketplace. And in exchange for said gold, they offer weapons. And on top of that, they offer some political cover. Are all the countries in the Abraham Accords just enabling genocide? Yes. Yes. What's interesting is that Sudan is always cynically used by Israel defenders in whataboutism fashion, but it's Israel's biggest critics in Congress who also speak most passionately and regularly about Sudan, Ilhan and now Rashida. Where are the Israel defenders in Congress? I am horrified at the RSF's mass killings of civilians in Al-Fashir, Sudan. We must do everything in our power to stop this genocide, including cutting off all weapon sales to the United Arab Emirates, who are arming and funding this ethnic cleansing. Good luck getting fucking Donald Trump to speak on this. He loves the Gulf. Yeah. Ilhan Omar, who wants to hold UAE accountable to pressure them to rein in the support of Sudanese militias. Surely Israel and AIPAC will join her in this. They were so sincerely concerned about the Sudanese people. Sudan is facing the world's worst humanitarian crisis in a genocide. Tens of thousands dead, 12 million displaced. The images of RSF seizing Al-Fashir are horrific. The UAE and other arms dealers to the RSF and RSF-aligned militias must be held accountable. Every single person that constantly fucking chirped and used the plight of the Sudanese as a simple talking point or a simple distraction away from America's direct involvement in Gaza are now noticeably quiet. They're absent from the conversation. It's weird. It almost feels like they never actually cared about Sudan at all, and they simply wanted to use it as a distraction. Where are they at? Because a lot of people made hay and yelled at me for not sufficiently covering Sudan, even though I had extended some coverage to Sudan, of course, not to the same daily coverage with Gaza. And that is something that I readily admit. Okay. But I had covered Sudan, and yet it was a major point of contention all around fucking TikTok. There was more coverage over my perceived lack of coverage over Sudan than the actual coverage of Sudan. What's the point of trying to make some drama about that instead of focusing? Because the point I'm trying to make is that none of these people were fucking being sincere. Everyone was using the plight of the people in Sudan as a simple fucking talking point, a bad faith talking point to drive home whatever your fucking argument is. That's it. Not everything is drama. My point is, sometimes bad faith, cynical actors will absolutely weaponize the plight of other people, as they did in this case, over and over and over again. Part of the reason why they're quiet is the same reason why, the reason why they're quiet is because they knew that it was just a talking point and that's it and nothing else. The reason why they knew this was just a talking point for them was because the ally responsible for the violence in Sudan is an ally to Israel. Something that I brought up all the fucking time whenever people would be like, oh, you talk about Gaza, why not Sudan? You don't care about Sudan. What did I always say? What did I always say? It's like talking about Yemen. Oh, why aren't you covering Yemen? It's like, okay, I do talk about Yemen. And guess what? Once again, that's another ally to Israel that's doing that. Sometimes also the UAE. It's fucked up. The UAE is a formative ally of Israel. Okay? Just remember that. And they're also one of the more evil countries in the Gulf. It's like between them and Saudi Arabia, I don't know. Sometimes it's Saudi Arabia, sometimes it's the UAE. Talk about Sudan. This whole argument is pointless. You didn't cover Sudan enough, but you're also not black. Makes sense. If it was a big talking point for yourself or your community, you aren't familiar, but drop this whole... What is happening, man? Please just stop. I'm going to stop reading stuff like this while I'm in the midst of covering the humanitarian catastrophe that is taking place in Sudan.
Believe that thousands
motherfuckers will be like, oh, dude, you just want to do drama. Meanwhile, you're the one who's trying to do fucking drama. Shut up.
people are currently being killed by the rapid support forces in Al-Fashir, with bloodstains and dead bodies even being seen from space. Doctors, journalists, and first responders are currently being held captive by the RSF, all in a telecommunications blackout. This is the humanitarian catastrophe that many warned would happen.
Can you explain the RSF's reasons for genociding people? Is it ethnic-based or land-based? It's both. Ethnic-based sectarian conflict is oftentimes still done specifically for land acquisition, territorial expansion, and primarily the extraction of natural resources from the land, in this case, gold. Okay? Gold and oil, but in this case, primarily gold. But what motivates people to engage in this incredible act of violence is never just going to be, oh yeah, we'll go and we'll take the gold, go kill every single person. You need a different motivator. You need a different motivation for it. So larger powers or regional powers will oftentimes utilize the pre-existing ethnic tensions in an effort to tilt their hand or tilt the balance and put their hand on the scales. It's not the primary reason, but it is usually what motivates a lot of people to do this kind of fucking violence. Wrong, wrong, wrong. What do you mean? What? The Sudanese army made them that way. I have family in Bar. The RSF are literally slaughtering as well. They killed Red Cross workers, lining up people and executing them. There's a network blackout. We can't reach family. The UAE has RSF mercenaries in Yemen. No, I know. Wait, what are you saying is wrong? No, the primary purpose, the primary goal is always resource extraction and territorial acquisition. That's what it is. But they will use pre-existing animosity to motivate people to do ultra violence in the way that you're seeing the RSF engage in. I'm saying that the most consequent, there's a couple different reasons why they're doing this. Obviously, a part of it is the ports, right? They want to have control over the Red Sea on either side. That's a major concern because it's a huge trade route. Okay. Another reason, perhaps even more consequentially, is resource extraction. But it's kind of like this. I'm saying that the Sudanese government and army has long funded and backed these groups to quell uprisings from African minorities. I'm confused by what you're trying to tell me. My point is, it's never just sectarian tensions or ethnic conflict that is the primary vehicle for the violence or the primary purpose for the violence. The primary purpose for the violence is always material. But ethnic tensions, in whichever direction, is usually the motivator to get more people on to get more people motivated to engage in acts of violence. Did this with the Missouri Arabs in South Sudan and the Janjaweed? Yes. No, absolutely. Johnny Harris did a video explaining how this conflict came to be. I can't believe we're doing this, but we're going to watch Johnny Harris.
War as violence rises in the capital. Two rival generals and their armies are fighting for control in the city of Khartoum, and the battle is spreading across the country.
$3 billion in aid is needed to help Sudan's refugee crisis. Around 1 million people have been displaced after intense fighting broke out a month ago.
So let me get you...
I don't know if I trust CIA Harris on this topic. You kind of can, because America's involvement in this is always going to be there, obviously. Its involvement is indirect by way of the UAE. And their adversaries are also playing a formative role in one side of the conflict, Russia. But it's one of the few like regional conflicts where the American involvement is not so direct that they can take a hardline position. Against the people that are destroying the Sudanese population. That's precisely the reason why I don't know if it was no fucking shot, they're gonna eat your ass for this. What do you mean? The American government has called what the RSF is doing in Sudan a genocide. That doesn't mean that America's on the right side or has no interest in this conflict whatsoever. But it goes to show, like, there's always going to be an indirect level of involvement. But if you're confused by why so many politicians are coming out to say, like, what the RSF is doing is ethnic cleansing, they need to stop. They need to stop doing this. The reason why they're saying that, as opposed to saying it in Israel, for example, is because of the indirect involvement that they have, where they can just like burn it. There is no major lobby, for example, that's like shutting them the fuck up. All right, we'll do Cogito. Cogito is only a year old.
This
as
video
opposed to the
is
Johnny
sponsored
Harris
by
one that's 2
Nebula.
years old.
Support. Once the home of 6 million people, now a constant barrage of artillery and airstrikes punctuate daily life. At least 3 million people have fled the city. Khartoum has become a ghost town. Even on Google Earth, you can see what were once busy, car-filled streets are now empty.
For the record, there is nothing that happens on this planet that America has no involvement in, okay? Nothing. You look hard enough at any conflict that's happening around the world, of course the global hegemonic superpower is going to have some degree of involvement in. I'm just saying that it is not as directly involved as a direct belligerent, even in the way that Russia is, okay? That's all I'm stating. America is behind all of the evil around the world to a certain degree. Even in this situation, they are behind the UAE, for example. And the UAE is the primary backer of the RSF. So, of course, America still has an indirect involvement, just like with Saudi Arabia and the UAE, which the RSF forces actually contributed to in the civil war in Yemen. It was the UAE on one side, the Saudis on the other side, against the Ansar Allah movement that was backed by Iran. In that circumstance, it was American weapons and American munitions and American guidance systems that were responsible for all the fucking violence, but it was an indirect involvement. But it's not as direct as our involvement in Israel.
War broke out in the capital on the 15th of April 2023 between the Sudanese...
Okay, facts. America has no involvement with Sentinel Island. There you go.
These armed forces, or SAF, commanded by General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan, and the paramilitary group known as the Rapid Support Forces, or RSF, commanded by General Mohammed Hamdan Dagalo, widely known as Hemeti. This power struggle has caused the world's largest humanitarian catastrophe. International observers are sounding the alarm for genocide. 8.6 million people have been forced from their homes. 2 million have fled the country, many to neighbouring Chad and Egypt. This is the largest displaced population in the world. 25 million people, including 14 million children, are in need of immediate humanitarian aid. 18 million are facing severe hunger, the equivalent of the entire population of the Netherlands. 755,000 people are in famine conditions, meaning Sudan has now passed Gaza as the worst famine on earth. 2.5 million people are set to starve by September. The strange thing is that all this started out as an inspiring story of success. In 2019, a massive, peaceful, democratic revolution ousted former Sudanese dictator Omar al-Bashir after 30 years of repressive rule. Sudanese men and women went into the streets and demanded their rights and won. Then, two generals smothered Sudan's democratic revolution and have now turned on each other. A civil war has broken out in Sudan. Famine is looming, a genocide is underway in Darfur, all while the international community turns a blind eye or is directly profiting from the conflict. Sudan is collapsing, and here's why.
30 years of iron-fisted rule under Omar al-Bashir ended today.
Sudan is home to about 48 million people and around 500 different ethnic groups. It is 97% Sunni Muslim and Arabic is the main language. About 70% of the population are Sudanese Arabs, with significant minorities like Fur, Zaghawa and Masalit people. Sudan's history is thousands of years long, but we'll be starting in 1899 when this area was conquered by the British Empire, who then ruled Sudan as a colony until 1956. After independence, this new, massive Sudan faced huge challenges. The colonial borders the British drew forced very different peoples into one state. There was a divide between the country's wealthier Arab Muslim north and the less developed non-Arab Christian or animist south, which caused decades of civil wars, ending with Sudan splitting into two states when South Sudan broke off in 2011. In 1989, the military officer Omar al-Bashir seized power in a coup. Backed by the Sudanese armed forces, he ruled for the next 30 years. Since independence, Arab elites and military men in the Nile River Valley have dominated the Sudan.
This is key. One of the many reasons why there's so much conflict. Okay, controlling the Sudanese ports.
State, prioritizing development in cities like Khartoum while neglecting peripheral regions like Blue Nile, South Kordofan and Darfur. Subsidies for fuel and wheat for the cities are financed by exporting livestock.
This is not a conflict that can fit into a pro or anti-Western framework. Egypt and Saudi support the SAF, and Egypt is the second largest recipient of military aid after Israel. Conversely, that camp includes Iran and RSF as Chinese weaponry. No, that's why I said, like, America can get away with saying that this is a fucking genocide that's going on. That's what I mean. It doesn't mean that America's hands are not in this. Of course, they are involved, but it's not as direct. That's simply the point I was making. You feel me? I would even go so far as to like present the shit show that has been the Syrian civil war, where America basically was funding virtually every side. Not all sides, but pretty much all the sides, even sides that were warring with one another, like the Turks. Turkey is America's NATO proxy. Turkey had the Free Syrian Army that were getting training from the Americans by way of Turkish training, getting weapons from the Americans by way of the Turkish government. Meanwhile, on the other side, America, the American State Department, was directly involved in the training of the Kurdish militias, the YPJ, and they would fight one another. They would bomb one another's positions sometimes. The Turkish government was sometimes directly involved itself in wiping out the Kurds. In this circumstance, America's involvement is not as direct, even in comparison to the shit show that became the Syrian civil war.
Gum Arabic, oil and gold from these peripheral regions. This system has left areas like Darfur, home to 11 million people and roughly the size of Spain, incredibly poor. Darfur was for centuries a wealthy Islamic sultanate until it was conquered by the British in 1916. Its unique identity predates the creation of Sudan, and the Arab elite centre has exploited and looked down on the African and Arab populations in Darfur. Darfur's history is multi-ethnic and identity there is very mixed, but generally in Darfur, Arab refers to Arabized indigenous Africans who live as nomadic camel or cattle herders. African generally applies to farmers. Both groups are black and Muslim and have intermarried for centuries. In the 90s, one Darfuri said, "We didn't think who is an Arab and who is a Masalit. We just thought that we were the same people." From the 80s onward, drought and desertification in Chad and Darfur forced nomadic Arabs to seek new water and grazing areas, causing conflict with settled farmers. Both sides correctly felt that the state was neglecting them. In 2001, Zagawa, Fur and Masalit rebel groups, unhappy with Bashir's rule and Darfur's neglect, launched a rebellion. By 2003, they were seizing towns and humiliating the Sudanese army, who were already busy fighting another civil war in the south. Omar al-Bashir's regime needed Darfur's resources. The rebels mostly recruited from the non-Arab population of Darfur, so al-Bashir targeted those groups with extreme violence. Al-Bashir needed an alternative to his struggling military, so he reinforced the ethnic lines of the conflict by paying and arming Darfuri Arabs. In return for steady employment, these men, armed with invaluable local knowledge, formed rapid horse-riding militias. These brutally effective fighters became known as the Janjaweed, or the Devils on Horseback. The Janjaweed systematically attacked non-Arab communities, primarily the Masalit, Fur and Zagawa, but also some of the non-involved Arab communities. While claiming that they were fighting rebels, the Janjaweed burned down entire villages. They systematically killed men and boys, they targeted women for rape, and they forced 3 million people from their homes.
Sudan's vast refugee camps are swelling once more and its death toll is rising.
Many ended up in camps for internally displaced persons or IDPs, around cities such as Nyala, El Fasher and El Janina. By 2007, al-Bashir and the Janjaweed killed at least 300,000 people. In 2009, al-Bashir was indicted by the International Criminal Court for genocide in Darfur, but neither he nor the Janjaweed ever faced punishment for their crimes. After decades of repressive rule, al-Bashir needed to coup-proof his regime. The Sudanese armed forces had overthrown the government 3 times since 1956. To avoid this fate, he built a paramilitary to counterbalance the SAF. In 2013, he consolidated the Janjaweed militias into a single force under his direct control called the Rapid Support Forces. This new, highly mobile force could rapidly deploy to suppress any resistance to al-Bashir. Since 2013, the RSF has continued the Janjaweed's crimes in Darfur, destroying hundreds of villages with impunity. Hemeti is an Arab from Darfur, and he fought in the Darfur conflict and rose up to become a senior Janjaweed leader. He displayed exceptional loyalty to al-Bashir, who made him the leader of the RSF. The RSF crushed any resistance to and increasingly hated al-Bashir so efficiently that al-Bashir called Hemeti my protector. Hemeti had larger ambitions though. Sudan is the 3rd largest producer of gold in Africa, the world's most gold-rich continent. At the same time, Sudan remains one of the poorest countries in the world because the gold mined by the hard work of the Sudanese people has never enriched the Sudanese people. But it did enrich Hemeti. In November of 2017, Hemeti's RSF seized the Jebel Emir gold mines in Darfur from anti-al-Bashir rebels. Hemeti now controlled gold mines worth billions of dollars. 99% of Sudan's gold is exported to the United Arab Emirates or UAE, who refine it and then sell it on the international market, making the Emirates and Hemeti filthy rich. The Al Gunade company, run by Hemeti's family, has become a vast conglomerate covering gold, transport and construction. But the UAE and Hemeti's relationship went well beyond just gold. In 2015, the UAE struck a deal with Hemeti to send RSF soldiers to fight in the Saudi Emirati war on the Houthis in Yemen. The RSF mercenaries were paid $13,000 for each 6 months of fighting. A Sudanese doctor working overtime might earn about $500 a month. For impoverished Darfuris, fighting in the RSF became one of the only reliable sources of income. By 2017, there were as many as 40,000 RSF troops in Yemen. 20 to 40% of them were between the ages of 14 and 17 years old. This was a great deal for everyone. The UAE and the Saudis got to kill Yemenis without actually fighting, Hemeti got rich, and impoverished Darfuri 16-year-olds died fighting equally young Yemenis. The Saudi and the United Arab Emirates' ongoing war on Yemen has killed about 400,000 people.
No, they weren't aligned with the Houthis. No, they were fighting against the Houthis at the direction of the UAE.
By late 2018, Hemeti was one of the richest men in Africa. He had built up an independent, battle-hardened military force of over 100,000.
Yeah, you'll see here. It'll describe it.
And 10,000 armed trucks alongside alliances in the rich Gulf states. This wasn't just a paramilitary anymore. It was a private army and business empire, a state within a state. And Hemeti had built his power base just in time. During an economic crisis in 2018, al-Bashir cut wheat and fuel subsidies, which tripled food prices. In December 2018, protests sprang up around the country demanding food security for all citizens. It quickly turned into a nationwide uprising against al-Bashir's 30 long years of repressive rule. The whole country is Darfur became a slogan repeated over and over again in protests across Sudan, a show of solidarity for Darfur, whose suffering had been ignored for decades. This revolution was being led by groups called resistance committees, grassroots, civilian-led groups that organised neighbourhoods to wage civil disobedience campaigns against the government. Dozens of protesters were gunned down by the state, but thousands of young women and men in the resistance committees kept making their demands. The resignation of al-Bashir, the end of military rule, a transition to democratic civilian government, and the prosecution of war criminals, including al-Bashir. On the 6th of April 2019, the protesters gathered outside the military headquarters and presidential palace in Khartoum to build a protest encampment. Images of the protester Alaa Salah leading chants went viral. Trade unions and resistance committees brought the country to a standstill. The noose was tightening around Bashir. Hemeti, Bashir's protector, joined with the military in a coup, and on the 11th of April 2019, the military placed al-Bashir under house arrest, ending 3 decades of his rule. The Sudanese revolution was a sudden success story. A democratic movement by the people ousted one of the world's worst dictators. The problem was that the military took over. The new government would be a transitional military council led by General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan, who took over as de facto head of state, with Hemeti as his deputy. The protesters refused to leave the streets. They demanded the RSF be dissolved, the army go back to the barracks, and the government be handed over to civilians. For the military and the RSF, this threatened their power and business interests. Al-Bashir was disposable, but the system wasn't. Al-Burhan and Hemeti began to crack down on the protests. In the early morning on the 3rd of June 2019, the RSF entered the protest encampment in Khartoum, surrounding the sleeping protesters.
What was planned as a night of culture and conversation became one of bloodshed and terror.
Chaos is broken out at the sit-in. I'm told that earlier rapid support forces and paramilitary group, now part of the armed forces, fired live ammunition up, beat them severely.
These people, we don't know if they were the RSF or not, entered Nile Street to try and clear the barricades. They fired live ammunition and there were loads of casualties. I saw 5 dead in front of me and transferred no less than 30 to hospital.
Chad said this is slowly happening in Pakistan as well? Yes.
They unleashed a massacre. They burned people alive in tents and murdered and raped their way through the campsite. At least 130 protesters were killed, bringing the peaceful sit-in to a brutal end after 58 days. Eyewitnesses said the RSF fighters yelled, "You used to chant the whole country is Darfur, now we have brought Darfur to you." The democratic movement did not give in though. They remained in the streets. Negotiations led to a power-sharing agreement with a transitional government with al-Burhan as Sudan's de facto head of state, Hemeti as his deputy, and the civilians were represented by Prime Minister Abdallah Hamdok. For months and months, civilian groups tried to negotiate a transition from military rule to full civilian rule, with a new constitution and elections in 2022. The problem was that the democratic transition was doomed from the beginning. In order for Sudan to become a democracy, it would have to separate the military from control of the economy and the state, which the military and Hemeti were obviously against. The trouble was that the military and Hemeti were the people with guns. The Sudanese people also wanted war criminals brought to justice. If they gave up their power, the generals would end up in court for their crimes in Darfur or the June 3rd massacre. And finally, the civilians wanted the RSF gone. Sick of negotiating with civilians, Al Burhan and Hemeti teamed up on the 25th of October 2021 to perform a military coup. They dissolved the civilian part of the government and arrested Hamdok. The coup wasn't received well. Protests erupted across
every step of the way. There could have been American intervention to implement a manageable peace. And the reason why they looked in the other direction is because it was, one, in Africa, and two, they did not want to fuck up the bag. No, it wasn't just COVID. They just didn't want to. They didn't want to fuck up the bag for the United Arab Emirates and the Trump administration beforehand as well.
Across the country and were violently put down week after week. But the protests did continuously push Al Burhan and Hemeti back to the negotiating table, as both wanted some sort of agreement with the civilians to legitimize their rule, but they wanted an agreement that left only them with the power and the guns. Negotiations after the October coup continuously froze over one issue: how to integrate the RSF into the Sudanese military.
There was no resource to exploit? No, there are. There's gold and oil. Well, most of the oil is in South Sudan, but there is gold. It's just not a commodity or a resource that they particularly care about that much. And also, they would much rather turn a blind eye to this so that their regional ally could gain a stronger foothold over the country.
Can't have two armies. Al Burhan wanted the RSF to merge into the SAF within 2 years. Hemeti wanted a decade. From Hemeti's point of view, why would he give up his powerful paramilitary? The moment he does, he loses all leverage, and then Al Burhan can eliminate him.
I think you can go so far as to say that you can tell that this wasn't like American NGO-backed civil society organizations that were actually causing a ruckus in making demands for a democratic organization of Sudanese society. Because if that was the case, because that's usually the American footprint, a color revolution of sorts, that's when America does intervene. But when it's actually the democratic wishes of the majority, like a true democratic wish of the majority, as opposed to a regional actor's resource extraction scheme, then they just don't give a shit. They don't talk about it. The media doesn't cover it as much. And that's how it goes.
If you're Al Burhan, your incentive is to eliminate Hemeti as soon as possible. The longer you wait, the more powerful he gets. They smothered Sudan's potential democracy together, but now the two generals, one a brutal paramilitary leader from Sudan's most marginalized area, the other a career general representing the ruling class at Sudan's center, now faced off as it became clear that if they could eliminate the other, they could win the whole country for themselves. On the 15th of April 2023, the RSF launched a series of simultaneous attacks on SAF bases, on Al Burhan's residence, and areas around Khartoum International Airport. The RSF also hit Mayoral, Al Obeida, Nyala, El Fasher, and Port Sudan. At least 35 people died in the attempt to kill Al Burhan at his residence. Al Burhan himself survived. A civil war had begun. Khartoum became a deadly battle zone. People who could afford to fled the city. Millions of others faced daily airstrikes and gun battles as they sheltered in their homes. Hemeti's quick-moving and battle-hardened RSF established control over almost half the country, including Khartoum, forcing Al Burhan and his generals to flee to Port Sudan. The SAF continues to use its main advantage, its air force, to bomb civilian areas indiscriminately, frequently slaughtering women and children. Both sides are constantly fighting for control of the area around Khartoum, but Darfur has seen the worst violence. Soon after the fighting broke out in...
As Yemen's blockade continues to choke Israel's shipping lanes in the Red Sea, new reports reveal that Sudan's Port Sudan has quietly become a key route for Israeli-linked cargo used to circumvent Ansar Allah's blockade on vessels bound for Eilat. Since the start of the genocide in Gaza, Israel and its Gulf partners have relied on Red Sea land corridors and alternative ports, particularly Egypt and Sudan, to sustain trade and energy shipments. Sudan's transnational military government, backed by the UAE and supported by Israel, has allowed foreign vessels to operate under its protection, effectively aiding Israel's war economy while its own people face famine and displacement. What Yemen shut down in defense of Gaza, Sudan's generals have reopened for profit and for political favor. This report, written likely to give legitimacy to the RSF militia, claims that the Sudanese government is backed by the UAE. Also explain to me how an Israeli ship banned from the Red Sea would benefit from using Port Sudan, which is in Africa. Oh, this is this person is saying that the Mint Press is offering legitimacy to the RSF by shitting on the government forces or the other generals' forces, SAF. The problem is both sides are either working alongside Russia or they're working alongside the UAE. I don't think this ends up giving legitimacy to the. I don't think that the the SAF is not good either. This entire video plots out exactly what the divisions were. Both are military forces that are dominating the entire population. The RSF is worse, but it doesn't matter. It's not that the other side is good either. Neither of them want democracy. Both of them want to rule over the entire country. And there are regional partners like Egypt and even in some instances Russia that are trying to ensure that the RSF doesn't control the country. The UAE wants the RSF to control the country, but from the perspective of the Sudanese population, they want democracy to take place.
Khartoum, the RSF attacked El Janina, home to 540,000 people, what was once the lively capital of West Darfur. From mid-April to mid-June 2023, RSF forces with heavy artillery and gunfire systematically attacked civilians and infrastructure such as hospitals, mosques and schools in El Janina. They targeted the primarily Masalit majority neighbourhoods in El Janina and the internally displaced persons camps surrounding the city. In El Janina, the RSF committed a campaign of systematic rape and enslavement of women in the areas they attacked. In and around El Janina, the RSF went from house to house, killing Masalit or presumed Masalit males of any age.
We met one of the most senior Masalit figures from the region.
100% this is a genocide.
For the record, the reason why I said that ethnic conflict or sectarian tensions are not the primary responsibility here, but simply a galvanizing factor for the forces is for this reason. Because the violence itself can be easily read as sectarian infighting, like a sectarian tension, the Masalit getting ruthlessly slaughtered by I guess more Islamist RSF forces that are backed by the UAE. But the reason why that's not the primary factor here, that is just a galvanizing factor, is because the ultimate goal is resource extraction. They are, however, using the pre-existing ethnic tensions to move people in this direction.
Can you put your hands
Yes,
up?
they're using ethnic and tribal divisions they're exploiting ethnic and tribal divisions to do unlimited violence.
If either your father or your brother is either dead or missing.
The siege of El Janina and the massacre killed between 10 and 15,000 people and created 370,000 refugees. You can see the destruction yourself on Google Earth. The Sudanese armed forces did next to nothing to protect El Janina and its civilians. On the 14th of June, Kamas Abakar, the Masalit governor of West Darfur, was sheltering in a UNICEF compound. In an interview with Al Hadat TV, soon after the interview, the governor was captured by the RSF, and hours later, videos of his corpse were shared on Twitter. Abakar's killing triggered a panicked exodus out of El Janina. On the night of the 14th of June, tens of thousands of refugees poured out of the city to make the 30-kilometer trek through the desert to Chad or to the SAF base in Ardamata a few kilometers north. The kilometers-long convoy leading to Ardamata was attacked by the RSF at sunrise on the 15th of June. The RSF opened fire on the convoy, massacring the refugees. The RSF forces shot at hundreds of women, men and children who tried to escape by swimming across the rapid Kaja River. 1,000 people were killed during this exodus. Many people from El Janina were killed at RSF checkpoints in the city and on the roads. Women disguised their male children in girls' clothes as they tried to escape El Janina. RSF fighters stopped women with children, checked the child's sex, and if it was male, they killed the child. By the 27th of July, 179,000 new refugees arrived in Adre, a poor border town in Chad. 600,000 Sudanese people are now living as refugees in Chad with little hope of returning home. The RSF are the Janjaweed relabeled. They avoided justice and the international community allowed them to flourish. Now they have 20 more years of experience and upgraded weaponry and are committing genocide again. The RSF has conquered the capital of all 5 Darfur states with the exception...
Sorry, I want to clarify a previous statement. I misspoke when I said the Islamist forces. The RSF is a secular Arab nationalist, or at least they present themselves as a secular Arab nationalist force rather than an Islamist force.
Of Al-Fasher, a city that now stands alone. Its population has ballooned to 1.8 million people, as it houses over 1 million displaced Darfuris. Al-Fasher has been under siege by the RSF since April 2024. The RSF has blocked all roads leading to Al-Fasher. No one is coming to their aid, and the city is being starved to death. Both the RSF and the SAF block aid access to each other's territory. The Sudanese Armed Forces ordered international aid organisations and the UN not to deliver aid over the Chad border into RSF territory, and the organisations are obeying that order, which means that those under attack in Darfur are alone. In December 2023, the RSF captured Gezira State, Sudan's breadbasket that produces nearly half of the country's wheat. In that state alone, the RSF has looted supplies that could feed millions. Now, 18 million Sudanese are facing acute food insecurity. If the situation does not change, 2.5 million people could die by the end of September. Access in Sudan is so limited that we have no idea how many people have actually died in this war so far. The UN reports that about 14,790 people have died, but we know that around 15,000 people died in El Janina alone. Some experts believe that 150,000 people may already be dead. The Sudanese have been left to fend for themselves in the world's worst humanitarian crisis.
This is also another one of the reasons why it's like more difficult to cover what's going on. The reason why it's more difficult to cover what's going on in Sudan is also because they just straight up, just like Israel, murder every single person that they can get their hands on, including journalists. So the amount of information that you can get out of Sudan is also very limited.
To fight this crisis, Sudanese youth established emergency response rooms, or ERRs, across the country. Born from the resistance committees that led the 2019 revolution, ERR volunteers have evacuated tens of thousands from conflict zones, provided clean water and medicine, and kept the few hospitals still running stocked with fuel and supplies. They maintain water and communication infrastructure and run community kitchens that feed millions. But now, over a year into the war, it's getting harder with no aid coming in. And they're doing all this while both sides of the conflict are targeting them.
You stayed here throughout the war. Were you not afraid?
No, I'm not afraid. Afraid of what?
Afraid of being killed?
And man will kill, will die once, no? No twice, once.
These emergency response rooms have been keeping Sudan alive by not only saving people, but by keeping the social fabric of Sudan from tearing apart. One ERR volunteer said, "Everybody should be able to eat and not feel shame. We, as Sudanese, are still helping each other. We survive together." The Rapid Support Forces have been winning on almost every front throughout the war, until January 2024, when Iranian-made armed drones helped the SAF halt the progress of the Rapid Support Forces. Iran wants an ally in Africa and on the Red Sea, and has found one in Al Burhan. The drones help pinpoint artillery strikes, which forces the RSF to flee from many areas and allowed the army to deploy forces on the ground. This has
Arab nationalism is led by Nasserites and socialists which fought the UAE. RSF are not Arab nationalists. That's why I said they bill themselves as a secular Arab nationalist movement, but they're not. And they do have Islamists amongst their ranks. It's not a normal. I don't know how to describe it. It's not like a Ba'ath Party style situation either. It's just, it is simply one paramilitary group fighting against the previous military junta while also destroying all other civilian population groups. But they're not like they're not engaging in a pan-Arabic nationalist movement. That's the reason why chatters are pushing back on that, is because that ideology invokes a specific historic pattern
that allowed the SAF to regain pockets of territory around Khartoum. Whether this actually changes the war or whether it just drags this hell out for civilians is yet to be seen. For years, the Wagner Group, Russia's state-funded private military company, has armed and assisted the RSF in exchange for access to Sudan's gold. Sudan's gold helps Russia avoid the effects of the economic sanctions placed on it after it invaded Ukraine in 2022. Gold is a global hard currency that Russia can use to prop up the ruble. Hemedi was in Moscow with a plane full of gold on the day Russia invaded. On the 5th of June 2019, 2 days after the RSF massacred over 100 protesters in Khartoum, the Wagner-affiliated company Mayoral Gold, a company with mines in Sudan, supported by the RSF, imported 13 tons of riot shields, helmets and batons to a company owned by Hemedi's family. Shortly after that, Hemedi purchased high-end surveillance and phone hacking equipment from Israeli intelligence, which allows him to crack down on any resistance in Khartoum or near his gold mines. In April 2023, the Wagner Group supplied the RSF with surface-to-air missiles, which have been invaluable in taking out SAF jets. After Wagner's leader died after a short-lived rebellion against Putin, it appears Russia has changed sides, or at least is now supporting both sides. In April 2024, Russia pledged recognition and military support and then began selling gas to Al-Burhan and the SAF. And Al-Burhan has committed to building a Russian naval base in Port Sudan.
Yeah.
But the major
This is why I said they arm and fund both sides.
Player in Sudan's civil war.
Also, this is not unique. I just described to you that America does this shit all over the place as well. This is not unique to Russia. This is what superpowers do. And yes, Russia and Israel are more often than not on the same side when it comes to regional affairs. I know everybody likes to think like, oh, what are you talking about? Russia is like pro-Iran. Russia is pro-Iran. Vladimir Putin has openly stated that Israel is seen as like a sister nation to Russia. It's the third most commonly spoken language in Israel after Hebrew and English is Russian. Israel is also a way for Russian oligarchs to freely enter the global marketplace because a lot of Russian oligarchs also have Israeli passports as well.
Is the United Arab Emirates, who have been using their vast wealth to influence regional politics. The UAE is a rich petrostate and key American ally in the region alongside Saudi Arabia and Egypt, and it hosts about 5,000 American military.
That's also a good example, yes. China literally does this in Myanmar 100%. That's also true. The difference, of course, is that that's its own border, not to justify it, but they will sometimes offer logistical support and in the interest of stability in a regional partner with the military junta, and then they will also sometimes support the paramilitary formations that are fighting against the military junta. Yeah, you can do this all you want. It's just the truth.
Personnel. Hemedi keeps the gold flowing out of Sudan and into Dubai. Both Hemedi and the UAE and their customers want that gold to keep flowing. In June of 2023, Chad's president met with the UAE's president in Abu Dhabi, and Chad's president left that meeting with $1.5 billion. By the way, Chad's annual GDP is $12 billion. Suddenly, UAE cargo planes began landing in Andajaras, a tiny oasis town close to Chad's border with Sudan. Cargo planes from the Emirates have been landing there on a near daily basis since June 2023. When the records of these flights were publicly leaked, the UAE said that they had just built a 50-bed hospital there to help with the Sudanese refugee crisis, a crisis that's happening 300 kilometers to the south. The UAE called this a new milestone in the UAE's bright record of giving. What was it giving? Well, it wasn't aid. Locals have stated that the hospital is treating wounded RSF fighters. Weapons are flown into this airstrip and then are driven to Zarug, the main RSF base in North Darfur. Hemeti's fighters
UAE was giving
Emirates supplied
weapons to the RSF
anti-tank missiles to target army bases in Khartoum. In February of 2024, a leaked document confirmed that 100 RSF soldiers were flown to the UAE for training on drones and tanks. The UAE, due to its support and arming of the RSF, is complicit in the genocide in Darfur, and any of its allies such as Saudi Arabia and the US who continue to support it are also complicit. The UAE sees Sudan as a useful Red Sea ally and also as a future cheap source of food and mercenaries. The Emirates have also positioned themselves as fighters against Islamism, which they think has influence over the SAF. During the 2011 Arab Spring, the fear of Islamism became a useful tool for Middle Eastern dictators as a way to brutally put down protests against their rule. Sure, they weren't killing democratic protesters, they were fighting Islamists. Promises to fight Islamists have for decades been used to gain Western military aid and immunity for human rights violations. Abdullahi Haleki from Refugees International said the UAE has worked more than any other country to stifle the emergence of democracy in the region. Hemeti has noticed that by calling himself a fighter against Islamism, he can win support from the West and Gulf states. He's even paid several Western PR firms millions of dollars to...
It's pretty funny that, like, I mean, it's obviously tragic, but there's a hint of irony here that like these guys just don't give a shit, okay? They don't give a shit. It's not, I don't know how to describe it. As far as like whether this is a real war being waged against like fundamentalist forces or not, it doesn't matter. It's not. That's not the case. Especially when you think about like the forces that the Saudi government has utilized in perpetuity around the fucking region and have propped up, and a monster that they have fed in Africa as well. Where do you think Al Qaeda comes from? Like, what was Osama bin Laden doing? He was doing this shit, but in other neighboring African nations. On the Islamist front, the UAE Interior Ministry called the SAF a front for the Muslim Brotherhood as recently as yesterday. Only reason this has any staying powers is that the previous al-Bashir regime was the only other Salafist regime besides Saudi Arabia. They use that to claim that the current military is dominated by Salafists. Yeah. Americans are too stupid to understand Shia versus Sunni. No shot. They're going to comprehend the RSF being a secular Arab supremacist anti-Islamist. Absolutely no shot. They're not really secular anti-Islamists either. They're anti-ideological gangsters. They got certain ideas about race that might surprise Americans. Like it is a marketing technique. Honestly, dude, I think most dumb people are not even aware of Africa and Islam. Oh my God. America's #1 weapon it wields in Africa is the exact same shit that they did in the rest of the MENA region in the Middle East, which is ISIS-style forces that literally wreak havoc, only for America to then set up a fucking military base to combat ISIS-style influence in the region. How did those guys get there? How did they get the weapons? How are they fucking dominating all of these other nations on the verge of instability? I wonder. Only to then have to bring in an American military base so they can engage in some sort of stabilization operation.
Market him that way. One British PR firm Hemeti hired stated, just 7 months after the June 3rd massacre, the media tends to focus on the past, when his role in the current and future is more important. We should therefore seek to rebalance the perception of the military to neutral to positive. The past being mass murder and not like some old dodgy tweets. Very few international powers actually want democracy to take hold in Sudan. The UAE, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Russia and their allies know that a military regime would suit their interests. They want to keep resources flowing out of Sudan. They want bases in Sudan. And they definitely don't want an example of people overthrowing an authoritarian government. The question for them isn't how to stop civilian suffering, it's whether they prefer an SAF.
Yeah, this is also a good point. Here are the names of the Israel/UAE-backed groups in Gaza. Counterterrorism Strike Force, Shujaiya Popular Defense Force, the New Gaza, and the Popular Forces. Popular Forces being the one with the, I mean, all of them I think have different AI emblems and logos, but they're all popular forces. They all present themselves like anti-Islamists. Is always the same shit. Open Presence, thank you for the 25. Get the subs. The Arab identity in Sudan is extremely complicated. I've seen some articles refer to the Janjaweed versus others. To be more accurate, as old tribal feuds of nomadic versus sedentary tribes stoked purposely by the previous president through his use of the Janjaweed/RSF against those they had tensions with. Yeah. I don't know how to describe the it's not just a marketing technique though. This anti-Arab and black it is anti-black and Arab supremacist ideology is deeply ingrained in the RSF dating back to the Janjaweed. Of course, there is more than sectarianism, but this formation came into existence via ethnic disputes between the pastoralist Arab communities and the non-Arab ethnic groups in Darfur. It evolved into a genuine exterminationist ideology. Yes, for the Americans in the chat saying, how is it anti-black when they're both black, dude? You keep trying to fit Western labels on this very complicated conflict. Please stop. But the RSF seems to believe that they have some semblance of ethnic supremacy over the people that they're slaughtering. It's one of those things where it's not a real distinction, especially considering that these groups used to also cohabitate the same spaces and live alongside one another, and that from the outsider's opinion, it's like virtually impossible to discern. But then again, if you squint hard enough at like the Palestinians that are being slaughtered and the Israelis doing the slaughtering, if you didn't see the gear that they were wearing, you would probably have a very hard time figuring out who's actually on the side of Israel and who's actually resisting against Israel as well. That's why I always just say, like, in a lineup, if you put like Israelis and Palestinians side by side, no disrespect to the Palestinians here, but like if you look at it from afar, it's very hard to decipher. And this is normal. This happens all the time. Turks and Armenians, Turks and the Greeks, English and the French. Not really a good example. No, it is a good example. It's the same shit. Turks versus Kurds. All men are brothers is what I'm saying. And a lot of the racialized animus is like a post-chattel slavery holdover. People used to enslave one another with regular frequency, but under chattel slavery, there needed to be a different justification, especially because the people that were being enslaved were coming from different religious backgrounds, whether they be Muslim or whether they be Christian as well in certain instances. So they had to find a different language to justify the domination. And so they came up with skin color and race science. That's why it's like unique when we talk about the racial component here between people who are self-described Arabs versus the black Sudanese population. Yeah. If you're black, you were finished. The ethnically targeted violence raging in Sudan. Refugees tell of attacks on darker skinned people and non-Arab groups by rapid support forces allies in Darfur. Chattel slavery is ancient and it's not racial. What? No. It absolutely is racial. Your knowledge on this is poor. I think you are comparing other forms of slavery to chattel slavery, but chattel slavery is absolutely racialized, and it is seen as the modern, like what you understand as racism in the modern world, anti-blackness in particular, is different than different formations of race, different formations of slavery, which was predominantly built around ethnic conflict or domination of different sorts. This is like pre-nation states, right? Tribal conflicts. And there's a reason why a Roman slave versus a slave in ancient Greece versus a slave in the Ottoman Empire versus indentured servitude that the Irish were forced into. These are very different formations as opposed to the genetic component that exists within chattel slavery. Sometimes it was over, conflict. You take over an area by force and you sell people into slavery, but it was never like, there's been many different formations of it, but chattel slavery was the one that was so domineering and traced back to genetics. Slavery has been around since human beings have been around, but it was never racialized to the degree that it was under chattel slavery. And there was a very specific purpose for it. Yes, it was generational. There was no way of like buying your freedom. There was no like educational component or upward social mobility, even within the slave class structure. It was not considered to be like a political status. This is the reason why historians will say chattel slavery is like a uniquely evil form of slavery as opposed to all other forms of slavery. This isn't to say that other forms of slavery were good, obviously, but it's just that chattel slavery is uniquely evil. And a big part of the reason why it's uniquely evil is because of the permanency of it and also the racial component that comes along with it. Romans had chattel slavery, but it was not permanent. Oh my God, chattel is literally cattle. Prisoners of war were chattel. Okay, you are describing what I am saying. You're engaging in a semantics argument with me, saying that what's new is the conflation of the caste with chattel that arose in America. This is a semantics argument that you're engaging in, where you're saying that the caste system applied to chattel slavery was unique. But when I say chattel slavery, everybody understands I'm talking about the transatlantic slave trade, like the enslavement of Africans. Okay, that's what most people understand. And the racialized component that I'm talking about came along with that so that there was a justification for the permanence of this slave structure and the forced reproduction of people that were treated as, once again, cattle with no way out. You understand the distinction between the Roman version of slavery, and you're saying that Roman version of slavery was also chattel slavery, even though you understand that the main point I was making wasn't even about chattel slavery. I'm using that as the common understanding that every single person has in terms of chattel slavery. Okay. And it is a modern version. Forced slave is also super racist against Slavs. You are saying it's new. What's new is the combo of caste and chattel. Yes, but you are using it wrong. Oh my God. The reason why I was also bringing up the pseudo-scientific construct of race in the way that we understand it, blackness in the way that we understand it, and race realism or race science that was, debunked, was in an effort to justify the permanence of the enslavement of African peoples by way of their race. I think this is the point you made, but the racialization of slavery in the West actually began after the import of African slaves. It was used as a justification for the enslavement of an entire population as a way to get around the requirements that you could not enslave a Christian. Yes, that is what I said. And that chatter knows I'm right, but he had to be annoying and try to engage me in a semantics argument. It's like saying barbarin is a hateful terminology deployed against Germanic tribes or some shit. You know what I mean? How dare you use the ancient slur barbaric? Anyway.
F or an RSF military dictatorship. The war has devastated Sudan. The imperative now is to stop the fighting, deliver much needed aid and medicine, and end the ethnic cleansing in Darfur. Millions are starving. Millions have lost their homes. The RSF is carrying out a genocide. The SAF is indiscriminately bombing civilians from the air, while trying to maintain al-Bashir's old regime. Hemeti is the creation of decades of policies of Sudan's rulers in Khartoum. He has weaponized the marginalization and impoverishment of Darfur and placed it right at the center of Sudan's future. This is a war waged by two generals, a ruling class, and foreign powers against civilians in order to control the country's wealth, and innocent people are the ones paying the price. Sudan is an example of a nation caught up in the machinations of larger powers. It shows how complex our world is and how hidden factors can play a massive role in shaping people's lives. If you're as fascinated by these kinds of global dynamics as I am, you need to check out the Logistics of X series by Wendover Productions, exclusively available over on Nebula, an independent streaming service owned by creators like me, and it's packed with the best documentaries online. One standout episode of the Logistics series was the Logistics of Arms Manufacturing, a deep dive into how the United States maintains its position as the largest producer of weapons in the world through the use of complex, interdependent and sometimes hidden networks that transform raw materials into lethal munitions. The series also covers...
Anyway, all of the regional actors are backing one force over the other, or both at the same time to different degrees. Russia being a regional, I guess if you want to call it a regional actor, one that arms and funds both sides. All right. America and Britain send UAE arms to curry favor and win big contracts, while the UAE funnels arms to the brutal RSF in return for Sudan's gold. Despite the treaty obligations, Western nations continue to send arms to the UAE, which in turn gives some of them to the genocidal RSF to commit atrocities in Sudan. Like, while the SAF is not great either, the RSF is significantly more brutal in terms of the metric ton of violence that they've subjected the populations that it's dominated. Western countries have known this and have been going on for years and kept arms shipments flowing. Back in March, Chris Van Hollen and Sarah Jacobs introduced legislation to stop sending arms to the UAE until they stop arming the RSF in Sudan. America and Britain send the UAE arms to curry favor and win big contracts, while the UAE funnels arms to the brutal RSF in return for Sudan's gold. As evidence of the UAE backing the RSF mounts, remember that the top Biden aide who helped absolve the UAE of any wrongdoing went on to work for a firm with close leadership to the UAE. Brett McGurk, former U.S. National Security Council official for the Middle East under Biden, and the key figure in reviewing the administration's stance on UAE's alleged arms support to Sudan's rapid support forces, has now joined a financial firm operating in the UAE. Recently, McGurk met with Tahnoun bin Zayed as a part of the firm's delegation to explore partnership with tech and AI. Notably, just days before leaving the White House, McGurk officially denied UAE involvement in arming the RSF in a letter to Congress. Here was Akbar Shahid Ahmed's reporting. Only the United Arab Emirates, known to be RSF sponsor, could apply pressure to bring about a pause in fighting in Sudan and prevent a genocide. The sense in DC, including inside the admin, is that Biden advisor Brett McGurk is shielding the UAE. This was on June 4th, 2024. Incredible stuff. This guy's incredibly stupid. Beyond this, he's been posting about Islamism all day, just a stupid racist chud family. Sudan is facing the world's worst humanitarian crisis and a genocide, tens of thousands of dead, 12 million displaced Islamists. We don't want them here. We don't want them there or here. To Ilhan Omar, by the way, 100 years ago, people were saying the same thing about Italians. That's the funniest. That's such a funny response, because it's like, there are lots of dumb tweets, but this one takes the cake. It's just because the response to this is like, no, we do want Islamists here, which, by the way, depending on what you think that word means, is very funny. Or maybe he means, yeah, Italians were also a blight in the same way that Islamism has been. Italianists, we don't want them here or there. Here is a Channel 12 Eretz Nehederet satirical comedy show known as Israel's SNL, airing a skit mocking Zohran Mamdani's outreach to the Jewish community. Let's take a look.
Hi, I'm Zohran Mamdani, candidate for mayor of New York City. To my Jewish friends and neighbors, shalom.
Trigger warning, Israeli SNL. You're gonna implode. You're gonna have an aneurysm. Trigger warning, Israeli SNL. Okay, I have to do this to you. You have to watch this. This will help you. This will perhaps help you better understand why Israel is the way it is, because this is what works as comedy in Israel, okay? I am from Israel. Hello, I am comedian from Israel, and this is my comedy.
Let me start by wishing you all a happy new year, or as you say in Hebrew, Intifada Tova.
Cut! It's Shana Tova. You said Intifada.
I did?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it again.
And action.
Hey, to all my Jewish New Yorkers, tonight we celebrate Rosh Hashanah with a festive family dinner and dance joyfully to the beloved song Jihada, Nagil Jihada.
I'm pretty sure it's Hava Nagila.
Oh, of course.
Action.
Bro.
I want to reassure you, I embrace...
Do you guys ever sometimes see old minstrel shows or whatever, and you go what the fuck was so funny about this? I feel like anytime I see Israeli comedy, I feel the same way, where I cannot understand what is the funny part about this. It's so cringe. It's so bad. In the words of Will Miniker, they're too angry to make a joke. Like they wanted to make a joke, but they got too angry and too racist in the process of writing the joke that it's just like, look at these fucking Arabs. They all love jihad, right? They all love jihad, right? Classic secret Arab. This is secret Islamist, a lover of jihad.
All cultures. I love bagels, and I also love Hamas.
Hummus.
Hummus.
Action.
Dear Jewish friends, I promise you, I will fight anti-Semitism. I think about the Holocaust every day, that horrible time when Jews were transported by trains to the concentration camps. And it always reminds me of how my aunt stopped taking the train because she was afraid to go with a hijab after 9/11.
What?
Vote for me, and together we'll make New York City better and safer for Jews from Islamophobia. I'm Zoran Mamdani, and I approve this massacre. Message.
Oh, that was really good. That was really funny. I think Israel deserves a separate ICC and separate ICJ court case for this, for presenting this as comedy. I think that, I mean, there is perhaps no better division between Israel and American Jews than this, okay? It's just every cultural output that comes out of Israel is so devoid of humor, so devoid of artistic passion. What are we doing? This is what happens when you go to the desert and play hog for almost 100 years, you know? This is what happens. You become a hog. This is hog shit. This is what hogs do. Like, that's it. This is like trying to get a bunch of comedy writers from a Klans meet. This is going to be their output, you know? Check this one out.
They signed a ceasefire after we demanded a ceasefire?
Yeah.
How dare they?
Yes! I mean, I put my whole life on hold for this struggle. Everything. My career, my relationship, my rooftop Pilates.
But I thought stopping the war is like a good thing, right? We all know war is worse than gluten.
But what am I supposed to do with the boat now? Start fishing?
Oh, right. Okay, I know. We can have more oppressed people in the world. Like, what about the genocide of Uyghurs in China?
Genocide made in China? Sounds fake.
And also, can you realize this becoming the next kafia? Get real, bro.
Sorry, I wasn't thinking. Probably the shrooms.
Uh-huh.
What? I know. They're slaughtering Christians in Nigeria.
Jews are slaughtering Christians in Nigeria?
Nigeria will be free from the jungle to the tree. Nigeria will be free.
Wait, apparently it's Muslims that are doing the killing. Yeah, Jews had nothing to do with it.
So many fucking tropes. So many tropes in 1 minute and 20 seconds. If it has no Jews, it doesn't make the news. Classic, like, oh, why do you care so much about Israel? Is it because of the Jews doing the genocide? Is that why? Which, by the way, the question you must ask when you're faced with this counter is, what do you mean? So, like, it's okay for the Jews to do it then? Like, what are we talking about? Like, it's not even disparaging the rumors that Israel is contributing a lot of pain and a lot of harm in this region. It's just simply, why can't I do it? A war crime in and of itself to put this on television. From the jungle to the tree, Nigeria will be free. They're so jealous of from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. I lost the ability to smile. This is some pretty good anti-Israel propaganda. Oh, dude, this is what makes Israelis laugh. Okay, just understand. Yeah, I'm gonna cover the fucking posted and deleted takedown of John Oliver in a little bit. Hold on, we're gonna get to that because like there's the American version of Israel mindset as well.
So
Don't
where
worry.
is the fun? It's not juicy. It's not juicy.
I mean, we can always go back to fight global warming.
Global warming? What are we, 12?
Wait, they're killing Palestinians in Gaza again. It's not the IDF. No, it's Hamas militants. killing other Palestinians.
Once again, this argument is also really funny because they're like, only we get to kill the Palestinians. Why? How dare you? Like, what a crazy thing. What a crazy thing to state, which they did even with the Al Ahly bombing, if you recall, early on in the genocide, when they were like, oh, it's actually Palestinian Islamic Jihad that did it. Like, so what's the argument that like only you get to kill Palestinians? Like, I'm confused. What the fuck? What the fuck is this stupid ass argument?
How dare you call them militants? They are freedom fighters.
So, like, who are they killing?
Freedom fighters.
It's a mutual, non-accountable freedom conflict. Can't you handle a little moral complexity?
Okay, now the Gazans are eating a whale.
What? A whale?
No, it's probably the shrooms.
Yeah.
Comedy concerts in Nazi Germany and Israel. Who wins? I mean, it's both dog shit. I didn't even get that one. It was just another. It's literally fucking WhatsApp and Telegram shit. There was like I think a beached whale or something in the, not a whale, but maybe like a dolphin or something, or a shark that was beached on the Gaza shores. And they were saying that these guys are, it was a whale shark. Okay, yeah, it was a whale shark. And they were literally like, oh my God, look at these fucking barbaric monsters. They like killed a beached whale shark, even though it wasn't a fucking, they didn't kill it. Anyway, posted and deleted weeks after John Oliver's takedown of Barry Weiss, Reingold, Free Press's author of the shoddy article questioning the causes of emaciated Gazan children, attempts to parody last week tonight. She's definitely not mad. Do not write that she's mad.
Welcome to Yesterday Today. I'm your host, June Oliver, and tonight we're doing the same thing we always do, channeling our anger issues into a PowerPoint presentation. Our first victim tonight, get a load of this fatty, is Olivia Reingold, a journalist who recently reported facts that I did not like. I did not like them. Allow me to explain the job of a journalist. As a comedian, this is something I know a lot about. The number one job of a journalist is to increase happiness.
I mean, I think the takedown was apt because it showed that you weren't a real fucking journalist.
And diversity.
That's the point, right? Kind of seems like it hit hard, huh?
And when a journalist fails to do that, that is not journalism. That is fascism. And look, I know I'm just a comedian, but I do believe if tried at The Hague under international law, she would be found guilty of war crimes, thought crimes, fashion crimes.
Oh, by the way, this dipshit, Olivia Reingold, also major Hasanabi hater, is probably also going to receive a little bit of upwards mobility in her awful career for dick riding Israel into oblivion. Washington Post publisher Will Lewis tried to hire the Free Press's Olivia Reingold for the Post's overhauled opinion page with support from Jeff Bezos. Washington Post CEO Will Lewis has largely stayed out of the public eye as the paper has scaled back his staff and altered the direction of his opinion page, but that hasn't stopped him from recruiting. In recent months, Lewis attempted to hire Free Press reporter Olivia Reingold. Two people familiar with the situation told Semaphore, an idea that he discussed with owner Jeff Bezos, who supported the move. The idea was for Reingold to serve as one of the first new faces in the paper's overhauled opinion section, with Bezos' new focus on free markets and personal liberties. The attempt to hire Reingold to create written and video opinion content is part of the Post's push to make the paper's journalists engage in different mediums. The paper announced earlier this year that it was launching a creator network and hiring staff to create more personality-driven content. Reingold declined to comment. A spokesperson for the Post said the paper doesn't comment on hiring discussions.
Crimes, and the worst crime of them all, of being a Zionist. Oh, it looks like that's all the time we have tonight.
Bro, Hosburus are in such shambles. They're practically Joker posting. I know. And it's just like no amount of money that you dump in their direction is going to change the hatred in their hearts. They are in such a dire state, so angry all the time, that the unconditional loyalty and years and years of reputation laundering has completely fallen apart. I've been defending your ass for years. Why are you torturing us? Because I need you to see it. Okay? I need you to see it. I need you to see what they're doing. This is the reason why no matter how much shit sometimes this lady throws my way and many others on the pro-Israel side, I remain steadfast in my commitment to the truth. Okay? I can go to sleep comfortably at night. I'm used to people hating what I have to say, only years later coming to the same conclusions and sometimes never even forgetting how I made them feel initially.
For our insults show. But if you'll allow me to plug a few upcoming appearances I have. On Tuesday, I'll be doing a tight 5 at the No Kings March. Then on Friday, I'll be doing my weekly live stream with Al Quds Network last week in Hazan tonight. Thank you, Boomers. Good night, Boomers. Sleep well.
She's so mad. Oh, I wonder why she deleted it. I don't know. Because honestly, maybe because like they want to buy HBO or something. Like maybe the elders want to buy HBO. So then she might be a co-worker of Jon Stewart or some shit. Because it's not like she has the capacity to feel shame. The entire reason why she got a hit on John Oliver, not Stewart, sorry, John Oliver, is literally because she is shameless. She's so shameless that she wrote one of the most like pro-Nazi articles that you could write, denying that there was a famine happening at a time when virtually everyone was like, oh, there's definitely a fucking famine happening. So we know she has no capacity to feel shame. If you did, you wouldn't have written that article to begin with.
Hello, I have a question about Israel and Trump's policy towards it.
Oh, shit.
Do you think it's a conflict of interest for Miriam Adelson, an Israeli donor, to give millions of dollars?
Quick, bro, talk about Kaya. Quick, they're bringing up Israel. Uh-oh. Young possible Groiper asking a question about Israel. Talk about, I don't know, something else, please.
To his campaign, and then Trump have pro-Israeli policies?
Well, if you're asking, do I think the President of the United States has a conflict of interest? No, I do not, because I know how the President of the United States makes his decisions, and I see it behind the scenes. Now, as the President himself has said, Miriam Adelson, who, by the way, I know, and I have a very good relationship with her, she is very clear about the fact. She doesn't hide the fact that she really loves Israel, and that is part of what motivates her political.
I love that. He's like, yeah, dual loyalty. I mean, it's okay. It's out in the open. Is that what we're doing? Like, is that what it is? No conflict there. Guys, don't you get it? It's not corruption if you're transparent about it, okay?
That is a reality. At the same time, the President of the United States is America first through and through. And let me give you just a couple of examples of this. Number one, we have heard from some pro-Israel voices, some people who really love the state of Israel, that they don't want us to have a relationship with certain Middle Eastern countries. Well, the president, his attitude is, we need to build relationships with any country where we have shared interests, and he's going to do it if it's in the interests of the American people, and he's done exactly that. Number two, there were people, and I remember this criticism of the President of the United States, I just raised it in the context of a conversation that I had with Charlie. I remember when people said that the President of the United States was going to get us into a multi-100,000 troop regime change war for Israel. This was 4 months ago, this was 6 months ago. Now, the people who accuse the President of the United States of wanting to get us into a regime change war for Israel, I wonder if they stepped back and said, you know what, we were wrong about that. Because the President of the United States did not want to get us into a regime change war for any other country. He wanted to knock out a nuclear facility and get everybody back home, and that's exactly what he did. So I understand there's some frustrations out there, but I think the President of the United States, more than any president of my lifetime, is willing to stand up to anybody if he thinks it puts the interests of the American people first. Thank you.
Live, you want to hear more? I think I'm going to do it tomorrow. I just want to hear one more.
Large private corporations such as Palantir.
Dude, you can't ask him that question. Come on, man. He's literally Peter Thiel's blood boy. I do want to see how he responds to this.
On U.S. citizens.
No, I don't condone it. And here's the thing. So I get asked about Palantir a lot because there's this internet meme out there that somehow
I'm Peter Thiel's blood boy. And I'm here to say I'm not Peter Thiel's blood boy. I simply have sex with him. It's really messed up that Peter Thiel is getting a bad rap here. He would never use my blood. I'm far too old. I simply suck his dick from time to time. I obviously would never be able to give Peter Thiel my blood because I'm not a nubile 14-year-old. That's the kind Peter Thiel likes for his blood boys. I'm more so his cum boy, as a matter of fact. I hate that you guys are saying that.
I'm super in bed with Palantir. And here's the thing that I'd say about this. Palantir is a private company. They sometimes do a useful service, and sometimes they're going to do things that we don't like. You should be demanding that your representatives do two things when it comes to Palantir or when it comes to any other technology company. Number one, protecting your data. What's going on with artificial intelligence is going to mean that there are massive inducements to steal your data, to harvest it, and to use it against you to sell digital advertisements. That is not what I believe in, and I've been fighting against it, whether it's Palantir or any other technology company, literally before I ran for office. When I ran for office, I was criticized by Republicans in my Republican Senate primary because I was talking then about Google and Facebook harvesting our data. It's unacceptable.
Yeah, but when Palantir does it, it is acceptable. Okay? Yeah. I noticeably was talking shit about other companies doing that, not the one that paid for my Senate run. Because that would be weird if I were to do that. That'd be bad for business.
I don't care who does it. I don't want them to do it. Number two, and this is also very important. What's going on with artificial intelligence, we got to be worried about large-scale surveillance, okay? Everything. You asked about Palantir. Do you know that every time you make a credit card transaction, the credit card companies are collecting data on how you spend your money? Do you know that every time you linger over a link on the internet for more than...
Oh my God, he's doing it again. He's literally going, look at all these other companies who are surveilling everything you do. Not Palantir. Don't talk about Palantir, please. Why would you bring up Palantir? All the other companies are surveilling you too. Don't you feel like that's more important than Palantir? Let's stop talking about Palantir now. Okay, in 3, 1, 2, 3. See, I did it. You can do it too.
Half second, the search engines are collecting data on you so that they can sell you advertisements. One of the biggest questions for American policy over the next 10 years is how to ensure that you are a sovereign citizen. And you cannot be a sovereign citizen if any private corporation or any government can steal something from you that belongs to you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Because other countries' testing programs, I've instructed the Department of War to start testing our nuclear weapons on an equal basis. The process will begin immediately. Fuck yeah. Let's go, baby. Bikini Bottom. All right. That is going to be all for tonight. Okay. We went over the allotted time, and I'm tired. Maybe gaming tomorrow. I don't even know what I'm saying at this point. I mean, gaming frogs are dead. Are they? They'll come back alive. Is tomorrow the last day of the month? No, right? There's 2 more days. I want to do scary gaming once this entire month, but the problem is there's too much fucking news to cover, man.
Burnham in the beginning, but I'm chillaxing the.
There's too much goddamn news to cover every day. October 31st is Halloween. All right, well, we'll figure it out. Anyway, I love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. I know Dispatch is pretty good, but I promise scary gaming, even though I'm scared. So I'll figure something out. Love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. Peace.
Damn, this guy's good.